time for the Academy's combat test with the most powerful students. Everyone stepped into the simulation arena, where monsters are summoned to test everyone's strength. The class was split into groups with 2 warriors and 2 mages. The moment the counter hits 0, a skeleton warrior shows up. One of the mages breaks out of the back line and rushes to the front, blowing the monster apart with a single mana-charged punch. The whole team froze. The veteran professor was speechless. The top warriors just stood there shocked, watching him smash monsters with his bare hands. When more skeletons showed up, the kid activated Mana Weapon. It's a rare physical damage skill, and he cleared every floor by himself. Everyone was blown away by this student's power. On level 2, a Drog shows up, a creature so terrifying it would make the professor sweat, but the kid just laughed. Minutes later, the arena is completely wrecked because he blew past level 10 without a single mistake, and all by himself. He broke the time record. The whole class lost their minds trying to figure out where this guy came from. This is Jae-yun. But before all that power, in another life, he was a nobody with a low rank, who only existed as a human shield in dungeons for the mages. During a raid break, while he was checking his status, the system crashed and a strange voice told him to follow a green light. He was pretty startled, but since he's a loser with no mom and abandoned by his dad, he had nothing to lose, so he followed the light. As he followed it, he tried to access the system, but it was still down. After walking for a while, he finds a hidden green door inside the dungeon. Jang-gyeon gets hyped and walks straight into what looks like Mount Olympus. Right in the center there's a glowing item, the Lost Eye of Odin, the only mythic item in the world. Its main skill is absolute calculation. It analyzes any magic and completely breaks it apart. On top of that, it unlocks runes, and with a blank card, lets you copy your enemy's powers. This is where you realize why this guy is a nobody. His first idea is to sell the item. He was gonna sell godlike power just so someone could rob him later. But the item has a catch. Once you equip it, it never comes off. The genius keeps the item and heads back to the group. His partner Myung-ho was worried about him disappearing, but the MC came back smiling and promised to buy him a drink. His friend had no idea what was going on, because he had always been flat broke. While the team was moving, the dungeon ceiling collapses and toxic gas spreads everywhere. The Meteor Guild crew starts coughing up blood on the spot. In the middle of the chaos, an invisible enemy stabs Myung-ho with a sword. Before blacking out, his friend tells Jae-hun to run, and he bolts without thinking twice. The MC clearly skipped cardio and had to stop to catch his breath. In that moment of weakness, the enemy appears from behind and swings a chained blade slicing through his arm. The most shocking part was finding out the killer is his own raider agent, Jung Woo-min. The guy smiles and confesses he works as a hitman. He was paid to wipe out the guild, and the next target is him. The fight starts, and Jae-han knows it's gonna go badly, because Jung is a rank A mage. While getting beat up, he tries to connect the dots to figure out who paid for this. While running, a memory hit him of his father calling him useless. When he asks if his father was behind it, the mage laughs and says he's pretty smart for a rank D. That stung, but it got even worse when he found out his own father paid the hitman to kill his mother 5 years ago.
What did you say, Nick?
The hitman went for the final blow, but Jae-han dodged on instinct and equipped the Eye of Odin. Jung was shaken by the insane energy coming off him. The villain tried to catch him off guard, but with a cool head the protagonist destroyed his chain at the last second. Four Eyes froze because his magic stopped working. The MC comboed both skills, broke the guy's spell, and stole the ability for himself. With no way to attack, the villain tried throwing up a shield, but the protagonist used the skill again and shattered his defense. Fueled by rage, he finally avenged his mother. After taking down the hitman, Xiao Bei was so badly wounded that he collapsed on the ground with nothing left. Right when he got the mythic item and became OP, he dies. In isekai stories you've got the truck-kun, but here it's the system-kun that reboots the whole story and throws him 11 years into the past. An Aesir goddess appears, offering her help. When he touches her hand, he jolts awake in the body of a younger version of himself. He looks around and sees a photo of his mother, and in that same second he leaves the room, goes to her and hugs her tight. Later, alone in his room, a sharp pain in his chest snaps him back. The system confirms the date, November 15th, 2020. He's really gone back, and his body has been healed by 20%. Breathing hard, he wonders if this is still a dream, but one look around tells him he's really back in his old home. Another notification appears with a quest called A Break is the Mother of Success. His job is simple, rest until he's fully recovered, and he'll get a blank card as the reward. He lets out a long breath, trying to steady himself. Then he thinks about dying in that battle, and somehow being sent 11 years into the past by this new system, back to his 3rd year of middle school. He checks the calendar and realizes he hasn't enrolled in Mills Academy yet. He also finds a note he wrote to himself, telling him to choose martial arts, but he grabs a pen and crosses it out. He won't waste this second chance on martial arts. This time, he's becoming a mage. Later, he eats dinner with his mother, struggling not to cry. She notices how strange he's been acting lately. Earlier, he hugged her the second she got home and broke down crying. Now she gently asks if something's wrong. Forcing a smile, he says it was only a bad dream, but the memories of losing her are much worse than a nightmare. After working up the nerve, he says there's something he wants to talk about, and she tells him to go ahead. She can tell he may not want to enter Mill Academy. She knows how dangerous and competitive that path is, and says it's okay if he wants a normal school instead. She won't force him, but instead he says he wants to change his major and join the magic class. His mother laughs softly and agrees right away, though she's surprised by the sudden switch from martial arts. Even so, she trusts him and pats his cheek, telling him to choose what makes him happy. Whether it's martial arts or magic, she says not to worry about money. She'll support him no matter what. Touched by that, he starts crying again, and through it all, thoughts of his father, Min Shong-ho, an A-rank raider, come rushing back along with his need to grow stronger and get revenge. So Jang begins serious training with basic exercises. He also gets a blank card for clearing his first quest. His body starts getting stronger and more fit. Jae-yoon still doesn't fully understand the Nornir system, but as long as it works, he isn't complaining. With knowledge from his past life, he can grab dungeon items before anyone else, and his old experience as a guide will help. Still, his real skills are limited to martial arts, absolute calculation, and blitz chain copied from Young Woo Min. He leans back, opens the system, and checks his stats. As expected, his level and base stats have returned to what they should be at this point. Still, he kept all his passive skills from his past life, plus 2 new maxed out ones. One who is observed by the gods, and Supreme God's Eye. He already knows about absolute calculation and blitz chain, so now he focuses on the passives. First, he checks one who is observed by the gods, a skill tied to fast growth through divine blessings. It also let him keep his passive skills through regression, and gives him an extra stat point every time he levels up. The downside is that most of the Acer's demigods are now watching him. After that, he moves on to his next skill. Supreme God's Eye is another top-tier passive that lets him see through lies, illusions, and hidden truth. Then there's the active skill, Blitz Chain, which attacks with electrified chains and can even paralyze enemies. The more chains he uses, the more mana it costs. He checks the rest of his stats. They're all terrible, but the one he wants to raise most is magic, since that's the key to his new path. He also knows endurance matters. Long fights are all about lasting longer than your enemy. After thinking it over, he decides to save his new blank card for a healing skill, since he already has offense covered. Even in 2020, when mages aren't valued much, healers are still incredibly rare. They get treated like royalty no matter their rank, so a mage with healing powers would earn real respect. The problem is finding someone with a healing ability to copy will be incredibly hard. He only used his last blank card on Young Woo Min because he had no choice. This time he won't waste one, when he doesn't know how many the system will give him. Just then, his phone rings, and when he checks it, his eyes go wide at the name Kim Yu-shin on the screen. Kim Yu-shin is his childhood friend, someone who's always been close to him and shared his dream of getting into Milla's academy to become a raider. In his previous life, she died in his arms, and this time, he's determined to save her. A small smile forms as he reads her message. She's asking him to come with her to Saintess Yusong-geon's seminar. That instantly lifts his mood, because Yusong-geon is famous for her magic, especially sacrifice magic. Without wasting a second, he gets up, grabs his hoodie, and tells his mom he'll be back soon. Once outside, he texts Kim Yu-shin that he's on the way. He heads out right away to meet her. At the same time, a Rolls-Royce pushes through traffic. Inside, Saintess Yusong-geon sits quietly while her manager goes over the schedule and asks if she's okay, worried she's been overworking herself. She says she's fine, just tired, reminding him that sacrifice comes at the cost of her own vitality. The manager looks uneasy, wishing someone else had healing abilities close to Lady Seung-gran's. He knows exhaustion will catch up with her sooner or later. Soon, Jae-yooni and Kim Yu-shin arrive at the event. She excitedly pulls him through the crowd, and when they stop, he jokes that maybe she only brought him so she wouldn't get lost. The girl gets flustered and snaps at him, telling him not to say weird stuff like that. Then she goes quiet, which pretty much proves he was right. He keeps messing with her, joking that it's amazing how someone so smart can be this bad with directions. Even while teasing her, Jae-yoon is thankful she brought him here. If he can copy Yu Sheng-yoon's sacrifice skill now, it could change everything for him. It might even become one of his biggest advantages in Korea. As everyone takes their seats, he and the girl are stunned by how many people showed up. Still, it's no shock. She's the Guildmaster of Lotus, a top healer famous in Korea and overseas. Even in a time when raiders aren't treated like disposable shields, she always puts other people first. Soon, she walks onto the stage, and the crowd erupts. Jae-yoon watches closely, waiting for the right chance to copy her skill. As he waits, he remembers that in 2 months she'll become seriously ill during an Itaewon dungeon raid because of her own healing skill, sacrifice. If he copies it, he might be the only one who can save her. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-shin gets way too excited, and Jae-yoon finds it a little irritating. On stage, the Saintess talks about how the world has fallen into chaos because of Yggdrasil and the monsters taking human lives. Even so, she tells the crowd not to give up and to trust in the awakened who can still help save humanity. She urges them to become raiders too. When her speech ends, the audience is thrilled. Ja-hyun admits her words make sense. Fighting monsters on the front lines is terrifying, so of course people hesitate to become raiders. He knows that better than anyone, since he once planned to sell Odin's Eye just to avoid raiding and make money another way. As they leave, the girl keeps going on and on about the Saintess, and Jae-hyun keeps teasing her until she's completely fed up. Then he mentions that he already called her mom to come get her because her sense of direction is hopeless. She tells him to just ride with them, but he says he has something else to do. Before leaving, he casually says he's changing his path and will focus fully on magic, so he may need her help later. Then he walks off without explaining, leaving her hurt and confused. Jae-hyun starts searching around and finally finds the Saintess's car. A grin spreads across his face as he walks over, but the manager spots him first and says they're not meeting fans right now. Jae-hyun answers boldly that he came to see director Yo and Sung-yoon. The manager lets out an annoyed sigh, tells him to leave, and says he should respect her privacy because even she would hate this kind of interruption. Jae-hyun firmly says he's not here as a fan. To prove it, he reveals that Lady Song-yo-shian has an incurable illness and claims he's the only one who can heal it. That instantly shocks the director and makes him furious. He grabs Jae-hyun by the collar and demands to know where he heard that. Jae-hyun stays calm, tells him not to make a scene, and points out the people watching. Just then, the lady rolls down her window and speaks to him herself, asking if he can truly back up what he said. He answers without hesitation, yes, he can cure her. She's still wary, but decides to give him a chance. If he's lying, it'll be obvious soon enough. Still, his confidence only makes him seem more suspicious. She tells her manager to make time and bring the boy somewhere private to talk. After they move to a quieter place, she gets right to it and asks how he knows about her illness. Jung Bao-hun apologizes but says he can't answer that. If she insists, then he won't treat her. She laughs at how bold he is, then asks the next question, how exactly does he plan to heal her? Jae-hyun answers honestly. He plans to copy her sacrifice skill. That shocks her, and the manager loses patience. He shouts, asking if Jae-hyun even understands what a unique skill is, and how he thinks he can copy something that belongs to her alone. Unique skills are basically S-rank abilities, the highest tier, gained only through bloodline inheritance or personal awakening. Unlike normal skills, their formulas can't be broken down or copied. That's why they stay exclusive to one person or family. Jae-hyun calmly says he already knows all that, otherwise he never would have come. The lady quickly tells her manager to settle down and says they'll at least hear him out. Then she asks if he can really do this, and he confidently says yes. Her problem is the penalty from sacrifice. To heal herself, she'd need a skill of equal or higher rank, and because sacrifice demands an offering to the gods, she can't use it on her own body. In the end, she agrees to let him try. As her magic starts to shine, Xiao Bei-hyun can barely hide his excitement and copies the skill right away. A system window asks whether he wants to store sacrifice in the blank card, and he immediately accepts. After the copy is complete, he activates sacrifice and forms its power in his palm, leaving both of them stunned. Before healing her, Xiao Bei-hyun decides to handle the deal first, but the skill itself is huge. It sends out a healing wave that restores multiple allies and removes debuffs. Against undead, it turns into an attack called Judgment of Light, and best of all, because he copied it with a blank card, it comes with none of the original penalties. Then she asks what he wants from Lotus. On the surface, she sounds calm, but inside, she thinks handling a middle schooler should be easy, especially as Lotus's leader. Jae-hyun doesn't waste time, he wants sponsorship. She gives a small laugh and asks if he means support to help him grow into a raider. He says yes right away. It's his dream, and to get stronger, he needs resources, connections, and backing. Moved by both his resolve and ability, she agrees to sponsor him, but with one condition. Jae-hyun is impressed. Even now, she refuses to give up ground in the negotiation. She explains that her illness is her own issue, not Lotus's. What he's asking for means support from the whole guild, and the guild has no reason to help him for free. Jae-hyun tells her to name her terms. If they sound fair, he'll decide whether to agree. His mind runs through all kinds of possibilities, but her answer is simple. She wants him to join Lotus. He immediately asks if she's serious about recruiting him, and she starts listing her reasons. First, he uncovered secret information about the Lotus leader's illness, something only a handful of people knew, so his information skills are clearly exceptional. Second, he perfectly copied her sacrifice skill, something she has never seen before, and she wants to know if anyone else in the world can do that. Jae-hyun feels awkward hearing that, since he can't exactly admit he knows about her illness because he regressed, or that his system lets him copy skills. Then she leans in close and gives the third reason for wanting him in the guild. Even as a middle schooler, he didn't flinch in front of the Lotus leader, and she likes that courage. In his past life, Lotus fell apart soon after her death. Since she's still alive now, he figures joining them could help him grow fast. Still, he wonders how a contract would even work since he's underage, and signing minors is illegal. Smiling, she reminds him about priority negotiation rights. Jae-hyun does know what that is. It's a guild privilege that lets them support a raider trainee before they become an adult. Then, once that trainee comes of age, the guild gets the first chance to sign them before anyone else. Jae-hyun never imagined he'd benefit from something like this, especially after even the worst guilds rejected him in the past. Clearly, she's taken a liking to him. Jae-hyun straightens up and says he'll heal her now. Her offer is already tempting, but he decides to finish the treatment before giving his final answer. As he stands over her, the manager still looks uneasy. He no longer doubts Jae-yoon's power, but he's worried the boy might use something dangerous or cursed, especially since even the best doctors couldn't cure her. A moment later, she feels the magic take effect and notices the change inside her body. The manager is left speechless. He quickly bows to Jae-yoon and sincerely apologizes for doubting him. Jae-yoon brushes it off, saying it was normal to doubt a kid's words, but the manager keeps apologizing for how rude he was before. Jae-yoon tells the lady it's done, and she can move freely now. The moment she stands, she heads to the window and releases her magic. Tears fill her eyes when she realizes all her symptoms are gone. She thanks him for the miracle and asks if healing her will cost him anything, but his copied version has no penalty. Jae-yoon just smiles and says she can repay him when the time comes, and she gladly agrees. Then she hands him her card and tells him to think over her offer. She promises she'll do everything she can to make it worth his while. Jae-yoon then says there's one more thing he wants. He had one request. The next day, the manager takes him to a low-level Lotus Guild dungeon. He's here to train and raise his skills so he can stand out at Mills Academy. The guild prepares everything he needs, even lending him extra gear normally used by members. Still, the manager warns that going in alone is dangerous and asks why he wants to solo it. Jae-yoon only says he wants to grind. Just in case, the manager gives him a warp stone. If it breaks, it'll send him right back outside the gate. It's a small thank you for helping the director, and Jae-yoon gladly takes it. Then he heads inside. The moment he enters, he can tell it's only an E-rank dungeon. Nothing serious. Even so, the manager tells him to get out fast, if anything feels wrong. Jae-yoon nods, but deeper in, hands suddenly clamp over his mouth, and the system says he's entered Helheim's Field of the Dead. The story then cuts to director Yoo Soo-hung's office. She's thinking about Jae-yoon, worried because even an E-rank gate is hard for a rookie to clear alone. Still, she knows this kid isn't ordinary. He picked that gate for a reason, so she decides to wait and see. Then someone knocks, and after getting permission, a woman steps in. The director asks for the update she requested, and the woman hands over Jae-yoon's file. As she reads, she's stunned to see he wants to become a martial artist, despite his huge talent for magic. The room goes quiet. Even the employee who brought the report can't explain it. All she can say is the records are correct, unless there's some machine error. His magic aptitude is listed at 97. Not long after, the director calls manager Appa and tells him to contact her the second Jae-yoon leaves the dungeon. She wants to see his ability herself. Meanwhile, Jae-yoon drops into the strange place called the Field of the Dead and slams hard into the ground. Looking around, he realizes it's a graveyard and struggles back to his feet, coughing hard. Before he can figure anything out, an undead archer appears and fires at him. He reacts too late and gets cut across the face. Another monster shows up to finish him off. Annoyed, Jae-yoon wonders if the attack has paralysis poison and quickly heals himself with sacrifice. Then more zombies appear, and black souls gather above him from every side. They rush him and fire non-stop, but this time Jae-yoon catches an arrow and crushes it in his hand, fed up with their attacks. Elsewhere, Kim Yoo-jung stares at the autograph she got from the director, still irritated that Jae-yoon left her alone, even though he knows she gets lost easily. His recent behavior keeps bothering her. He used to hate attention, but now he's suddenly willing to go around with her. He also never used to ditch her, yet this time he left her by herself, and now he's switching to magic class, even though he always wanted martial arts. She can't understand it because he's normally careful and never acts without a reason. So she starts texting him again, scolding him for leaving her alone that day. Back in the dungeon, Jae-yoon goes pale when ghosts appear right in front of him. Worse, they're much more organized than normal monsters. He decides to use a staff made by a Lotus Guild blacksmith. This dungeon, Helheimr, is the land of the dead ruled by Hel, Loki's daughter. It's tied to the worlds of Norse myth, lands of ice, fire, giants, elves, dark elves, and the Vanir gods. Helheimr is one of the darkest and coldest places among them, a brutal spot for beginners. Even so, Jae-yoon is excited to test himself. He uses Goddess Nora's sacrifice skill. When cast on dead monsters, it turns into the wide area attack Judgment of Light. A monster lunges at him, but Jae-yoon smacks it away with the staff, sending it flying. Then he loads up Blitzfire and blows it apart. That kill gives him 70 XP for defeating the Death Wraith, and he keeps chaining attacks. With each monster he drops, his grin grows as the XP keeps coming. Next, he jumps at another undead archer and cracks it in the head. The hit lands, but his staff snaps in half, though the monster still goes down. Seeing the broken weapon, he turns pale. He realizes he was fighting like a brawler, not a mage, and just ruined his weapon. So he stops messing around and uses sacrifice again. Holy Judgment of Light drops onto the monsters and burns them to ash. After collecting the XP, he finally takes a breath. He heals himself to recover mana and feels lucky to still be alive. The fight taught him not to overrate himself. Judgment saved him this time, but next time might be different. For now, he decides to leave, only to realize he has no idea how to get out, so he reaches for the warp stone. Before he can use it, a terrifying wave of mana rises behind him. He turns, but sees nothing. Then something rushes in, and suddenly his throat is being crushed. He lifts his broken staff and stabs it into his own thigh. He hurts himself on purpose just to avoid screaming and attracting more enemies. Only then does the system reveal the monster behind him, the dungeon boss, Nightshade. The level gap is overwhelming, and the system practically begs him to escape immediately. He reaches for the warp stone, but the boss attacks from behind and knocks it from his hand. Zhao Beiyuan slams into a wall and coughs up blood as his HP crashes. The system tells him to use a healing item at once. He doesn't get the chance because the monster is already in front of him and attacks again. Just when he thinks it's over, the monster freezes in place, and Zhao Beiyuan can only stare. Then a woman's voice echoes through the cave. She looks almost like a goddess, and orders the monster not to hurt him, saying she brought him here as an honored guest. This half-demon, half-angelic elf tells him he is meant to be the adversary. Jia Yuan has no idea who she is. She says she expected him to crush this monster with ease, but now sees he's only a kid with average mana and ability. She can't understand why Loki chose someone like him to oppose the mighty Aesir. Meanwhile, Jia Yuan is barely staying awake, as blood keeps pouring out. He knows he can't die here, not after getting a second chance. Seeing that resolve, the woman admits he has spirit, but says he's still far too weak for his role. She starts choking him, and warns that if he doesn't grow stronger soon, she'll kill him herself. Still, because he matters to them, she decides to spare him once. She tells him to become much stronger and defeat Nightshade easily. If he does, she'll reward him, but he has to do it fast. A main quest appears, Hull's Trials, with a mission to kill Nightshade within 2 months. The mysterious woman is Hull herself, Loki's daughter. If he clears the quest, she'll grant him a gift. If he fails, he dies. As eerie hands drag him into the dark, everything fades away. Then the blonde goddess from his regression appears again, still speaking to him in that strange language. A moment later, he wakes up in the real world. As he gets up, he realizes all his injuries are completely gone. When he checks his status window, the same quest is still there, proving that what happened was real. That means the woman he met truly was Hel, ruler of Helheim. He still doesn't understand this adversary stuff, though the word feels familiar from when he first got the Nornir system. With so many questions left, like why he regressed and what this role really means, he knows one thing: he needs to get stronger fast. If Hel was serious, the second he stops improving, she'll kill him. Still, he lets out a small laugh, at least life won't be boring. But the road ahead is long. He still doesn't know how to fight like a mage, and he doesn't even have basic spells for weak enemies. Then he checks his phone and sees a call from the director. He says he'll come by tomorrow, and is ready to sign the contract. The next day, Min Jahyun arrives at the Lotus Flower Guild. A manager escorts him inside, and as they walk, he quickly sees why they're treating him so well. His mage aptitude is 97. When they reach the office, he lights up after spotting the director. She carries herself with calm confidence, and he can't help noticing it. The two greet each other warmly. She goes over the contract perks, and Min Jae-yoon is honestly impressed. The guild will cover living costs, replace any broken B-rank items for free, and pay him a big share based on his raid results. Those benefits usually go to elite A-rank raiders. Before signing though, he says he has one condition. The director tells him to go ahead. He explains that he only switched from martial arts to magic a month ago, so he's still new to it. Because of that, he wants her to train him personally. The manager is shocked by how boldly he says it to someone as important as the director. Still, Min Jae-yoon asks if she'll accept that, before he signs the priority contract with Lotus. She laughs at the unusual request and agrees. He thanks her, and she teases that she's already expecting a lot from him. Then she asks him to show his talent first. If he's ready. He expected this from the start, since it's the real reason the guild wants him. So he asks what he needs to do. The director snaps her fingers and blue mana forms behind her into a mana cube. She tells him to endure it. Min Jae-yoon is stunned the moment he sees it. She reminds him that if he's really gifted, he should at least handle something like this before joining her guild. A mana cube is a test used by B-rank mages and above to measure mana sensitivity. Very few awakened mages can stand it, so for someone like him, this should be way too much. He asks if she's trying to scare him off. She says no. Even if he fails, the contract still stands. With no real way to refuse, he steps forward anyway. The director signals the manager to get things ready. The manager worries because even active mage raiders struggle with the cube, but the director insists Min Jae-yoon isn't ordinary and should be tested. At last, the manager activates the cube. As it starts working, Min Jae-yoon pauses, feeling the pressure pouring off it. The director urges him on, and he finally steps inside. Once he's in the mana cube, the manager gets even more nervous, seeing only a young kid trapped in there. But the director calmly says he'll be fine. Her instincts tell her he won't fail. Inside, Min Jae-yoon feels like he's floating in a huge sea of mana. To his surprise, he can breathe just fine, which eases his fear, since too much dense mana can make someone sick or even kill them. He remembers the only way out is to find the single door linked to the outside world among countless whirlpools, so he focuses and starts searching for an escape. Then he feels something strange, a small crystal hidden away, pulsing with enormous magic like the whole mana sea is packed inside it. Outside, the manager keeps panicking while the director only smiles. The manager nervously asks how long this test usually takes. The director says the fastest clear ever was 40 minutes. Hearing that, the manager mutters that Min Jae-yoon will either die or break the world record. The director says she expects the second one. Then both of them freeze when they see the crystal inside the cube starting to crack. The manager checks the time in shock. Only 10 minutes have passed. While they try to figure out what's happening, Min Jae-yoon senses the crystal's huge power and grins. He decides breaking it might be the way out, swims toward the stone, grabs it tight in his hand and crushes it in one move. Cracks spread all around him, and a system message says he gained the passive skill Crystal of Mana Operation. A moment later, the mana cube collapses, leaving both women stunned and terrified. Even S-rank players usually need about an hour for this test, but Min Jae-yoon cleared it in just 26 minutes, beating the old record of 36 minutes set by the EU genius mage Camilla. The manager rushes over, grabs his hand and praises him excitedly. The director joins in too, but she really wants to know how he ended the cube so fast. He tells her he found a crystal inside and broke it. That shocks her, because the crystal holds all the mana in the cube, and almost no one can even find it, let alone destroy it. If he shattered it, his mana capacity may be greater than the cube itself. She bursts with excitement, and promises to help him become the greatest mage in the world. The story then cuts back to Kim Yoo-jung, who's upset because Zhao Bei-yoon is still late. His mother agrees, adding that he isn't answering his phone either. Then a flashy Rolls-Royce pulls up and catches both their eyes. They're stunned when Min Jae-yoon steps out of it. Neither of them can believe he showed up in a car like that. He spots them right away and waves with a smile. His mother worries he got mixed up in something shady, while Kim Yoo-jung is mad that he looks so relaxed. Once they're inside, she immediately demands answers, starting with why he switched to the magic class. He casually says martial arts wasn't working for him anymore, and he's already finished the paperwork to change tracks. She keeps pressing him for a real reason, but he turns the question around and asks why she's here. Then he asks if her parents are at work. She nods and says that's why she's staying over with his mom's permission. Her parents work at a monster processing plant that ships materials overseas, so when they're gone, she often stays here since Min Jae-yoon's mother is close with them. After that, he asks Kim Yoo-jung to teach him magic theory, now that he's in the magic class. She immediately asks what she'll get out of it. With a sigh, he asks what she wants. She says she hasn't decided yet, but after thinking it over, she says he has to grant her one wish. He agrees, but only if she uses that wish within a year. She accepts, though she's clearly annoyed, while he figures she'll probably forget all about it before the year is up. When he jokingly asks what kind of wish she might pick, she snaps and tells him to shut up. That only makes her even madder as she clutches the pillow in frustration. As their teasing keeps going, his mother calls them to dinner, but they ignore her and keep roughhousing with pillows. Seeing how they act around each other, it wouldn't be shocking if her wish turned out to be something like telling him to marry her. Elsewhere, ravens swarm through a forest, while a man in black cuts down monsters with ease using his sword. This is Min Jae-yoon's father, Min Chong, Oh-wei. An armored man praises him for clearing the dungeon so easily. He then asks Min Chong-oh to join his guild, but Min Jae-yoon's father refuses and says he'd rather stay solo. The armored man keeps begging, promising status and respect from the Scarlet Guild, but the man in black only mocks his stubbornness. Then Min Chong-oh suddenly summons strange chains and starts talking about how greedy humans are. A moment later, he disappears, leaving the armored man confused. After that eerie meeting, the story returns to the director, as she begins Min Jae-hyun's first lesson in magic. The director starts his first class without wasting time. She goes straight into sparring and tells him to attack her. He hesitates, but since he can't refuse, he exhales slowly and raises his guard, making sure not to leave an opening. Using what he knows from martial arts, he throws a punch at her, expecting her to react. She just smiles, and the force of the hit kicks up a huge cloud of dust. When it clears, Min Jae-yoon sees that she caught his punch with no effort at all. That alone is enough to terrify him. She smiles like it's nothing, and he quickly jumps back to make space. He had looked down on her because she's a healer, but now he's sure she has the power of an S-rank raider. After stopping his attack, she points out the flaws in his movement. His stance and habits are still those of a martial artist, and mages don't fight by rushing in like that. Then she asks if he knows the difference between martial arts and magic. He says martial arts is for close combat with weapons and direct attacks, while magic is used from farther away. She agrees and explains that mages weaken enemies at range, then martial artists finish them up close. To prove it, she tells him she'll attack next so he can learn what mage combat really looks like. If he gets hurt, she can heal him. He's nervous, but he braces himself. Mana gathers at her fingertip, and she fires a sharp beam. He barely rolls out of the way before she tells him to strike back. He activates his blitz chain and fires lightning arrows straight at her, setting off a huge explosion on impact. She comes out of the blast completely fine. Surprised by his A-rank skill, she warns him that power means nothing if it misses. Then she fires an arrow back at him. It's aimed straight for his face, and he panics. He fails to dodge and gets hit head-on. Even beaten all over, he still doesn't fall. That toughness catches her attention. Then she stops holding back and sends a storm of blue lightning bolts at him. This time, he instantly uses Absolute Calculator, and her magic breaks apart. She's stunned. He reversed her spell and erased it almost at once. Clearly impressed again, she asks what else he's hiding. Xiaoyu just tells her to see for herself. Right after that, the ground in front of her crackles with power. The attack lands, though she blocks it with one hand. Even so, the impact makes her hand shake. She can't believe he cast something that fast. Jiayu follows up with a rain of arrows, but she throws up a shield and blocks them all. Now she starts wondering how he's using magic without any chant at all. Skilled mages can shorten chants for weak spells, but his attacks are still strong, so this makes no sense to her. Meanwhile, he's nearly out of mana and can barely keep going, so he blurts out that she's a total monster. With a smug grin, she walks over and calls him an interesting kid with a lot of promise, but also very inexperienced. Then she catches him off guard and drops him to the ground in an instant. He has no idea what she even did. She says it's all thanks to years of experience. Looking over his abilities, she praises both his close combat and how smoothly he casts magic. His reverse calculation trick impresses her too, and she thinks he could build a fighting style no one else has. So she declares that from now on she'll train him herself, and officially becomes his teacher. Apparently he's the first person she's ever accepted as a student. Later, Jae Yunxing sits there quietly, deep in thought. His friend snaps him out of it with an annoyed look, and he clicks his tongue, saying he is listening. She's been eating ice cream the whole time, paid for by Jae Hyun as her lesson fee. When he asks if she isn't full yet, she says she could eat this all day, and tells him to pay attention. As her lesson goes on, a system window pops up. His magic knowledge increases, and his magic efficiency rises by 5. He's getting sick of those notifications. Every time he learns something, they pop up again, like the system is forcing him to keep growing. Even Lady Kim thinks his progress is strange. He's learned in 2 days what would take most people 2 months. But he brushes it off, saying that's no different from how she can memorize forms after one look. That only annoys her more, and she demands he call her teacher. Part of her irritation comes from how fast he's improving, even though she's spent far longer studying magic. At this rate, she thinks he might pass her before long. With a sigh, he finally calls her teacher, and says of course he's learning fast. He has talent for magic. Still, the real reason he's pushing so hard is simple. He doesn't want to get crushed by hell. She then brings up how shocked she was when he once said he wanted to go into martial arts. Now she actually yells at him, asking why he ever thought about giving up magic when it suits him so well. While Yu Jung and Jae Hyun keep studying, he suddenly sees a man's face, a vision tied to events from his past life. Yu Jung pulls him back by asking if he's also training for the practical exam on his own, and he says another teacher is helping with that part. Still, he keeps wondering what that vision was, and whether he only imagined it. At the same time, he remembers Hell gave him just 2 months to defeat Nightshade, so he forces the thought away. This isn't the time to lose focus. Instead, he turns to something more useful, the pill he's developing, hoping it can help raiders around the world and help him break past his current limit too. At the Lotus Guild Training Center, manager Park Sung-jae watches the raiders train and points out their mistakes. When he notices Guildmaster Sigyeon Gorin, he comments that the new trainees are pretty solid, and their average rank has nearly improved from last year. But then he realizes she wasn't listening. Once she notices, Sigyeon Gorin apologizes. He teases her, saying she must be thinking about Jae Yoon, and she admits he's right. Then the manager brings up how several raiders already tried to learn the technique she wants to teach Jae Yoon, and every one of them failed. Second Skyn reminds him that he saw Jae Yoon's unusual talent too. If someone called him a veteran, it would be believable. He doesn't waste a single movement. She's convinced that if another S-rank magician appears in the future, it'll be Jae Yoon. Right now she's still the country's only S-rank magician, but as a healer, her battle impact is limited. If Jae Yoon Sham suddenly rises like a comet, the entire magic world will be shaken. Sometime later, Jae Yoon works on a mana enhancement pill. Just like the name says, it permanently raises the mana of the awakened person who takes it, making it something every magician would want. But the mixture fails again, and he angrily throws the spoon away. By now he's already burned through 3 full sets of ingredients. If this keeps up, all his money is going to disappear. In November 2020, nobody knows how to make this pill yet. It won't be invented for another 5 years. Before coming back to the past, Jae Hyun saw the recipe released by a world-class alchemist. When that alchemist shared it, he said he hoped the pill would help raiders everywhere. Jae Hyun realizes brute force won't solve this, so he comes up with a better idea. Find Lee Jae-sang, the man who will invent the pill 5 years from now. Even if the pill still fails, making a connection with him would be worth it. Since Jae-sang is currently a first-year student at Mills Academy, Jae Hyun heads there to meet him. While he's gone, Yu Jung comes to visit, opens the door, and finds a pot that looks downright cursed, along with a filthy sink. The place is such a disaster that she wonders if something terrible happened, and even thinks about calling the police. Holding a frying pan like a weapon, she carefully looks around the wrecked house. Back when Yggdrasil first appeared, and monsters began pouring out, a few people rose to the top faster than anyone else. One of them was Lee Jae-shin, known as Quickblade. After the first awakened disappeared without a trace, Lee Jae-shin stepped up as Korea's first S-rank raider, and Lee Jae-sang, the person Jae Hyun is going to meet, is his youngest son. When Jae Hyun reaches the transport building, the attendant asks where he wants to go, and he requests a portal to Daegu. Daegu is currently abandoned because of the monster outbreak. It's a city overrun from every side, where stepping inside means risking your life right away. After getting close to Mills Academy in Daegu, he walks the rest of the way to the main gate. Once inside, he starts wondering where to find Jae-sang. Jae-sang is in the combat department, but he lacks talent and hates fighting, so there's almost no chance he'd be using the combat facilities. Because of that, Jae-hyun decides to check the classrooms first. As he moves ahead, he spots a crowd and goes over to see what's happening. When he pushes through, Jae-sang gets thrown back by an attack and crashes right into him. Jae-hyun helps him up, and though the kid apologizes for slamming into him, Jae-hyun ignores that. His eyes go straight to Jae-shang's opponent, who demands to know who he is and what business he has with Jae-shang, calling him a stutterer. Before Jae-hyun can answer, the bully puts a hand on his back and asks if he's the stutterer's brother, since they look nothing alike. Jae-hyun doesn't bother answering him. The bully says they're in the middle of something important, and tells him to wait outside unless he wants trouble. Before he can finish, Jae-hyun smacks his hand away. Then he tells Jae-sang to head to the nurse's office, and asks if he can walk. Jae-sang only stares at him. Confused, annoyed, the bully steps in, grabs Jae-hyun by the collar, calls him a bastard, and asks if he has a death wish. Jae-hyun notes this is the second time someone has grabbed his collar lately, and he really doesn't get why people keep doing that. He remembers Yoo-jung's lesson. First picture the spell clearly, then calculate the formula and build it, and finally cast it. Remembering Seong-yoon's lesson, Jae-hyun imagines a beam of light shooting out like an arrow. Right away, the system says Holy Arrow has activated. With just a finger point, he fires the spell into the big guy's chest, and sends him flying. Spit flies from the guy's mouth too. He cries out in pain. Jae-sang stares in shock. This stranger cast magic without a chant. The other students are just as stunned. They can't believe he cast so easily, or that one holy arrow snapped the arm of a future warrior. Some start saying maybe the big guy was weaker than he acted. That ticks him off. If this keeps up, his image is finished, so he swears he won't let Jae-hyun walk away untouched. Clutching his broken arm, he summons a sword. Seeing that, Jae-sang warns Jae-hyun, but the bully is already swinging for him. As the blade rushes toward Jae-hyun's face, he recalls Son-gun teaching him to spread mana evenly around his body to form a barrier that makes attacks bounce away. He activates mana barrier at once, and the huge sword rebounds like it hit rubber, flying out of range. Fear flashes across the bully's face, but before he can react, Jae-hyun grabs him by the face and asks if he's finished. The guy tries to spit out an insult, but Xiao Bei-yun cuts him off with a holy arrow to the face. The blast sends him backward and breaks his nose. He slams into the floor with a heavy thud, and Xiao Bei-yun can only watch in awe, wondering who this guy really is. When Xiao Bei-yun looks his way, Xiao Bei-sang squeals and flinches, but Xiao Bei-yun just walks past him to the unconscious bully, still covered in smoke. Crouching beside him, Xiao Bei-yun is a little surprised by how hard he hit him. Then he pulls out a potion. He hates wasting the one he bought on this guy, but there isn't much choice, so he pours it over the bully's injuries. The man's face heals right away, and the potion works even better than Xiao Bei-yun expected. After that, he turns to the still shaken Xiao Bei, and says they should head to the nurse's office. On the way there, Xiao Bei-yun stops once they're somewhere private. Xiao Bei-yun Sheng looks at him, confused, already guessing Xiao Bei-yun came, because he knows who he is. After gathering his nerve, he asks if his father sent him. Xiao Bei-yun says no, and asks why he'd even know his father. Xiao Bei-yun Sheng clearly doesn't believe that, then asks what he really wants. Xiao Bei-yun says he needs a favor. The moment he mentions making a certain pill, Xiao Bei-yun panics and says he can't make anything like that. Xiao Bei-yun frowns and reminds him he's skilled at alchemy. Pulling out the potion he used earlier, he asks if Xiao Bei-yun wasn't the one who sold it on the black market. That leaves the kid stunned. How did he find out? There should have been no way to trace him through the black market. Xiao Bei-yun can tell exactly what he's thinking, and honestly he's right. The black market hides every user's identity. Items, prices, buyers, all of it goes through the Easter system, so it's supposed to be secure. Still, the black market works fine with the Nornir system Xiao Bei-yun has, which let him buy the potion and made finding Xiao Bei-yun. Xiao Bei-yun tells him he's a terrible liar. He says he gets why he'd hide it, but there's no time. Xiao Bei-yun Sang thinks back to listing those potions online, and wonders if selling them there was a huge mistake. He only did it to make some money. If his father finds out, he's dead. So he bows and begs Xiao Bei-yun not to tell anyone. Xiao Bei-yun explains he isn't trying to threaten him. He just needs a great alchemist to help make the elixir he wants. After thinking it over, Xiao Bei-yun Sonjin asks who he really is. Xiao Bei-yun says he's a prospective student at Millis Academy and politely calls him senior. Soon the two sit down, and though still nervous, Xiao Bei-yun sells one calls in the Barkamol. Xiao Bei-yun says it's a mana enhancement pill, one that permanently raises a raider's mana. Xiao Bei-yun jumps up shocked, asking if that's even possible. Xiao Bei-yun says it is. Now fully interested, Xiao Bei-yun jumps up starts thinking fast, wondering what ingredients could cause that effect. As he lists possible materials, Xiao Bei-yun notices his whole vibe has changed, and he's not even stuttering anymore. He also guesses most of the ingredients just from hearing the effect, proving how gifted he is. That makes Xiao Bei-yun even more sure he has to bring him over to his side. In the end, Jae-song stops and says Jae-hein should probably ask another alchemist, since the elixir is so important. Jae-hein refuses. He wants Jae-song specifically, and promises to provide whatever is needed. Sure, other alchemists might make it if they had the recipe, but the one with truly unmatched talent is Lee Jae-song. So he asks one more time if he'll do this for him. This time Jae-song agrees. Even so, he warns that he might fail, and Jae-hein says that's fine. Jae-song doesn't get it. Jae-hein would be the one losing out. Jae-hein says he's making this investment because he believes in his talent, and sometimes investments fail. Then he says he looks forward to working with him. Tears fill Jae-song's eyes. No one has ever believed in him like this before. Seeing that, Jae-hein is glad he managed to reach him. The next morning, alone in his room, Jae-song thinks back on what happened the night before, and wonders if anyone has ever trusted him this much. He was timid, less gifted than his siblings, and lost his mother young, so he ended up alone and never earned his father's approval. That's why hearing someone say failure was okay feels so strange. For the first time, someone placed real trust in him, and it hits him so deeply that he starts crying. Meanwhile, Jae-hein's main quest is still hanging over him. Beat Nightshade in Hell's trial before time runs out, and earn Hell's recognition. The reward is Hell's gift, and if he fails he dies. At this point, he has only 10 days and 23 hours left. Later, Jae-hein heads to the training center to spar with Seunggun, and he avoids her blue lightning attacks. As he closes the distance, more blasts come at him, but he blocks them with a shield. He answers with Holy Arrow, yet she's already protected by a magic barrier. Still, she spots a crack in it, and that shocks her. Jae-hein has gotten strong fast. When the smoke clears, they stare each other down, like gunslingers waiting to move first, until yellow lightning wraps around Jae-hein's body as he activates Blitz Chain. Seunggun looks ready to meet him head-on. Just as they're about to clash, the manager steps in and tells them to stop. Their time is up, and they've both trained enough for today. He's stunned because their spar wrecked a hall built from arc metal, a material that takes huge strength to make. If he hadn't interrupted, the whole place would have been destroyed. While they rest, Seunggun tells him his growth is unbelievable. He can use more spells now, and his physical strength has risen a ton. Then she asks if he's studying theory on his own, and Jae-hein says a friend is teaching him. That makes Seunggun smile. She says it's better than she hoped, since she couldn't help much with theory, and adds that he must have a smart friend. Jae-hein awkwardly agrees she is, though he knows Yoon-jung's personality is the real problem. Before they part, Seunggun reminds him he wanted to raid a dungeon again. He says he wants to test how much stronger he's gotten. She figures the E-rank dungeon he entered before should be easy for him now, and tells him to do his best. The problem is, it wasn't an E-rank dungeon at all. It was a C-rank one, where he met Hell and Nightshade. He wonders if he can beat a C-rank boss alone, but pushes the doubt aside. He's prepared as much as he can, so all that's left is the fight. Later, Jadao-hyun goes to see Jae-song, who greets him with the pill he worked hard to make. Jadao-hyun takes the mana enhancement pill, and his magic stat jumps by 15. The effect is so good it leaves him stunned. Alchemy is a deep and difficult field. Even the same recipe can turn out very differently, depending on the alchemist. If Jadao-hyun had gone to someone else, he probably wouldn't have gotten a pill worth even 5 magic. Smiling, he reminds Jae-song once again that he's truly talented. Jae-song says he only pulled it off because he trusted Jae-hyun, then thanks him. After that, Jae-hyun heads out. Sure, he'll beat Nightshade tomorrow. At the same time, Hell talks with her dragon Garmer, and says they may have a very interesting guest today. He has 9 days and 22 hours left to clear the dungeon. Jadao-hyun returns to the dungeon gate. There, he receives the full probationary Valkyrie set. It comes with a passive skill called Mana Plundering. Not long after, he steps inside the dungeon. The portal system tells him he's being sent to Helheim, the land of the dead. That's because of the Nornir system he carries. He drops through the portal and lands in the land of the dead. If he beats Nightshade, he'll get to meet Hell again. Then a voice behind him calls him an enemy, and brings up Loki and Nornir. A monster follows that up by firing arrows at him. Jadao-hyun blocks them with a magic barrier. When he turns around, he sees more monsters crawling up from the ground. That reminds him of what Seunggun said she wanted to teach him, the fighting style of a battle mage. Warriors call them swordsmen. It's a mix of magic and close combat. So far though, no one has truly made it work. As Jadao-hyun spins around and fires holy arrows at the monsters behind him, he thinks about why it's weaker than a pure mage at range, and worse than a warrior up close. While smashing one monster into the ground, he realizes the style is stuck in the middle, great at neither role. Still, Seunggun seems sure it'll be different for him. Before long, he starts cutting the monsters down. Outside, manager Seung Jae is guarding the dungeon entrance when he senses someone nearby and remembers no one else was supposed to come. He instantly draws his sword as a red car speeds toward him. Once it stops, a woman steps out, calls him senior, and says finding him wasn't easy. Seung Jae realizes it's an old classmate, Yun-jo. He puts his sword away and asks why she's here, and what happened with her guild. She says she's working too, and thought she might run into him while handling guild business. She even checked the Yun-jo guild first, but he wasn't there. Seung Jae thinks that's nonsense, especially since Yun-jo hasn't contacted him once since college. He says it's nice seeing her again, but knows she didn't come all the way out here, just for that. As she steps closer, Yunjo asks if he's managing this dungeon, and he shuts it down, saying that's none of an outsider's business. She keeps going anyway, pointing out that dungeon management usually isn't his job, and asking if he got demoted. When he stays silent, she asks if the rumor about Guildmaster Songgun being sick is true. That makes Songjai's expression turn dark. He says it's obviously just a rumor, then demands to know where she heard it. Yunju says there are ears everywhere, and the Curator Guild has plenty of them. Songjai takes that to mean they have spies inside his guild, so he thanks her for the warning and says he'll handle it. Growing impatient, he asks if she's done, since he needs to get back and clean things up. Then she asks if he knows a kid named Min Jae-yun. That immediately puts Songjai on alert. Yunju says the boy has been visiting Yunhwa Guild and meeting Guildmaster Yu Songgun a lot, so she wants to know why. Songjai, confused but guarded, tells her that's none of an outsider's business either. Yunju lets out a sigh and turns to leave, saying she never expected him to tell her anything. He's always been this stiff. Still, she came all this way because she has to at least look like she's earning her pay at the guild. Then she gets back in her car and drives off. Inside the dungeon, Jae-yun sits on a pile of monster corpses. Soon the boss Nightshade appears, and Jae-yun greets it like an old rival. Nightshade burns with a creepy red glow, it lunges at him, and Jae-yun jumps up while aiming holy arrows at it. In midair, he fires into its eyes and mouth, throwing it off for a moment before landing again. But the monster doesn't look hurt, and lowers its hand from its face, revealing those eerie red eyes. Then it blasts energy at him. Jae-yun reads the attack paths, steps through the openings, and dodges cleanly. When he gets right in front of it, Nightshade unleashes another wave of destructive energy, and he still avoids it. Jae-yun taunts it, asking if it's getting annoyed now that things aren't going its way. Then he activates Blitz Chain and sends the chains at Nightshade. The monster knocks the chain's anchor aside, but Jae-yun redirects it and wraps the chain around its waist. Even with the monster thrashing hard, he can tell this still won't be enough to pin it down, so he rains down holy arrows and targets its eyes. That finally hurts. Blood starts pouring out, but Nightshade still refuses to fall. It keeps struggling until it snaps free from the lightning chains. Then the system warns Jae-yun that the boss has entered a berserk state. Its strength jumps by 1.5 times, and its dexterity rises too. As if that weren't bad enough, the system says he's been marked with the stigma of death. If he doesn't remove it within 10 minutes, he'll die instantly. The only way to clear it is by defeating Nightshade. Xiaobei-yun has never heard of a sudden death penalty, and the warning rattles him. Then, strangely, the system says his absolute calculation skill, universal derivation, has activated. Still trying to make sense of it, Xiaobei-yun figures hell must be involved. He calls out, asking how she can interfere like this. Instead of answering, the system just shows the countdown, already 30 seconds down. With the stigma on him, Xiaoyun rushes the berserk monster, only to freeze when Nightshade starts running away. He quickly fires a holy arrow at its face, blowing a hole through it before it gets far. The timer keeps ticking. 8 minutes and 32 seconds remain. Nightshade actually smiles, like it knows it wins if the fight drags on. So Xiaoyun decides to use a wide-range skill it can't dodge, but just as he starts casting, Nightshade catches him with its gaze and breaks his focus. The system tells him he failed to resist, and now he has a fear debuff that weakens him for a while. Before he can process it, Nightshade slams into him. Right after the hit, the system says the fear debuff is gone, but Jae-yun is coughing up blood. Even so, he steadies himself and stays standing. Now the death penalty timer is down to 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Jae-yun expects the monster to use that same control move again, but when it doesn't, he figures it may not be able to spam a spell like that. Still, if he tries casting Light's Judgment and Nightshade interrupts him, he'll waste his mana and be left helpless. He needs another plan. Then he remembers the earlier hit to Nightshade's eye. Its vision should be worse now. He uses Wind Boost first, to block what it can still see. Once the wind cloud clears, Jae-yun is already holding light magic in his hand, exactly as planned. He mocks Nightshade for thinking he'd charge in blindly, and calls it stupid as he activates Flash Bomb. The skill goes off in a burst of blinding light that floods the whole area while he sends multiple lightning chains at Nightshade. In the middle of it all, Jae-yun realizes he finally trapped the bastard. The monster screams as the blast burns through it. Then Jae-yun suddenly notices some of the undead he fought earlier behind him. He activates Sacrifice, and the system announces that Sacrifice has changed into an attack skill, letting him use Light's Judgment. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds left, he calls down blasts of light from the sky across the battlefield. In the chaos, the timer keeps dropping until only 10 seconds remain. At 6 seconds, Jae-yun stares at Nightshade's body falling apart and realizes he actually did it. When the countdown reaches 3 seconds, the system announces that the dungeon boss has been defeated, and grants him the title, One Who Has Overcome the First Trial. Watching the whole thing, Hell says there really was a reason Jae-yun was chosen. She reaches out and tells him to come to her temple. Once Nightshade dies, the stigma of death vanishes, and Jae-yun gets experience points, a crafting material called Nightshade's Core, and an equipment item named Shadow Armor. The system also tells him he gained 3 levels and earned the title, The One Who Has Overcome the First Trial. After checking his qualifications, the system says Hell is summoning him to her temple. A moment later, he's transported in front of a massive gate leading into Hell's temple. At the entrance, a huge monster suddenly charges out of the dark at him. Jaeyeon jumps back in fear, but Hell calls the beast Garmer and tells it to guide their guest inside. Jaeyeon follows Garmer into the temple. Once inside, he calls out to Hell. Hell says she didn't expect him to actually make it. Then she congratulates him for clearing her trial and calls him the child born to oppose fate. Confused, Jaeyeon asks why she gave him the Nornir system and put him through all of this. Hell just smiles back at him, then says he needs to grow into the adversary. Still lost, Jaeyeon asks why he was chosen for that role, and she says it was decided from the moment he was born. He's fated to stand against the great Aesir and one day kill Odin. According to Hell, that's what Loki and the others want from him. When Jaeyeon says none of this makes sense, Hell tells him he doesn't need to understand yet. They never expected him to from the start. That vague answer only makes him angrier, so she puts a finger to his lips and says he must feel cheated, like the gods are trying to control his life. Leaning in close, she reminds him this isn't just about the gods opposing the Aesir. As she speaks, Hell shoves him into a portal behind him and says the world is heading for ruin, while Odin wants everything under his rule. To stop that, they need the power of the prophesied adversary. Falling through the portal, Jaehyun protests that he still has more questions. Hell only tells him to become stronger. She'll be waiting for the day they meet again. After Jaehyun is sent away, Hell turns to someone nearby and asks how long he plans to keep watching, since she never invited him. Soon after, Jaehyun drops back into the real world and grumbles because he still got no clear answers. While he's sulking, the system announces that he's received Hell's gift, a passive skill called Hell's Blessing, which cancels all abnormal status effects on him. Meanwhile, the old man spying on Hell apologizes for intruding. He says he couldn't stay away after hearing she was meeting the boy, then asks what she thought of him. Hell says it's too early to judge, especially since the adversary has only just begun. Still, she admits his growth exceeded her expectations. Even with the stigma she placed on him, he still won, and reached her in the end, which she calls a welcome mistake on her part. The old man is glad to hear the boy is doing well. Hell then asks what he really wants, calling him Mimir. Mimir pretends not to know what she means, but Hell calls out his act. He tells her to relax, and admits he can't fool her after all. Hell then says the adversary's left eye is clearly Odin's eye, from the Well of Wisdom. She's sure Mimir and Loki are hiding something from her. Mimir says he'd like to explain, but it's still too soon, and Hell agrees to wait. Even so, she says she can't just sit around. When Mimir asks what she's planning, Hell says the adversary is still too inexperienced, and the prophecy says countless hardships are waiting for him, so he needs a guide. About 7 days before admission to Mills Academy, Jaehyun goes shopping with a woman for supplies. She notices he seems off and asks if something's bothering him, but he says it's nothing, so she keeps leading him through the rest of the list. Even so, he can't stop thinking about everything he went through, only to come back with even more questions. At least he did get Hell's Blessing and an X-rank skill. He already has other EX rank skills too. One is One Watched by the Gods, which speeds up his growth with divine blessings. Another is Absolute Eye of God, which breaks through illusions and reveals the truth. But X-rank is something Jaehyun never saw in the ASOL system before. It stands for extraordinary, and seems to exist outside that system's normal rules. When he thinks about why the gods opposing the ASOL gave him these powers to kill Odin, the pressure hits him all over again. He snapped out of it when he sees the woman with him paying 300 million won for a single mana blade, even though it's just a consumable item. Then she pulls up a huge shopping list on her phone, and Jaehyun starts to worry. A few hours earlier, the woman Park Hana had introduced herself as being from the Manhwa Guild. She said Sungwen wanted to send him a gift since his admission to Mila's was close. Jaehyun thought they'd maybe buy a few elixirs and artifacts. She suggests they go check out more gear, but Jaehyun stops her and says armor won't be necessary because he already has something usable. He shows her the shadow armor he got from Nightshade. It grants stealth when equipped, and since it's B-rank gear, he doubts they'll find anything better. The stealth effect makes it even more valuable. Noticing that skill, Hana asks if he also wants an artifact that gives stealth, since every raider would want one, though getting it here would be hard. Jaehyun says he doesn't need one. He adds that stealth items are already rare, and most people only get them by luck in dungeons because so few raiders can use stealth. Hana agrees and says the only raider in the country with that skill is her brother. Then she casually walks off, and Jaehyun asks what she means. She tells him manager Park Sung-jae is her brother. That stuns Jaehyun. As she leaves, he can't believe it. They act nothing alike. Suddenly his eyes start glowing, and the Nornir system says an unknown entity is resonating with him. He feels sick for a moment, then spots the same trail of light he once saw at the treasure gate. He rushes after it, and Hana calls out, but he says he'll be right back. As he follows the light, Absolute Eye of God activates, tearing through the illusion and revealing what's real. The system says the first low-rank function of Absolute Eye of God has unlocked, giving him a new skill called Detection. Detection is also extraordinary rank. It lets him inspect unidentified items and cancel out an enemy's stealth or illusion skills. While Jaehyun stares in surprise, the Nornir system activates detection on its own. Elsewhere, a close-range match is underway and ends with An Hoyon defeating his opponent. People in the crowd praise how amazing Hoyon is, though they also say the gap between him and his opponent was obvious. That's why they call him a future S-rank raider. After the match, his father praises him for doing well. Still, he warns Hoyon not to get carried away because the win was expected. Without any excitement, Hoyon says he already knows. His father tells him to get ready for the next event and go take a shower. While showering, Hoyon thinks about how much he hates this exhausting life, where his own thoughts and wishes don't matter. This isn't the kind of raider he wanted to become, and he wonders when everything went wrong. Back at the store, the Nornir system reveals an item called Mistletoe, a growth-type weapon. It's the mistletoe branch that killed Baldur, holds immense magic, grows with its user, and grants mana perception when equipped. Mana perception is an A-rank passive that pushes the user's mana sensing ability to the limit. Jaeyoon gets excited, but he also wonders if the Nornir system is playing another trick on him. As he keeps chasing the light, he passes by Hoyon. Nearby, Hoyon's father keeps picking out equipment for him. When Hoyon asks if they really need this much, his father says it will all be useful. Since Hoyon is destined to become an S-rank raider, there's no need to be cheap. Hoyon points out that spending this much will affect his mother's hospital bill for the month, but his father shuts him down. He says that's his concern, and Hoyon should just focus on training. So, like always, Hoyon gives in. While his father keeps shopping, the boy wonders what he's even doing here. As they move through the store, people recognize him and whisper about why a combat genius like him is in a place like this. Hoyon ignores them, even as some try to take pictures. He wonders if this is really the raider life he dreamed of, or if he's just some animal trapped in a zoo. When he first awakened as a child, his mother smiled and patted his head. Back then, in that poor and gloomy house, he dreamed of becoming a raider because he thought he could change everything. But that hope didn't last long, once his father decided to use it. Now he's basically a machine, only doing what his father tells him to do. He wonders how someone this pathetic is supposed to survive 3 years at Mills Academy. Then an announcement comes over the speakers. A dungeon break has happened near the department store, and monsters have appeared. An announcement says agency raiders are on the way, and everyone should calmly follow the staff. A dungeon break happens when a dungeon isn't cleared in time, and monsters spill out. Staff members wave people over and try to keep the crowd from panicking. As his father heads for the evacuation route, he asks Hoyon why he's still standing there instead of moving. He reminds Hoyon that he's a genius who could one day rule Korea's raider world. If he gets hurt here, it could ruin his chances at the Mills entrance event. There's nothing to gain by stepping in, but Hoyon still doesn't budge. He knows the agency raiders should handle the goblins fast, but until they arrive, what happens to the civilians who can't defend themselves? This is his chance. Ignoring his father's shout, Hoyon runs the other way. To him, this is his shot to prove he really can be a raider. He has to find out whether he's worth anything right now. Anything like the person he once wanted to show his mother. But while running, he suddenly stops after coming across a group of goblins. For a second he just freezes. Sweat runs down his face, and his body won't move at all. Only his shaking eyes do. As the monsters charge, he realizes he can't move a finger or even take one step. He tries to force himself, and one goblin gets close enough to swing its sword. Hoyon can't understand it. He knew this would be dangerous, and he's dreamed of being a raider for years. These are just low-level monsters, so why is he this afraid? Before the blade reaches him, Jaeyoon slams the goblin into the ground. Jaeyoon stares in shock, then falls back onto the floor as the stranger asks if he's An Hoyon. A little earlier, Jaeyoon had spent 50,000 won of his own money on an item from the store when Hana called out in panic, asking why he suddenly ran to the unappraised items section. All she saw was a rock-like item in his hand. Jaeyoon wonders if it only looks worthless to everyone else, but he doesn't explain and just says it's nothing. Then the announcement about the dungeon break echoes through the store. Before Hana can say anything, Jaeyoon runs off again and smashes through the department store window to jump outside. On the way down, he spots a pack of goblins below him. The moment he lands, he fires a rain of holy arrows at them, dropping several right away. As people nearby stare in confusion, Xiaobei realizes there are more goblins than he expected. Clearing them without casualties might be tough, but he tears through them with lightning chain and another barrage of holy arrows. Moving across the area, he finds Hoyuan surrounded by goblins and jumps on the one about to crush him. Xiaobei Yunan, a little surprised, asks if he's on Hoyuan. He didn't expect to run into the unfortunate genius here. Still shaken, Hoichun asks who he is, but Jaeyoon ignores that and says he needs his help. While he's talking, Hoichun spots a goblin behind him and shouts a warning. Yet Jaeyoon calmly says he knows. Without even turning, he activates lightning chain and rips through the goblin's upper body. Hoyun's eyes go wide. Xiaobei Yun tells him they can't let the monsters reach the residential area, then asks if he plans to keep sitting there. That gets Hoyun back on his feet, reaching for a weapon. Strangely, the fear choking him starts to fade the moment he hears those words. This is what a real raider looks like, and right now his job is to save people. A little farther ahead, they run into another goblin group. Xiaobei Yun asks if Hoyun knows Taunt, a skill that draws nearby enemies, then tells him to grab as much aggro as he can, and asks if he can handle it. Hoyan nods. As he summons his sword, he realizes he can't hesitate anymore and needs to do whatever he can. He drives the sword into the ground and uses taunting roar, sending out a huge wave of energy that pulls every monster within 50 meters onto him. The skill drags all the goblins' attention to Hoyan, and Zhao Beiyun is surprised. It's stronger than plain taunt, and Hoyan can keep using it. He remembers that in his previous life, Hoyan only ended up as a B-rank raider. No one knows if it was because of the weak mindset he showed earlier, or something else. Even with all his hype, Hoyan fell fast, which is why people called him the unfortunate genius. Still, Zhao Beiyun thinks a weak mentality can be fixed. As he unleashes Lightning Chain, he decides Hoyan is a valuable card worth using. In the middle of the fight, he suggests they wrap this up fast, and Hoyan eagerly agrees. Zhao Beiyun's chains rip through goblins, while Hoyan cuts down the rest. Before long, the area is covered in goblin corpses. When a raider finally arrives, he can only wonder what happened here. The two boys just look at him, and the man introduces himself as Park Kyung-hoon from the raider agency. He asks if the two of them really killed all these goblins. After glancing at Zhao Bei, Hoyan says yes. Kyung-hoon recognizes Hoyan as the famous prodigy, but he should still only be around high school age. The boy beside him looks about the same, so he can't believe they handled this many monsters alone. Completely baffled, Kyung-hoon admits he has no idea how to report this. Zhao Beiyun says he actually wanted to talk to him about that. He asks Kyung-hoon to report that the agency handled everything, since no one would believe the truth anyway. Kyung-hoon says that would clearly break the law, but Zhao Beiyun points out it only matters if there's anyone who saw what happened. Kyung-hoon explains that, as part of a government agency, he can't just do whatever he wants. Still, if Zhao Beiyun wants to stay unnoticed, he'll keep this quiet, and the boys will still get the hunting reward. Zhao Beiyun says that's not needed, and asks him to give the whole reward to Hoyan, while keeping his own involvement secret. He already has Zhao Bei geking him, so money isn't the issue. With the mill's entrance event close, it's better not to stand out too much. Besides, putting Hoyan in his debt will help him more later. After a short pause, Zhao Beiyun asks if that's all. Just as Zhao Beiyun turns to leave, Hoyan stops him and asks what he means. Zhao Beiyun did almost everything. Zhao Beiyun pauses and says he has his own reasons. The real reason is simple. He doesn't want his father noticing him this close to the mill's enrollment. Before regressing, he ignored that issue because his combat talent was terrible. Now he won't. His father still doesn't know he switched to magic, and there's no telling what trouble that could cause. For now, he plans to stay hidden. Revenge works best when it's quiet. He needs to grow stronger, where that man can't see him, and wait until the final moment to rip his throat out. Meanwhile, Hoijan doesn't know what to do. He couldn't have done this alone, so taking all the credit feels wrong. But with that money, he might be able to ease his mother's illness, even a little. He wanted to become a raider he'd never be ashamed of, but if his mother died because he let this chance slip away, he doesn't know if he could bear it. Zhao Beiyun Jiangjia watches him, and realizes Hoijan's hesitation doesn't seem to come from pride. There must be another reason. To help him decide, Jaeyun tells him to think carefully. What he did today was worth that reward. If he hadn't stepped in, someone would have died. That finally gets through to Hoijan. If his mother dies because he hesitates now, his dream won't mean anything anyway. In the end, he tells Jaeyun he'll repay this debt someday. As Jaeyun gets ready to leave, Hoijan asks for his name and contact info. Noticing Hoijan is speaking politely, Jaeyun tells him he doesn't need to. They're the same age. Then he adds that they're both future cadets at Mills Academy, so they'll be seeing each other a lot. On the day of the Mills Academy enrollment, Zhao Beiyun and Yujung stand in the crowd. Nearby, some students notice Hoijan and call him the genius warrior. To them, he looks like he's from a completely different world. Then they spot a beautiful girl behind him, and her name is Seo Ina. Zhao Beiyun notices she's already drawing attention, just like in his past life, when she always ranked among the most popular raiders. If he could get Seo Ina on his side too, he'd gain another strong card. Still, she's different from the others, so there's no need to force anything yet, especially since he already knows other useful people. Then Yujung cuts into his thoughts, saying it's gross to stare at Seo Ina like that, just because she's pretty, and Jaeyun asks what nonsense she's talking about. A man steps onto the stage and welcomes the new Mills Academy cadets. He introduces himself as Chairman Gu Jia-in. Jaeyun Xing recognizes him right away. In his past life, this bastard did something terrible to Kim Yuxing. He turns to her and quietly tells her to stay sharp. Anything could happen at Mills. She looks confused by the warning, then says she'll do just fine. After enrolling, Kim Yuxing became a genius magician who ranked in the top 3. Jaeyun swears he won't let her die again. Chairman Gu Jie and announces the entrance ceremony is starting, then adds that there's a special event. The freshmen and seniors will enter a demiplane and steal each other's name tags. The moment he declares the freshman hunt has begun, a magic circle appears under the cadets' feet, startling everyone. Kim Yuxing jumps back in surprise, but Jaeyun quickly grabs her hand so they don't get separated. Elsewhere, manager Park Songjai remembers that today is Jaeyun's entrance ceremony. Songjai says it already started. She wanted to wish him luck, but now he won't see her message. She asks if the freshman hunt lasts 3 days again, and Seunjai confirms it'll take place in the demiplane for all 3. She hates that she can't contact Jaehyun for that long, but Seunjae says he expected that, and sent a message for her. Excited, the guildmaster asks if Jaehyun replied. At the same time, Jaehyun and the others are transported into the demiplane. He checks on Kim Yushin, who still looks dazed, and asks if she's okay. Then he glances behind him and spots Seo Aina, a born genius with a magic aptitude of 92. In his past life, she changed how people saw magicians, and later became an S-rank raider, following Seongyun's path. Back at the Yonhwa Guild, Seongjai says Jaehyun replied, and told them not to worry. In Mills Academy's central control room, the staff gathers to watch the freshman hunt. Instructor Kim Seongyun says this year's class has many strong cadets, and Ain Hoyeon is even getting attention overseas. He adds that Seo Aina, Kim Young and Lee So-hyuk all scored around 90 or higher in aptitude. Still, the records for cadets who switched career paths haven't been updated yet. The chairman tells him not to bother. Students who change paths on a whim won't last long at Mills anyway. Most cadets at Mills are talented, but some clearly stand far above the rest. To the chairman, average talent exists to support true geniuses. He sees no reason to give those weaker cadets chances. Sometimes, when an awakened faces death, or an enemy they can't beat, they get another shot called reawakening. Yu Jae-in believes raising one A-rank raider is worth throwing away 100 C ranks. If they fail, they simply weren't good enough. His job is to find the best ones and hand them over to someone behind the scenes, and he thinks he can't waste any more time. The freshman hunt happens in an artificial demiplane made with magic, a place where things impossible in the real world can happen, like changing time flow or bending space. Every year, about 5% of cadets fail here. The event is brutal and forces them to see their limits. Inside the demiplane, Chairman Gu Jae-in appears on a screen and starts explaining the rules. Only C-rank skills or lower can be used. Stealing a name tag earns points. Seniors get 10,000 for taking a freshman's, while freshmen get 100,000 for taking a senior's. Since those points work all across Mills, the more the better. Joryun realizes that means he can't use his A-rank skill, Lightning Chain, but the chairman never mentioned unique skills. After laying out the basic rules, the chairman says all skills will be reduced to 1/10 of their normal power for safety, so no one has to worry about serious injuries. Joryun calls that nonsense. There was still no word about unique skills, and no limit on raw stats either. The chairman clearly wants to weed out the useless and keep only the gifted. Jaehyun immediately tells Kim Yushing they need to move and find shelter. They'll be stuck here for 3 days. The Demboplane has things that can help or hurt them, like traps that weaken people, healing ponds, the nightmare forest, places to gather food, and shelters. If they want to last 3 days, finding shelter matters most. As they move, Kim Yushin asks if they should bring Seo Aina with them. She's a magic cadet too, and having one more ally would help. Jaehyun is annoyed that she makes perfect sense, because teaming up with Seo Aina really would be useful. The problem is, he can't control that variable. Everything he knows about her came from the news, including a terrible day when she lost control in anger, and put many lives at risk. He tells Kim Yushin they can't make that choice lightly. There's no guarantee Seo Aina won't betray them. On top of that, she's clearly wary of them too. But Kim Yushin says Seo Aina just reminds her of how Jaehyun used to be when they were younger. Before he can answer, she walks over and asks Seo Neo to join them, since they're all magicians. Seo Neo stays quiet for a moment, so Kim Yushin points out that this event is unfair to freshmen, and more people means better odds. Seo Neo seems to consider it, but says they'll have to decide later. Kim Yushin quickly realizes why. A group of seniors has already ambushed them, excited to find freshmen this fast. One senior, Shinju Sheng, laughs that getting points this year will be easy. Another, Kwon Soyul, wonders why there are 3 juniors when she only sends 2. When she looks at Jaehyun, she's shocked. She can't feel anything from him. Kim Yushin notices they're warriors, and tells Jaehyun they should run first. He refuses. If they let them go now, escaping later will be impossible. From what he remembers, Kwon Soyul has a skill called Search that lets her locate any target she focuses on within 300 kilometers. If they don't deal with these 2 now, the seniors could gather others and come back in force. Yushing jokes that once they rack up points he's going to feast, but Soyul warns him not to get careless. Something about Jaehyun is off. Yushing ignores her, summons his sword and says Jaehyun is only a freshman, while they've done this event several times. Boasting that he'll finish them in an instant, he charges. Jiaobei Yun doesn't budge. When the sword comes down, he simply bends back and dodges. Jiaobei Yun doesn't budge. When the sword comes down, he simply bends back and dodges. Jiaobei Yun doesn't beat the wants to pursuers. Hakel have did several beitia to Nord, but Tianzi Beijavladi. Jiaobei Yun realizes it's been a while since anyone came at him with a sword. Jiaobei Yun convinces himself it was luck. If a freshman were this good, he'd know the name. Calling Jiaobei Yun nothing more than a magic freshman, he attacks again, and Jiaobei Yun slips past it again. The senior keeps swinging, but every strike misses. Soon he's sweating, unable to understand why he can't land a hit. Then Jaehyun catches the sword mid-swing and coolly praises his technique. Stepping closer to the sweating senior, he crushes the blade with his bare hand and asks how someone with that body managed to survive this long. The sword snaps apart in his grip, leaving Seo Neo stunned. Zhang Dao tells Zhu Sheng he'll let him go if he drops his name tag now, then starts counting down from 3. With his weapon destroyed, the senior starts trembling. He can't believe a mere magic freshman is overpowering him like this. When no answer comes, Zhang Dao says not to complain later. He already gave him a chance. In one clean motion, he drives a punch into Zhu Sheng's jaw and sends him flying toward So Yul. Right away, the freshman hunt system announces Xin Zhu Sheng has been eliminated. In the control room, the instructors stare at the screen. Min Jae-yuan has earned 100,000 points. Instructor Zhong Ye-su is shocked that it wasn't An Hoyan, but some unknown student named Min Jae-yuan. She asks Park Ha-jun if something went wrong, but though he's just as surprised, he says the results are correct, and checks with Kim Jae-yuan too. There isn't any problem on her side either. Meanwhile, a smirk forms on Chairman Gu Jae-yuna's face. Min Jae-yuan has caught his interest. Back in the demiplane, Kwon So-yul demands to know what Jae-yun really is. Instead of answering, he tells Kim Yu-shin to get ready for the other senior, and asks her to accept the party invite he's about to send. As she equips her gear, Kim Yu-shin wonders if Jae-yun was always this strong. Serpo Aina gets ready too, and So-yul curses Zhu Sheng for making the situation even worse. Even without the monster who beat Yun Sheng, a 3-on-1 fight is way too risky. Serpo Aina decides she has to take one of them out and escape. Grabbing a dagger, she rushes straight at Yun Sheng. That catches Yun Sheng off guard. Jae-hoon thinks Zhu Sheng's choice wasn't actually bad. Serpo Aina decides cause chaos with a sudden rush, then use the opening to run. It's a smart move, but only if Yun Sheng were an ordinary student. To her shock, Yun Sheng activates a binding skill and strikes back. Serpo Aina decides. Watching from nearby, Jae-hoon can tell Yun Sheng still can't handle a senior alone. Just as he moves to help, Intian activates Holy Light of Alfheim. The light forms a glowing sword, and Jae-hoon immediately notices it. He recognizes Ina's unique skill, the Falchion of Alfheim. Ina then sends a rain of holy blades into the senior, making Serpoi cough up blood. As she drops, Serpoi realizes all 3 freshmen were monsters, not just one. A moment later, the system announces Kwon Serpoi's elimination. Yun Sheng gets 50,000 points, and Ina gets the same. Afterward, Ina asks if she interrupted anything. Yun Sheng excitedly says no, thanks to her they won. Then Ina asks if the offer from earlier still stands. That makes Jae-yoon realize he may need to rethink what he knows about Serpo Ina. She's quiet, cautious, and clearly curious. Soon the system tells them their party is now formed, with Jae-yoon as leader. Sometime later, near a shelter in the Nightmare Forest, students find footprints and figure out someone went inside. The seniors are hunting the freshmen who beat Kwon Serpo Ina and Shin Jun-sung, so they stop roaming and watch the area instead. The hunt lasts 3 days, and they're sure those brats can't hide in a shelter the whole time. As they move in, Yun Sheng suddenly appears nearby, and a beam of light pierces Kim Sung-hoon's chest. The system immediately announces his elimination. Another senior spots Yun Sheng fleeing, and signals the rest to chase her. Yun Sheng, though, is running with a smile. After counting about 5 of them, she relaxes, glad the plan is working. Then she turns and mocks them, saying they're like dogs chasing a bone. She asks if they aren't ashamed to move in such a big pack. The seniors get mad and yell for her to stop, but Yun Sheng keeps running, thinking how easy they are to fool. Earlier, Jae-yoon had told them that shelters were safe, but they couldn't stay there forever. They still needed food and points. The girls were surprised, but he said it plainly. They were going to hunt seniors. Back in the present, Yun Sheng keeps running until she reaches some mushrooms, a class 1 organism that lowers a person's abilities. She's happy the bait worked, but her stamina is starting to run out. Using a wind boost, she launches herself farther away and leaves the rest to Jae-yoon. The moment the seniors enter, the system warns them they've stepped into a paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. Earlier, Jae-yoon had asked Jae Sheng how to deal with those mushrooms during the freshman hunt, and Jae Sheng said ash tree sap was probably best, since it's common in the Nightmare Forest. Still, it only works as a cure, not protection. It helps only after the spores affect you. Back in the present, the seniors stop as soon as they realize where they are. While watching Yun Sheng run, they hear the system repeat that they've entered the mushroom habitat. One of them warns their leader Ji-yuk that this is dangerous and says they should fall back. But Ji-yuk keeps staring at Yoo-jung. He snaps, asking if they're really going to quit after coming this far. The others argue that one mistake could ruin everything, so they should stop chasing. Ji-yuk refuses. Kim Sung-hoon was taken out by that freshman brat, so now isn't the time to back off. The cautious one reminds him it doesn't matter if she's just a freshman. None of this matters if they get paralyzed too. Since the mushroom affects anyone within about 50 meters, Ji-yuk says the girl will get hit too. He orders Park Sung-hoon to stay outside the debuff zone and keep watch, while the rest go after Yoo-jung. Ji-yuk knows this is probably bait, meant to drag them into a trap, but he thinks these freshmen are underestimating him, if they think that will work. After chasing for a while, they finally catch up, and Ji-yuk tells Yoo-jung she really made them work for it. Then he asks where she plans to run now. Instead of panicking, she greets them and says they're finished. Then she asks which one cursed at her and tells him to raise his hand. As the seniors charge with their weapons, Ji-yuk laughs at how cocky she is to the very end. But right before they reach her, she smiles and taps one of the mushrooms with her weapon, making it burst. The system announces that a paralyzing spore mushroom has exploded, and every organism within 50 meters will be paralyzed for 2 hours. In a flashback, Yoo-jung complains that Ji-yoon said they were looking for something important, but all she sees are trees. He tells her to wait, they're in the right place, and he starts collecting ash tree sap. Lee-yoon points out that this event clearly favors warriors, and Ina agrees. Limiting everyone to C-rank skills, and below hurts magicians a lot more. Warriors already have strong bodies, so the restriction barely matters to them. Yoo-jung says Ina still has it better because of her unique skill, while most of Yoo-jung's useful attack magic is sealed. All she really has left are buffs and basic spells. When she asks what she's supposed to do, Jae-yoon says they need to use those basic skills smartly. Then he asks if she knows how to use change. Yoo-jung proudly says yes, and reminds him she was the one who taught him magic theory. And he explains that change swaps your position with a chosen party member, then asks what kind of plan he has in mind. After gathering the sap, Jae-yoon tells them they can do something pretty fun with change and the ash sap. Back in the present, Jae-yoon tells Innie to get ready, and she nods. Back where Yoo-jung is, Ji-yook calls her crazy for actually bursting the spore. But Yoo-jung activates change and hands things off, saying it's not her turn anymore. In the same instant, Jae-yoon appears in her place and drives his foot into Ji-yook's face, telling him now it's his turn. He shatters the senior's nose and kicks him to the ground before landing himself. Still paralyzed, Ji-yook curses and asks if Jae-yoon really thinks this will all go his way. He calls him an idiot for entering the mushroom zone, and says he expected a trick like this, so he left one teammate outside. Once the spores clear, they're finished. Before he can keep going, Jae-yoon says the guy he left behind isn't coming. Ji-yook looks confused and calls it nonsense, but then a scream comes from where Sung-yook was waiting. The system announces Park Sung-yook has been eliminated. Sung-yook is on the ground with Ina's holy sword through him, and the system awards 100,000 points to Jae-yoon, Yoo-jung, and Ina. Jae-yook lies there in stunned silence, and Jae-yoon reminds him he already said that friend wasn't coming back. Furious, Jae-yook blurts out that they're still stuck here for 2 hours, and once Jae-yoon is paralyzed too, he'll kill him himself. But while he's still talking, Jae-yoon steps forward and asks what he means by the same situation. That sight completely shocks Jae-yook. He can't understand how this boy is moving and says it's impossible. Jae-yoon agrees, then tells him to complain to the gods. The truth is, the paralysis doesn't affect him at all. Hell's blessing cancels every abnormal status on him. Sweat starts pouring down Jae-yook's face as he begs Jae-yoon to stay back, but the others can only watch their teammate get killed. Soon the system announces Jae-yook's elimination, and Jae-yoon, Yoo-jung, and Ina receive another 100,000 points. With that done, Jae-yoon turns to the 3 left and wipes them out too, even as they beg him to stop. Their team gets another 100,000 points 3 more times. Instructor Yosu can't believe what she's seeing, and the freshman rankings update. Min Jae-yoon takes first, Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Yeon share second, An Hoi-yeon is next, Lee Soo-yook and Cha Yoo-won are in 5th, and Jong Ho-san is 7th. Later, Yoo-jung drinks the ash tree sap and nearly throws up, but when Ina checks on her, she says she's feeling better now. As they head out, Ina says Jae-yoon knows way more about magic than she expected. She's never seen anyone use the change skill like that in any book. Yoo-jung tells her Jae-yoon has only been a magician for less than 3 months. She's the one who taught him the basics. Caught off guard, Ina asks if he was really planning to become a warrior. Yoo-jung says yes, just a few months ago. He was all in on close combat. What really confuses her is how Jae-yoon knew about the tree sap, and how he plans to deal with his own paralysis. Not long after, they meet up with him. Jae-yoon asks how the paralysis feels, since both of them seem fine. Yoo-jung cheerfully says of course she's okay, even after running for her life and using a spell. She checks on Ina too, and Ina says she's fine. Then Yoo-jung tells Jae-yoon his plan actually wasn't bad this time. Usually he looks kind of dumb, but today he seems different. Jae-yoon grabs her cheeks and asks who she's calling dumb, like she has any right to say that. Ina watches them fool around, and wonders why Yoo-jung keeps calling Jae-yoon stupid. To her he actually looks pretty handsome. While those two keep bickering, Ina suddenly catches herself, and realizes this is not the time for thoughts like that. A tear slips down her cheek as she reminds herself to stay careful. Later, they go back to their shelter. There, Jae-yoon starts mixing something together. Ina asks what he's making, and he says it's an HP potion. He learned it from an older brother figure, just in case he ever needed it. He remembers Jae-sung nearly crying when he ruined ingredient after ingredient, before finally getting it right, after more than 100 tries. Yoo-jung asks how a guy with no friends somehow knows people who can teach him stuff like this. Jae-yoon shoots back asking how many friends she has besides him. That one hits, and Yoo-jung admits that was low. Then Iena says Jae-yoon is really amazing. He doesn't even feel like someone their age, more like someone who's lived 10 extra years. Jae-yoon stays quiet, surprised by how sharp she is. Yoon-jung cuts in and says enough talking, they need to eat if they want to do anything tomorrow. She says she'll cook, but Jae-yoon tells her not to bother, and suggests they just eat the fruit they gathered. Annoyed, she asks if he doesn't trust her, so he tells her to name the color of the cookie she made in middle school home EC, if she wants him to. After thinking for a bit, Yoon-jung says they were probably purple. Ye Yoon-jung asks if she used blueberry jam. Jae-yoon says no, Yoonjung just can't cook. He reminds them they had to call the teacher after he passed out from eating that cookie. Then he adds that, to be fair, he can't cook either. So Iena says she knows a little, and asks if she can make the meal. Jae-yoon looks surprised, and she explains that she used to cook every day when she lived with her grandmother. As she ties her hair back to start, Jae-yoon remembers there was never much known about Seo Yunshing's family. Now that she mentioned living with her grandmother, he wonders if something happened with her parents. A little later, Iena finishes and serves the food. Yoonjung takes a bite, then immediately hugs Iena and says it's delicious. Jae-yoon keeps eating too and agrees. He's shocked they're getting food this good in a place like this. Their praise warms Iena's heart, and she smiles. She hasn't felt like this in a long time. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy control room, Instructor So-ki points out that the highly praised cadet An Hoyun is only in 4th place. What's even crazier is that 1st and 2nd are both magicians. Instructor So-ki still wonders if the system is glitching, because nothing else makes sense. Chairman Jae-yoon Yoo looks thrilled. Until now, scores like these only came from warriors, and he can barely believe what he's seeing. A team made up of just 3 magicians took the lead by wiping out a group of seniors right away. Excited, he tells instructor Kim Jae-yoon to rewind the part with the paralyzing spores. He watches Jae-yoon appear and drive a kick into Se-yuk's face. The chairman is impressed by how calmly the boy judged the situation. On top of that, he can overpower warriors. Calling him just a magician, or just a freshman, doesn't feel right. Then instructor Ha-yoon speaks up and says he brought Jae-yoon's profile, though he's not sure it's the right file. The chairman asks what that's supposed to mean. Ha-yoon starts to stammer, so the chairman tells him to settle down and talk. At last, Ha-yoon shows the profile. Jae-yoon has a 97 aptitude score, and is listed as a warrior class. The chairman is stunned. Then that shock twists into a wild grin, and he says this is very good. He wants to see Jae-yoon's talent for himself. And instructor Si Yoonjung asks if that means he plans to step in personally. Zooming in on Hoyun, the chairman says they should make things interesting. Si Yoonjung answers that he'll prepare it. Back inside the demoplane, Jae-yoon's team keeps taking people down and stacking points. At one point, Yoonjung is shocked they've reached 1,100,000 points. Jae-yoon says that should lock them into 1st place. Still, Yoonjung asks if they really have to leave the shelter. Jae-yoon says they do, because the seniors are too scared to come near it now. Inai agrees they have to move if they want more points. Yoo-yoon finally goes along with it, and asks what the freshman hunt record is. Inaya tells her it's 1,140,000 points. As they keep moving, Xiao Beihun senses something. He signals the girls to get ready. Someone's coming. A figure suddenly rushes past them, and Zhao Beihun realizes that power is way above the event's limit. The system announces that the demoplane connection is unstable, and a player's restriction has been removed. Zhao Beihun looks at the newcomer and says he didn't expect to meet him again like this. It's Hoyen. When Zhao Beihun asks what he's doing, Hoyen doesn't answer. He just keeps staring down. Zhao Beihun wonders if he can't even hear him. Inaya warns him to be careful. Hoyen doesn't look right. He seems controlled by something. That makes Zhao Beihun realize this is the chairman's doing. Before his regression, something like this happened at the Mills Festival. A day meant to give cadets happy memories, ended in blood. The cause was Gu Jae-hoon's unique skill, indoctrination. Right before his crimes were exposed and he was about to be arrested, he created a disaster to draw attention away and escape. That day, many cadets died, and Gu Jae-hoon got away. It was also the day Kim Yoo-yoon lost her life. Back in the present, Hoyeon activates his sword. Xiao Beihun realizes he has to bring Hoyeon back to his senses first. Then, a Nornir system screen appears, giving him a subquest: save the cadet under mind control by breaking the spell. Difficulty C. Reward 1 blank card, with a 2-hour limit. Xiao Beihun is surprised by the quest, but the blank card shocks him even more. The chance to copy someone else's ability gets him fired up, and Yoo-yoon quickly says she'll help. He tells her no, and orders both girls to leave fast, get as far away as they can, and if possible, earn some points too. Yoo-yoon just stares at him, then reminds him that he's up against the famous genius warrior. He can't beat Hoyeon alone. Xiao Beihun only smiles and asks if she really thinks he can't. Inai hesitates for a moment, but finally agrees to go. Yoo-yoon is stunned that Inai is siding with him. Frustrated, she decides to play along and says they'll go earn points like he asked. Before leaving though, she tells him not to get hurt. She runs off into the woods, dragging Ina with her, and shouts for him to beat Hoyeon up, or at least steal his name tag, then come find them. After they're gone, Xiao Beihun mutters that this won't take long. A few hours earlier, after Hoyeon had just taken down a senior, he wondered if that made his total 600,000 points. He was glad he'd survived 2 days, just one more day to go, even in 4th place. First still felt far away. After all his effort, he could only think this was what Mills Academy was like. He was impressed that Zhao Beihun, a magician with restricted skills, had reached first and dragged his teammates up there too. Still, Hoyeon refused to lose. There was time left, so he had to keep pushing. While he was thinking, Chairman Zhao Beihun appeared on a screen and said he wanted Hoyeon's personal help with something. Then the chairman used indoctrination on him and said he had a small favor to ask. Hoyeon's eyes lit up under the spell. A warning pops up from the system. Someone has entered his mind. As that force takes over, he loses track of what he's doing and even where he is. Then the system says his mind has been corrupted. Right after that, only one thought remains: eliminate Jai-Yunin. Back in the present, Hoyeon activates the A-rank skill Martial Ascendance. He charges at Jai-Yunin again and swings to cut him down, but Jai-Yunin slips past it. Jai-Yunin can't believe Hoyeon was this strong just a few days ago, yet he keeps avoiding every strike. It's like Hoyeon has become a completely different fighter. When Hoyeon slams his shield forward again, Jai-Yunin hops back just in time. He knows that if this turns into a pure battle of strength and speed, he'll lose. To open the gap, he uses Wind Boost and blasts himself backward. The gust hits so hard that Hoyeon has to raise his shield to cover his face. That gives Jai-Yunin the chance to slip behind him before the shield drops. He fires off lightning magic, but before it lands, Hoyeon twists around and retreats in one smooth motion. That catches Jai-Yunin off guard. Hoyeon moved before his eyes could even fully follow the attack. Jai-Yun realizes Hoyeon has natural combat instinct, so this fight won't be simple. He could break the indoctrination with absolute calculation, but the real issue is Jai-Yun is watching. Even without seeing him, Jai-Yunin can picture the chairman smirking while he watches Hoyeon fight. So Jai-Yunin smiles too, thinking it would be a waste to end this too neatly. If they want a show, he'll give them one, but it'll cost them. Once Jai-Yunin starts putting on that show, Instructor Yeyu wonders if her eyes are fooling her. A magician is fighting head-on like a warrior, and somehow pushing Hoyeon back. He's even overwhelming the so-called genius warrior while using lightning chain. To Yeyu, none of it makes sense. She'd always believed a magician could never beat a warrior in close combat, and now Jai-Yun is tearing that belief apart. Meanwhile, Chairman Jai-Yunin watches closely. When Jai-Yunin wounds Hoyeon, he starts begging, and in the demiplane, Hoyeon drops beside his sword. Jai-Yun tells him he never meant to push things this far, but says Hoyeon is tough enough to recover soon. Then he glances up, knowing the instructors are watching. A moment later, he uses Flash Bomb, blinding the cameras and cutting off the view of the field. In the control room, Instructor Soki turns to Jai-Yun and demands to know what happened to the screen. But Jai-Yunin senses something is off and snatches the remote from her hand, frantically trying to restore the feed. Jai-Yunin says it looks like Jai-Yunin used a spell to block their vision, but Jai-Yunin recognizes Flash Bomb and mutters if this is the way Jai-Yun wants to play it. He calls for Instructor Soki and orders him to bring Jai-Yunin to his office after the event. Soki nervously asks if it's wise to decide that so quickly, but the tense chairman grips his shoulder and asks why a cadet who was already winning would hide the match from them. Stammering, Soki says Jai-Yunin probably knows how to raise his own value. Back in the demiplane, Hoyeon is still crouched down, surrounded by the blinding light. Jai-Yun walks over and places a hand on his head, activating absolute calculation, which lets him remove the indoctrination controlling Hoyeon. Hoyeon's eyes clear at once. He recognizes Jai-Yunin, and Jai-Yun asks with a grin if he's feeling better. Hoyeon tries to stand and says he is, but the pain surges through him and he collapses again. Jai-Yun apologizes for that, and reminds him he attacked first. Hoyeon can't remember doing that, and asks why he ever would, so Jai-Yun explains that he was under mind control. Hoyeon looks lost, and asks what he means, but then he remembers seeing a blurry face and hearing a voice he can't clearly recall. Still, it doesn't add up. A spell strong enough to control someone should be above A rank, and they were told only C rank skills or lower could be used here. Jai-Yun says he isn't sure. Maybe the demplane glitched, or maybe someone stepped in. Hoyeon stays quiet, thinking it over. Even with a malfunction, no cadet should be able to cast something that powerful. After a pause, he asks Jai-Yun if he knows who could have interfered, or why they would do this. Jai-Yun says he doesn't know. Still, he adds that anyone who can pull this off is probably someone most people wouldn't dare challenge. He doesn't say the name out loud, but he knows that with more time at Miles, Hoyeon will figure out on his own what kind of man Gujarin really is. Then the Nornir system announces that Chao Bei-Yun completed the subquest to save the mind-controlled cadet, and awards him a blank card. Hoyeon tries to stand again and feels how wrecked his body is, while Chao Bei-Yun doesn't have a scratch on him. That makes him wonder if this is all he can do right now. Once he's finally on his feet, Hoyeon says he has no excuse and apologizes. Chao Bei-Yun jokes that he's being weird, says he'll head out now that Hoyeon can move, and wishes them both luck for the rest of the event. As he turns away, Hoyeon stops him and holds out his name tag. Chao Bei-Yun asks what he's doing, and reminds him that losing it means elimination. Hoyeon says it doesn't matter, he's earned a lot of points already, even if not as many as Jae-Yoon. Since he lost, he says the name tag belongs to Jae-Yoon, and tosses it over. Then he vows that next time will be different, and at the Mills Festival, he'll win his tag back. After Hoyeon disappears, the demiplane announces his elimination, and gives Jae-Yoon's team 10,000 points. Jae-Yoon stares at the name tag for a moment, knowing it's only worth 10,000 points, but to him, it's worth much more. Hoyeon had the combat talent he once wanted so badly, and now that same person has acknowledged him. He's gone through a lot since returning to the past, but this feels different. Smiling, he thinks this is only the start. For the first time, it feels like he's truly moving on, leaving behind the weak version of himself and stepping forward. Sometime later, the 72-hour event finally ends, and the system tallies everyone's scores. Jia Yunxing sets a new record, with an incredible 1.53 million points. Soon after, he's sent back to the real world. When the students return, Jia Yunxing thinks 1.53 million points is pretty decent. Yunxing instantly chews him out for acting so calm when he just broke the all-time record. She looks to Ina for backup, but Ina sighs that they could have hit 1.6 million if they'd stayed one more hour. That makes Yuzhong realize both of her teammates are completely nuts. Trying to lighten the mood, she says they should be able to live well for a while with that many points, and Jae-Yuan agrees. He figures the points are kind of like money if you multiply by 10, meaning they just made around 15.3 million won, about $12,000. Yuzhong is left speechless. Ine is just as shocked by how huge that amount is. Jia Yun tells them his team is first. Second place has 1.48 million, and they'll also get bonus points. The second he says, bonus points, Yuzhong grabs him. He tries to pry her off, and explains the bonus should be around 1 million more. That number makes Yuzhong light up instantly. She starts spinning in around in celebration, while Ina blurts out that they made 2.48 million points, and 24.8 million won in just 3 days. Chaeyu begs them to stop because it's embarrassing. He can already feel the other students glaring at them. Still, the girls keep going until instructor Soki walks in to address everyone. He introduces himself and says he needs to speak with the top 3 winners. For privacy, he asks them to come with him. Yuzhong asks if this is about the points they earned in the hunt, and when Sugong nods, Yuzhong quickly follows. The girls don't move right away and ask where they're going first. Yuzhong already knows it's the chairman's office. Sugong confirms it and tells them the chairman has summoned them. Once inside, Yuzhong sits down, crosses his legs, and asks where the chairman is, pointing out that the man who called them isn't even here. Sugong gets annoyed, but he has to hold it in. Behind Jae-Yoon, the 2 girls are stunned by how boldly he's acting, until Sugong tells them to sit too. After they do, the chairman finally walks in and apologizes for being late. Both girls jump up to greet him. Yuzhong loudly introduces herself. Ina follows, and Zhao Yun stays seated. The chairman cheerfully says he already knows who they are. Yuzhong enjoys the moment, but Zhao Yun cuts in and tells the chairman he took so long they almost fell asleep waiting. The 2 girls are stunned by that. Even Sokit stiffens, wondering if this kid has completely lost it. The office goes quiet for a moment. Then the chairman admits he has no excuse for being late. He says he needed time to get ready for this talk. Jae-Yoon fires back that they had even less time. They were dragged here right after 3 days in the demiplane, without even getting to wash up. The chairman's face tightens again, but this time he just laughs. Jae-Yoon can tell it's fake, and figures the man is testing the people in front of him. At last, the chairman says he has good news and congratulates them for taking the top 3 spots in this year's freshman hunt. He praises Jae-Hyun for finishing first, but Jae-Hyun gives the credit to his teammates, saying he couldn't have done it alone. That makes the chairman pause again. He wonders why the boy never tries to show off, then says he still watched everything Jae-Hyun did. He points out that they crushed the old freshman hunt record of 1.14 million points. Clapping, he calls their result unbelievable. The girls thank him, but Jae-Hyun asks what he's really getting at. That question makes Yuzhong nervous again. After a brief pause, the chairman says Mills Academy wants to give them special benefits. First, they would get a suite in the academy dorms for free. Second, they would get priority access to facilities that usually need reservations. Third, if they ever score poorly on school tests, they'd be allowed to take them again. After laying it all out, he asks what they think, and adds that accepting means signing a partnership contract with Mills Academy. Before he can finish, Jia Xiaobei says he refuses. He says the perks sound good, but they can earn all of that on their own in about a month. Mills runs on merit, so there is no reason to pay a useless price for things they can get themselves. Then he takes the contract from the chairman and reads the terms. The paper says that once they become raiders, they must give the school over 30% of their earnings for at least 5 years. The chairman's expression turns grim. Xiaobei Yun tells him this isn't a reward, it's a trap meant to drag them down. Then he asks if he's wrong. After a pause, the chairman says if that's how Xiaobei Yun sees it, he can't help that, especially since no one can force them to sign. He says the choice is theirs. The girls glance at each other, checking how the other feels. After a short silence, Yuzhong apologizes and declines. Ina does the same. The chairman covers his face like he's thinking, but the veins in his hand stand out with anger. At last, he says it's unfortunate because this was the best offer he could make. Still, he says he'll give them more time to think. Then he fixes his eyes on Zhang Hyun and uses indoctrination, asking if he still won't change his mind. Right away, the Norner system warns Zhang Hyun that something strange is entering his mind. He expected this, and the system soon tells him Hell's blessing fully blocked the debuff. At the same time, Xiaobei he hands Hell his blank card and uses its power. He had only provoked the chairman to make him reveal this skill. For a second, the chairman just stares, confused that nothing happened. Then Xiaobei Heihan says they'll be leaving. At that moment, the Nornir system tells him he has acquired the unique skill indoctrination. It lets him control someone weaker than him. If both sides accept a master-servant bond, the skill changes into subordination. Jie Yunshen stands and tells the girls they should go, especially since they're exhausted after 4 days in the demiplane. As they leave the office, Yu Jung politely tells the men to have a nice day. Still confused, Ina adds that they'll be going first. Once the students are gone, the chairman tells instructor Sokyu-on to leave too. After he's alone, he wonders how a mere freshman resisted his unique skill and finds it very interesting. Outside, Jae-yoon asks the girls if they're really okay with turning down the offer. Yu Jung admits she was tempted at first, but decided Jae-yoon was right. The chairman was clearly trying to charm them into a deal and use their youth against them. Ine agrees. She didn't like the contract either, and thinks refusing was the right move. Besides, she'd rather earn things herself than start with special treatment. Jae-yoon listens closely and thinks she's far more reasonable than the cold image he remembered before regressing. Then Yu Jung asks if they noticed how off the chairman was. His face looked disgusting when they refused. Ine says she felt the same, and also points out that neither the chairman nor instructor Sokgi mentioned the problem with the demoplane. Jae-yoon listens and notes that Ine's instincts are sharp. A little later, she asks if he knows something about the chairman. Jae-yoon asks why she'd think that. Ine says he's usually calm, but the second they met the chairman, he got strangely hostile. Yoonjung agrees and keeps pressing him to say what he knows. Jae-yoon answers that he isn't sure enough to explain it clearly. Still, he warns them not to trust anyone in the academy, not the chairman, not even the instructors. Enro suddenly steps closer and asks if that means they shouldn't trust him either. Jae-yoon pauses, and Yu Jung slips in behind Enro with a creepy look, saying she definitely shouldn't trust Jae-yoon. She points to his scary face and brings up how he once left her alone in the middle of the street instead of taking her home. Jae-yoon asks why she's bringing up something so old. Annoyed, Yoonjung grabs his hair, calls him a jerk, and reminds him how rough that was for her. After some struggling, Jae-yoon finally gets her off him. Then he says they should head inside and rest since it's already evening. When it's time to split up, Ina seems reluctant to go and asks if this is where they'll part ways. An awkward silence follows, and Yoonjung just stares at them. Then she suddenly hugs both of them, jokes that this feels like a teen romance, and demands space for herself too. Jae-yoon drags her away, points her toward the girls' dorm, and tells her to go rest. She finally gives in, and Ina follows, but not before telling Jae-yoon to rest well too. Jae-yoon heads to the boys' dormitory. At the entrance, he realizes it's been a while since he was here, and old memories come back. Before long, he heads to his bed. To him, the people who still stayed in this dorm after a few years were the ones with no talent, so he plans to find a new place as soon as classes end, the next day, because going through that kind of hell once was more than enough. The next day, Jae-yoon goes out for a run. He stops once he feels properly warmed up, and turns back toward the dorm to get ready for his first class. Soon, all the freshman magician cadets gather in one room, and their instructor for basic mana acclimation, Kim Ji-yoon, introduces herself. As she speaks, Jae-yoon frowns because he doesn't remember her at all. Even if he used to be a warrior, he should remember the instructor. He figures she may have been one of the teachers who quit early, even though getting a job at Mills wasn't easy. The ones who stayed were usually people like Kim So-ki, greedy for whatever scraps Jae-yoon would toss them. Jae-yoon says most of them probably found it strange that their first class wasn't in a normal classroom, but in a place like this. As doors open behind her, she explains that today's lesson is a test of their mana sensitivity. The students stare at the mana room in shock and groan that this is way too hard for a first class. Jae-yoon thinks it feels like the mana cube he saw before, just with far less mana. Jae-yoon tells them the space in front of them is called a mana room. It was made based on the mana cubes usually found in guilds. She says breaking out of a real mana cube is nearly impossible for cadets, which is why this version was prepared. What makes that funny is that Jae-yoon had already broken out of one at his guild. The mana room is split into sub-rooms. The first has mana close to the normal atmosphere, and each room deeper in gets denser. A first-year Mills cadet usually reaches level 3, while graduates tend to top out around level 7. This class will show them what level their mana sensitivity is at. Jae-yoon tells the cadets to line up and follow her. She adds that if anyone struggles during the test, they should raise a hand so an assistant instructor can lead them out. A moment later, she steps into one of the mana rooms, and the cadets go in after her. Once everyone is inside, Instructor Jae-yoon sees that level 1 is easy for all of them. She moves the class up to level 2. There, a few cadets start breathing hard, and the assistants lead them out. Jangbao then brings the rest to level 3. At level 3, nearly half the class gives up, but Jangbao, Yoonjung, and Enna still look fine. Jangbao takes the remaining students to level 4, where even more cadets tap out. She pushes on to level 5, and a lot more ask to leave. By level 6, several others are dragged out from pure exhaustion. Yoonjung asks Jangbao Yoon if breathing is getting harder, but he says not really. Enna keeps watching him, and notices he's still completely steady, so she forces herself to endure even more. Jangbao Yoon looks around and realizes only 4 cadets are left. Jangbao, Yoonjung, Enna, and Lee Soo-hyuk. All 4 ranked high in the freshman hunt. Chairman Jangbao Yoon told her to watch Jang closely and report everything, but she has no interest in blindly obeying. She announces level 7, leaving the other students shocked. Graduates usually stop there, so who are these monsters? At level 7, Jangbao asks if anyone wants out before they go to level 8, but no one answers, even though Yoonjung is clearly struggling. The rest of the class watches in disbelief as they head to level 8, and the pressure jumps the moment they enter. Everyone except Zhang Baoyun feels it. From level 8 on, the mana shifts non-stop like it does in a dungeon, and Zhang Bao knows even geniuses should start cracking here. Just as she expected, Suyuk and Yuzhong raise their hands to leave. Ina starts sweating hard, but since she and Zhang Baoyun stay silent, Zhang Bao has to take them to level 9. At level 9, Ina nearly throws up and starts stumbling, which catches Zhang Baoyun off guard. Zhang Bao turns back, but she can't step in. The chairman had ordered her never to help a cadet unless they asked first, no matter how bad it got. In his eyes, danger is just another chance for a cadet, and taking that chance away from them would be cruel. Zhang Baoyun asks Ina if she's okay, and trembling, she insists she is. By now she can barely see his face, but she refuses to lose. All her life, she's heard that only the strong survive. No matter how gifted she is with magic, she'd still have to bow to a warrior, otherwise. The weak have no future, and more than anything, she wants to be recognized. Still, her body gives out. Zhang Bao Ti Hak Hol Hadus Hemi catches her as she collapses, and she mutters that she's lost again. As the assistants carry her away, Zhang Bao wonders what she meant by again. At level 10, Zhang Bao asks if he's alright. She knows even she would start feeling the strain here. Zhang Bao just smiles and says he's starting to struggle too, so he'd like to stop. Hearing that, Zhang Bao tells him to come out with her. On the way back, she wonders what struggle means to him. He doesn't look affected at all. Once they return, Zhang Bao asks everyone to applaud Zhang Bao for reaching level 10, a level equal to a B rank raider or higher. She tells the others to work harder if they want to catch up, and Suyuk glares at Zhang Bao. Ina, meanwhile, looks disappointed in herself. A little later, Zhang Bao checks on Ina. She says she's fine, and apologizes for worrying them. He says that's what matters, since she wasn't seriously hurt. Yunjung then asks if he's okay too. He looked way too comfortable in there. Zhang Bao says he's fine, then tells her to take the towel off her neck, because she looks like a construction worker. That instantly sets Yuzhong off, and she regrets caring about him at all. While she complains, Xiaobei Yun asks if she's really not hurt, and she brags that the doctors said she's perfectly fine. She's just that tough. For a second, Xiaobei Yun studies Ina. At first he thought she was just competitive, but now it feels more like an obsession. She got lucky this time, yet with a mindset like that, handling her later won't be easy. Not that he wants to control her, but just like Xianghun, Hoyun and Jaesung, he can already tell Ina's future is starting to change too. He figures the same may be true for Yuzhong. When he glances at her, she asks if he's staring because she's pretty. Xiaobei Yun shoots back that she must be hurt somewhere to say something that ridiculous. As Ina tries to hold Yuzhong back from attacking him, Xiaobei Yun thinks about how he still has no idea how much his actions will change the future. If things keep shifting this fast, he needs to prepare to stay ahead. While he's thinking, Yuzhong breaks free and loops the towel around his neck. Xiaobei Yun smiles, pulls it off, drops it over her head and messes up her hair. The second he finishes, Yuzhong starts cursing, and mana flares around her like fire. Fuming, she demands to know if he has a death wish after ruining the hair she spent all morning fixing. Xiaobei Yun apologizes, then makes it worse by saying it doesn't look that different anyway. Now even angrier, she asks if he's calling her ugly, and that's when Xiaobei Yun realizes he really messed up. He spins around and runs, with Yuzhong right behind him. Ina watches the whole thing, amused. She can't help thinking those two are really close. As they race past Suhyuk, he stares at Xiaobei Yun and wonders how that bastard made it to level 10. Then his friend Kim Minsu walks over, says hi, and asks what's on his mind. Suhyuk tells him to report everything he knows about the guy getting chased by that girl. And even though Minsu is thrown off by being talked to like a servant, he explains that Xiaobei Yun is the first magician ever to take first place in the freshman hunt. Xiaobei Yun says he already knows that. What he wants to know is where a guy like that suddenly came from. Minsu can only shrug. He has no clue. The more Xiaobei thinks about it, the less it makes sense. Something about Xiaobei Yun feels off, and he's sure the guy is hiding something. Minsu, meanwhile, thinks this new Xiaobei feels strange. He remembers what he was like as a kid. In the end, he tells him Xiaobei Yun has already proven himself twice, so there's no point hunting for some secret, especially when cheating at mills should be impossible. Xiaobei refuses to accept it. In his mind, nobody can be stronger than him unless they're cheating. That leaves Minsu stunned, since Suhyuk probably wouldn't beat Ina or Yuzhong either, but he keeps that to himself. He finally warns Suhyuk not to get carried away, because he still wouldn't beat Xiaobei Yun even if he died and came back. Suhyuk ignores him. Later, Xiaobei Yun gets a video call from his teacher Songyun, and he asks if she wants to hear about the freshman hunt. She says yes. It'll be more fun hearing it from him directly. Xiaobei Yun happily tells her he took first place, which makes Jongyun proud. She notices his apartment is way too nice for a freshman, and guesses he earned a ton of points. Then she congratulates him for surviving the tough start at Mills Academy, and says she's proud of him. Xiaobei Yun jokes that he's relieved, since he thought she'd scold him if he came in second. She laughs and asks if any cadet stood out to him during the hunt. Caught off guard, he asks if she's trying to recruit people. She says maybe, and adds that she'll reward him for useful info. Xiaobei Yun says telling her isn't hard, but paying him for it seems a little too generous. Shungon insists there's a reason. Later, even 10 times more money probably wouldn't make him cooperate. So he names Inhye, Yujung and Hoyeon as the 3 Yunhwa should try to recruit. When he hesitates on one more name, Shungon tells him to go on. He adds that there's also someone from the upperclassmen worth recruiting. Shungon promises to hear him out properly. After the call, she thinks about the person Zhao Beiyun mentioned, Lee Jae-sang, and remembers he's the youngest son of Soudrank Raider, Lee Jae-sin. During their talk, she pointed out that Zhao Bei-sang isn't as talented as his siblings, and bringing him into Yunhai could spark trouble with Lee Jae-sin's Zephyr Guild. Even with that risk, Zhao Beiyun asked Zhao Beiyun if he still wanted them to recruit him, and he said yes, because Zhao Bei-sang will become the best alchemist in the world before long. Afterward, manager Zhao Beiyun tells her that Guildmaster Bak Jae-yun has arrived. Zhao Beiyun asks him to bring her in, and Jae-yun enters with Yunju right behind her. Seeing them, Shungun says they came at the perfect time. Jae-yun answers that for a merchant, time is valuable too. Then she reaches out and says it's been a while. The guildmaster calmly says they aren't close enough for that kind of greeting. Then she tells Jae-yun to sit down. Still smiling, Jonggun asks what the curator guildmaster wants from her. Jae-yun finds her blunt attitude amusing, and says getting close to her will be hard. Even so, she admits she likes that about her. Then Jae-yun brings up the talented person Zhonghua has been raising and asks how much it would take to buy him. The guildmaster says Zhonghua doesn't treat its people like goods, so Jae-yun should shop somewhere else. Jae-yun asks if that child feels the same way. Zhonggun answers that some things can't be bought with money, and adds that Jae-yun probably wouldn't understand. Jae-yun says she never expected the offer to be accepted anyway, she only came out of courtesy. The guildmaster smirks and says that courtesy is pretty annoying. Jae-yun just calls that a shame. Since it's late and she clearly doesn't want to keep talking, Jae-yun decides to leave. Zhonggun says she's glad Jae-yun finally noticed. Jokingly, Jae-yun replies that sharp eyes are a merchant's strength too. The next day, after the endurance test at Mills Academy, the cadets wait for the system to finish scoring. An Hui-yun takes first with 101 points, and Zhao Bei-yun gets second with 99. That makes him click his tongue, but he already knew he couldn't outdo a combat prodigy like Hui-yun here. Still, second place isn't bad. He doesn't need to rush, though he knows he's still far from his goal. When he looks over at the girls, they seem seriously shaken. Yunjung finally blurts out, asking what he even is. How does a magic raider take second and keep up with An Hui-yun in an endurance test? When she demands an answer, Zhao Bei-yun says it makes sense since he started off as a warrior, but she still isn't convinced. As she starts up again, he tells her not to focus only on magic and to work on her body too. That only darkens her expression. She snaps that she'll prove he's not that special someday, but Intella quickly holds her back before it turns into another fight. Nearby, Instructor Soki watches and thinks the chairman was right. Jae-yun is dangerous. A magician shouldn't have that kind of stamina, and Soki can't figure out what he's really hiding. A bell rings to signal the next class. Soki announces the second endurance test, the AR evasion test. Jae-yun remembers it from before his regression. It pushed cadets to their limits and exposed their talent. Soki explains they'll enter an AR test room, where a combat system will judge them through virtual fights against augmented reality enemies. Hearing that, Zhao Bei-yun realizes Sikuri isn't going easy on them. Normally they'd destroy drone-made monsters while reading attack patterns, but this time the focus is dodging, since it's an endurance exam. Still, beating monsters will earn extra points. Sikuri then gives everyone devices that look like earphones. When Yujung asks what they are, Zhao Bei-yun says they're receivers that record and analyze the simulation. Seoki confirms he's right, and explains that the receiver triggers augmented reality by stimulating the brain and working with the projector to make monsters feel real. Drone cameras place 3D images into the area, so the enemies seem to exist right in front of them. The whole setup is meant to keep cadets safe from real injuries. What he doesn't mention is that the receiver also lets them feel about 1/5 of the damage. It's meant to keep them cautious and better prepared for real dungeons. Seoki says the AR system has 100 levels, but their test only goes up to level 10. They'll run it in teams of 4, and the groups will be called up in order. Once the teams are set, Team 3 ends up with 2 warriors and 2 magicians, including Jae-yun and Soo-hyuk. Jae-yun thinks it's a solid lineup. Then Soo-hyuk speaks to him and asks if he's Min Jae-yun. Jae-yun says yes. Soo-hyuk says he heard Jae-yun got first in the freshman hunt, but there is one thing he can't understand. How did a magician get first place? He's sure there has to be some special trick, so he asks Jae-yun to teach him. After a short pause, Jae-yun asks if he ever thought there might be no trick at all. Soo-hyuk says, if that's true, he'll drag the truth out by force. Jae-yun grins and says he should have just admitted from the start that he wanted a fight. Soo-hyuk smiles back, glad they understand each other. The 2 girls on their team get nervous, wondering why they're acting like this when they're supposed to work together. The shorter one tries to break it up, but Instructor Soki calls their team to the field. As soon as they enter, the system starts a 5-second countdown and announces their first enemy, a skeleton warrior. The monster appears, and Soki prepares to fall back and make space. Before he can, Zhao Yun bursts forward at top speed, stunning the rest of the team. The girls shout that it's dangerous, and Soki yells, asking what kind of magician runs to the front line. As Jae-yun charges in, He wonders why people still say stuff like that, then decides it's time to show them a little. Mana gathers in his hand, and he crushes the skeleton's head in one blow. The others can only stare. Even so, guard caught off guard, and the watching cadets are left speechless. More skeleton warriors appear, but Zhang Bao drives his knee into one beside him. The moment he lands, he activates Mana Weapon. It's a rare skill that lets a magician deal physical damage, which makes it nearly useless for normal mages who don't fight up close. But Zhang Bao isn't normal. Watching this, Suhyuk mutters that the guy is insane. The girls still can't believe what they're seeing, and the system announces a full clear of level 1, with bonus points awarded. Zhang Bao alone gets 100% contribution. Level 2 starts, and this time the enemy is a Dronzer. Zhang Bao almost sounds pleased, saying it's been a while. After a fierce string of clashes, the system announces they cleared all the way to level 10, and even set the fastest record. Suhyuk can barely believe it. Zhang Bao, on the other hand, thinks he did pretty well. His body has felt much lighter ever since he started using the combat method Ms. Seunjian taught him. A moment later, Sohyuk walks up to him and demands to know what dirty trick he used. Zhang Bao Drive-In says there was no trick, but Sohyuk refuses to accept it. Running past the defense line and wiping out everything alone shouldn't be possible. To him, that has to be cheating. Zhang Bao Drive repeats that he has nothing to hide. When Sohyuk won't back off, Zhang Bao tells him not to make him say it again, and steps in close, offering to let him test that strength right now if he's so curious. Startled, Sohyuk curses at him, but before it can turn into a fight, Instructor Soki steps in and asks if there's a problem, killing the tension. Sohyuk mutters that it would be better if no instructors were around. Zhang Bao turns to leave, but Sohyuk calls after him, saying this doesn't mean he won. Zhang Bao answers that he doesn't think he lost either. Then, before he goes, Sohyuk challenges him to fight at the Mills Academy Festival. Zhang Bao turns it down, saying he already promised someone else. Later on, Ho Yuan remembers Zhang Bao refusing Suhyuk's challenge because he'd agreed to fight him instead. He also remembers saying he'd win his name tag back at the Mills Festival, so he heads off to train, determined not to disappoint Zhang Bao. Sometime later, Soki walks with several assistant instructors. One asks if the others saw this year's endurance scores, and another says he monitored them himself. The cadets are impressive, as they talk about a magic cadet named Zhang Bao Druckard, which shouldn't happen. Soki thinks the boy is more than talented. Those polished frontline moves were way too unusual for a mage. When they enter the chairman's office, the chairman praises their hard work and asks to hear the endurance test results. Soki reports that 3 cadets earned full marks: An Hoyun, Chaiyuan, and Min Jaeyun, and among them, Zhang Bao stood out the most. The chairman thanks Soki for the report and watches footage of Zhang Bao on his screen. A grin slowly spreads across his face. The chairman tells Soki to keep reporting on Zhang Baodan's actions and grades, and to alert him right away if the boy does anything unusual. Soki agrees. Then the chairman tells everyone to keep working hard and have the instructors get ready for the next event. Later, Zhang Bao returns to the AR evasion test and clears level 27. That seems to be his limit. Normally, a 6-person C-rank raider team would struggle to beat that level, so Zhang Bao is matching that kind of power by himself. The freshman's next event is the dungeon practicum. Zhang Bao starts getting ready for it. He remembers that practicum all too well. One of Mills Academy's worst tragedies. Many cadets died, his team got caught in it, and he was the only one who made it out alive. Afterward, he even had to hear people say he should have died instead. Even so, he couldn't leave Mills Academy. He didn't want to let down the people who still believed in him. Not long after, Xiaobei Shaun heads to a store to buy something. When he's finished, he wonders if this life can turn out differently. In his last life, he couldn't save anyone. He lived miserably and was treated like something disposable. But he's not going to repeat that life. One life full of regret was enough. The day before the dungeon practicum, the students go through class like normal and finish for the day. After class, Xiaobei Yunsheng and Ina come over to Xiaobei. Ye Yunzheng asks what they should do tomorrow, since it's their first dungeon practicum, and Ina admits she barely slept last night. Yun tells them that's normal. Everyone feels that way before entering a dungeon for the first time. That makes Yuzheng tease him, asking if this somehow isn't his first time, and whether he's been strolling through dungeons already. He shoots back that maybe not dungeons, but he has met monsters before, and one is standing right in front of him. Yuzheng instantly blows up again, cursing and pounding on him. Ini watches their little fight, and it makes her smile. Seeing how worried they are, Zhang Yun offers them something. Yuzheng asks what it is. He says he bought extra potions with his own, and tells them to use them if they need to. Yuzheng says she'll let him off this time, and Ina thanks him and says she'll use it well. Last time, Zhang Yun survived the practicum by luck. This time, he'll survive with skill. On the morning of the practicum, Zhang Yun gets up early to warm up. That matters before entering a dungeon, no matter how much mana a magician has. If someone suddenly pushes out high-level spells, mana rebound can hit and injure their body mid-casting. Magicians who rely on strong spells too often are especially at risk, and Zhao Beiyun knows Lightning Chain and Sacrifice both fall into that category. Besides that, he has no idea how dangerous today's practicum will get. He doesn't even know whether he or his teammates might die. Still, By keeping mana gathered in his lower abdomen like this, he can quickly boost either his body or his spells when needed. That makes him remember the moment before he regressed, when the system said time would return to the point the user desired most. As he's lost in thought, the Nornir system suddenly activates a main quest. It says he has returned to the time he longed for, and now he must face the turning points that filled him with regret. He can repeat the same choices or change them, and those choices may save lives or cost them. The mission's difficulty, rewards, and failure penalty are all unknown. Even the reward changes depending on whether he picks route A or B, and he has only 12 minutes to decide. Xiao Beihun figures something has come up again. The Nornir system is clearly pushing him to become stronger, since the gods still need him for their own goals. Still, he doesn't understand what they mean by choosing a route, and he wonders what they're really planning. Soon, the freshmen gather at the underground mock dungeon of Mills Academy. Instructor Yuqian tells them they'll draw lots, form teams of 4, and move as a group. As the students start to murmur, Xiao Beiyun can tell they think it's unfair. Real monsters will appear in this dungeon, so luck matters. A lucky team might clear it easily, while an unlucky one could get stuck with weak cadets and barely survive. When the whispering grows louder, Yunkin cuts it off. She explains that this practicum counts as an official test. Only monsters the cadets should be able to beat will appear, so everyone should do their best. While she talks, Xiao Beiyun realizes this is Chairman Xiao Beiyun's trap. Like she said, most monsters here are low level, but if things repeat like before his regression, boss monsters will be mixed in too. He remembers the D-rank boss, the Kobold Lord. It isn't that hard for him now, but he has no intention of moving along with Chairman Xiao Beiyun's plan, unless the opening the chairman leaves in this practicum gives him a chance to strike back. A little later, Yunchan tells the cadets to come forward and draw their lots one by one. After the draw, Xiao Beiyun and Ina end up on the same team. He tells her he's glad to have at least one familiar person with him. Ina says she feels the same. Xiao Beiyun is relieved to have someone skilled he can speak with comfortably. As he starts thinking up a strategy, he freezes when he sees the other two teammates. The girl introduces herself as warrior Kim Jina, and the boy as warrior Park Sungwoo. Sungwoo cheerfully asks if they're Team 3 too, but Xiao Beiyun remembers them from his past life. They were his teammates then, and both died to the boss monster, after telling him to run while they held it off. At that moment he understands what the Nornir system meant about choosing a route. When the two warriors step up, Xiao Beiyun realizes this was what the system wanted him to face all along. So he greets them and introduces himself as Xiao Bei, then introduces Enna too, since she's too shy to do it herself. Sungwoo laughs a little at how shy Enna is, but says they'll all get along once they spend some time together. Jianghua agrees. Xiao Beiyun realizes these two are exactly the same as before. Seeing them warmly include Enna makes him happy. Once introductions are done, Xiao Beiyun says they should plan first. The others agree, and one suggests making him the team leader. With the quest from the Nornir system still stuck in his head, Xiao Beiyun sits down and lays out the plan. He warns them not to lose their nerve, no matter what appears in the dungeon. If the frontline warriors break first, the whole team could be wiped out. The two warriors are impressed by how sharp his tactics are. Sungwoo says that's what you'd expect from the cadet who took first in the freshman hunt. Then, realizing how serious the plan is, he says he's already memorized all 6 parts. Inta says she has too. Soon after, Instructor Zhao Beiyun announces that planning time is over. The dungeon practicum is about to begin, and she calls the team leaders forward. Zhao Beiyun steps up, and when he looks beside him, he sees Hoyun coming forward as Team 4's leader, the same team Yu Jung is on. That reassures him because with Hoyun leading, Yu Jung is less likely to get hurt. Once the leaders are gathered, Zhao Beiyun tells those ready to lead their teams into their assigned dungeons, and wishes them luck. Soon, Hoyun leads his team into their dungeon. One teammate notes how damp and musty it is, finally seeing what a real dungeon is like. Yu Jung asks if kobolds will show up since this is an underground dungeon. Their other male teammate says probably, since he heard underground dungeons usually have lots of ore. Yu Jung gets excited and hopes there might even be diamonds. But in the middle of talking, she suddenly stops after sensing something. Hoyun reacts at once, saying something is coming and ordering everyone to their positions. Yu Jung moves right away, but the others look far less sure of themselves when they realize kobolds have them surrounded. Worse, the kobolds are armed with digging tools. Hoyun tells the team kobolds are weak on their own, but dangerous in a swarm. Then he charges in and tells them to end this fast. Yu Jung blasts out holy power and uses flash bomb, setting off a huge burst that blinds the monsters and gives Hoyan the opening to cut them down. While the other two cadets deal with the rest, Yu Jung uses Wind of Helheim and follows with Air Blast. She fires several bursts straight into the kobolds' chests, knocking them flat. After the monsters go down, Hoyan asks if everyone is alright. The girls say they're fine, but when they look at the other boy Sehu, they see he's gasping for air. They rush over, and Yu Jung wonders what happened, since kobolds aren't supposed to use poison. Then she looks up and realizes it isn't poison at all, it's a crushing wave of mana. A giant kobold boss stands before them, and the students go still. Shocked, Hoyan asks why a kobold lord is here. Meanwhile, in Team 3's dungeon, Gina tells Jae Yoon she already knew he was strong, but he's even more amazing than she expected. Then she asks how many monsters he's taken down so far. On their way through, Xiaobei Yuzhong gets excited and hopes there might even be diamonds. She admits it does, and he realizes she's seriously shy. There were even rumors that Ina never said more than 3 words at once. A little later, the team enters a room packed with ore. Xiaobei Yuzhong immediately knows this isn't how he remembers it. His presence must have changed Xiaobei's original plan. Then he senses a monster coming, and guesses it's the Kobold Lord. He orders the team to use Plan C, defend first, then counterattack, and warns them this enemy is nothing like the ones before. That makes Sungwoo nervous, especially since they were told this dungeon only had weak monsters. A moment later, something smashes through the wall, and the cadets stare in shock at a Kobold Lord. They can't believe a boss monster is here. As Nta starts to step back, she remembers Jae Yunjin's warning that if the front line breaks, the whole party could be wiped out. So she quickly casts magic armor on the vanguard. Sungwoo struggles to stay focused under the monster's pressure. Then Jae-yoon uses taunt, and when the Kobold Lord slams into Sungwoo's shield, Sungwoo calls for him. Jae-yoon rushes in with mana gathered in his hand and blasts the Kobold Lord. Nta is stunned by how strong the hit is and hopes it finally did real damage. But the monster gets right back up like nothing happened. Seeing that, Xiaobei Yunjun lets out a laugh. As the damaged parts regenerate, he admits he didn't expect an anomaly. The Kobold Lord heals and grins at them. Xiaobei Yunjun starts wondering if a regenerating Kobold Lord is too much for them. Then the Nornir system identifies the being behind it as Odin's Raven and gives him a special quest called Raven Hunter. The mission is to kill all of Odin's ravens, working against him and the gods opposed to the Osier. It has 5 objectives: an S-rank difficulty, rewards of a blank card and class increase, and failure means death. Outside the dungeon, Instructor Jion reviews footage of Jae-yoon's earlier fights. She can't understand how a magician fights like that. Even as an A-rank mage, those combat skills seem impossible to her. She figures Team 3 has a strong shot at finishing first. Then one of the dungeon doors opens, and she's shocked to see Hoyeon helping Seiho out, while Yujung says they have a huge problem. Still stunned, Jion asks what happened, and they tell her a Kobold Lord appeared inside. She can't believe it. A Kobold Lord shouldn't have been able to get in there at all, and now she has no idea what's happening in the dungeons. The assistant instructors rush over to Seiho, who has a mild case of mana addiction, and tell him to breathe slowly. Soon after, Yujong asks Jion if Tian-3 is still inside, and Jion says yes. Hoyeon can't believe it. He's sure Jion and Ina are skilled enough to escape a Kobold Lord. After a brief pause, Jio-on calls Chairman Jabe. He sounds surprised to hear from her, even though he's smirking. She reports that a B-rank monster appeared, and asks for rescue support. The chairman acts shocked, tells her not to worry, and says he'll send a team right away, and that she should stay there. After the call ends, Jio-on is left with a bad feeling she can't explain. Back in the dungeon, Ina, Gina, and Sungwoo are getting exhausted. The system tells Jae-yu-won the force behind the Kobold Lord is one of Odin's ravens. Odin had 2 ravens, Hugin, meaning thought, and Munin, meaning memory. Through them he gathered knowledge from every realm and used it to rule Asgard. Realizing that, Jae-yu-won calls the Kobold Lord a servant of Odin, letting the ravens know he's aware of them. The mana he senses is close to B rank, and with regeneration on top of that, this enemy is rough even for him. He starts to wonder if he should run. Running would be the smart move. Before regressing, that's what he always did, hiding behind survival while piling up regret after regret. But he sees this life as a second chance. Test or not, this time he's going to protect them. So Jae-yuan tells everyone to run for the exit while he keeps the monster busy. Sungwoo asks what he's talking about and how he plans to handle it alone. But before he can finish, 2 kobolds jump him from behind. Jae-yuan instantly blows them away with holy arrows. Then he tells Sungwoo to stop talking and get out. As the Kobold Lord swings again, Xiaobei explains he can't fight properly while protecting all of them at once. Inni calls his name in panic, and when he turns toward the attack, a shield appears and blocks the blow. Startled, Xiaobei looks over and sees Inni cast it. She tells him she can help. From her eyes alone he knows she won't back down. He wonders if this is another future he changed. Then he tells Inni to stay with him, while the others return to the entrance and report everything to Instructor Jae-yoon. When Sungwoo tries to argue, Xiaobei, what he bolt on plabat yens likstistilqueen from Sufkols, Sungwoo. Gina finally agrees and promises they'll tell the instructor right away. Once they leave, only Jae-yuan and Ina remain to face the monsters. He tells Ina he'll guard her from behind, so she summons her radiant holy sword and cuts through the smaller kobolds. That's Jae-yuan's opening, and he charges the Kobold Lord head-on. As he closes in, he notices the Kobold Lord's body is melting, so he stops at once. He remembers that every body has a limit for mana. Something hidden is forcing far more power into this monster than it can hold. That hidden thing has to be Odin's Raven, and Jae-yuan decides to drag it into the open. He equips Mistletoe. The weapon widens his vision and activates the skill Mana Perception. Now he can clearly track the mana flow of anything using magic. Using Mana Perception, he follows the trail of energy from the giant to a claw hidden underneath. Glad he found it. He waits for the monster to attack again, then uses lightning chains and promises it won't survive. Meanwhile, in the gathering hall of the Aesir, One of Odin's ravens returns to Asgard to report. Hugin tells Odin that the ravens have located Misteltein, the weapon that vanished from his treasury. Frigg asks where it is, and Hugin says it's in Midgard Earth, and likely in the hands of the prophesied enemy. That disturbs her enough to call Mimir an old fool. Thor tries to calm her down, saying they're watching closely, especially after making a treaty with the anti-Aesir side. Frigga fires back that he's being careless, reminding him they lost Balder in the last war to the Mistletoe branch. Misteltein. After thinking it over, Odin orders Hugin to learn whether this prophesied enemy has contacted the forces opposing the Aesir. Hugin then heads back to Earth. In the chairman's office, Jiaobei keeps rubbing the strange ring he was holding during Jae-Yuan's call. Soon, Siaki enters, and the chairman asks how things are going. The instructor says, no one seems to have noticed anything yet, which pleases Jae-Yuan. He chuckles, glad he borrowed power ahead of time. Jae-Yuan is sure Jae-Yuan will end up in his hands no matter how defiant he acts. He says all of this is for Odin and the Aesir. Back in the dungeon, Jae-Yuan aims his lightning chains at the monster's chest, but the Kobold Lord catches them, barely taking any damage. Then it swings for Jae-Yuan's neck. He bends back and jumps away just in time to avoid being beheaded. With Ina beside him, he asks if she can cover him long enough to slip past its attacks. She says she'll try, though she already looks unwell. Jae-Yuan realizes she probably knows mana rebound could hit her. Even if they beat the Kobold Lord, Ina might die, yet she still chooses to help him. In this second life, Jae-Yuan had decided never to trust anyone. The world was cruel and unfair to the weak, but now that resolve starts to crack. He faces the monster again and decides to finish this. He'll only get one shot, so he unleashes another barrage of lightning chains, while Ina supports him with a mana shield. Protected by it, Jae-Yuan charges in. Ina feels worse and bites her lip, her hands starting to shake. The enraged monster locks onto Jae-Yuan as he rushes forward, and Jae-Yuan remembers what an old friend once told him in his past life. Nothing feels worse than dying, because you couldn't trust your teammates. Jae-Yuan leaps in, signals Aina, and decides to find out for himself if trusting a teammate really matters. Then he steps onto one of his lightning chains and rides it forward. Aina is stunned. Using a chain like that for movement means his mana control is way beyond normal. The monster stays put as Jae-Yuan rushes in on the chain, but he doesn't charge straight at it. Instead, he vaults over its head. In that instant, the Kobold Lord snaps its arm around and swings at him without turning its body, clearly still being guided by the Raven. Aina fears he's about to get swatted out of the air, but Jae-Yuan slips past the blow and grins. Using mana perception, he follows the controlling thread back to Odin's Raven and slams his sword down at its hiding spot with everything he has. The hit is so hard his sword shatters, but it does the job. The Kobold Lord cries out. Right after that, the system announces that the mana link between the Kobold Lord and Odin's Raven has been severed. When Jae-Yuan lands, the Kobold Lord collapses behind him, and he heads over to the one that caused all of this. There, he finds Hugin crumpled from the strike. Jae-Yuan demands to know what Odin is after, and when the Raven stays silent, he plants his foot on its head. Then he spots a necklace marked with 3 triangles, the same symbol as Chairman Jae-Yuan's ring. He presses down again and asks what Odin has to do with Guja-in, but still gets nothing back. Soon he realizes the Raven has no real will of its own, so keeping it there means nothing. He lifts his foot at last, letting the bird fly back to Asgard. Just then, Aina rushes in, calling for Jae-Yuan. He warns her it still isn't over. They need to watch for mana backlash. Before he can finish, she suddenly freezes. The Nornir system tells him corrupted mana has built up in his body. Pain hits Jae-Yuan, and he clutches his chest. Ina does the same, but the Nornir system purges Jae-Yuan's corrupted mana, thanks to the purity of his own, and he finally stabilizes. Then it tells him his mana capacity has permanently gone up by 5. Jae-Yuan is relieved the gamble paid off, and the system confirms he's taken down the first target in the special quest, Raven Hunter. His rewards are 5 stat points, a blank card, and a level up. Once he catches his breath, Jae-Yuan knows this could have gone much worse. But when he looks at Ina, the system warns that his teammate is in critical danger. He rushes to her as the system says she'll die without immediate recovery. Later, Ina wakes up drenched in sweat, her head pounding. Seeing Jae-Yuan beside her, she asks what happened. He'd been asleep too, but stirs when she says his name. Surprised she's awake, he asks how she feels, and when she checks her status, she's shocked. Her health and mana are completely restored, even though she clearly remembers suffering mana rebound. She says she's okay, and asks about him. Jae-Yuan says he's fine too. He just nodded off. Then she glances over and sees the Lord Kobold is dead, so she asks why he stayed instead of leaving. He says he was waiting for her to wake up because there's something they need to discuss. Curious, she asks what it is, and after a pause, Jae-Yuan says they need to get their story straight. That makes Ina blush, since the Korean phrase can also sound like I want to put my lips on yours. Outside the dungeon, Yuan-jung demands to know why only 2 people came back out. Instructor Jae-Yuan tries to calm her down, saying she understands why she's worried. Nearby, Hoyeon wonders what he can even do to help Jae-Yoon and Ina. Then the dungeon door opens, and while Yoo-jung is still arguing, Jae-Yoon and Ina walk out. Everyone goes still. Jae-Yoon asks if they were fighting over them, and even Instructor Jae-Yoon is stunned. The inspection team had told her the 2 cadets were as good as dead. After all, the boss inside was at least B rank. Tears suddenly well up in Yoojung's eyes, and she runs to them with her arms wide open. Crying, she hugs them and says the instructor and inspectors all thought they died. She's just so happy they're alive, and Ina smiles at that. But Jae-yoon gently says he understands, and asks if she can let go now. Even Sung-woo and Gina look close to tears. Seeing that, Jae-yoon thanks them both for believing in them. He tells everyone those 2 left because he told them to bring the instructor, so they shouldn't be blamed or insulted. Yoojung is still upset and asks how they could leave teammates behind like that, but Jae-yoon says he would have made the same call, so she doesn't need to be angry for him. Not everyone is as fearless as she is, he reminds her, and asks her not to lash out on his behalf. That hits her hard, so she lets go of his arm and clings to Ina instead, saying she was mad for Ina, not him. Before they came out of the dungeon, Ina had asked if he was the one who healed her. Jae-yoon said he knew she was confused, but he couldn't explain everything. He didn't want anyone knowing about that power. She asked why he was hiding it, so he turned the question around. Wasn't she wondering why a kobold lord showed up here and put students in danger? He says it all traces back to Chairman Gu Jae-yoon, a rotten man who sees students as tools. According to Jae-yoon, the chairman's public image is fake, and he doesn't care if useless students die. Ina realizes that's why Jae-yoon opposes the chairman and keeps his power secret, and he admits that's right. After a short pause, she brings up what he told her the day they visited the office. Back then, he warned them not to trust anyone, not the chairman, not even the instructors. So she asks how much he really knows about Jae-yoon. He already knew Jae-yoon was dangerous, and he acted like he knew what was coming. That's why she asks how he knows all this. When he stays quiet, Ina begs him to answer. Jae-yoon says nothing. He didn't expect her to push this hard, and knowing she could be in danger if she gets involved, he briefly considers using indoctrination on her, but he drops the idea. Her magical aptitude is high, so it might fail anyway, and it would be a terrible way to gain an ally. In the end, he apologizes and says he can't tell her more. She asks why not. He finally says the truth would put her in even more danger, and asks her to leave it there for now. Back in the present, Instructor Jae-yoon bows, and apologizes for failing to rescue them, adding that she's glad he made it back. But Jae-yoon tells her it's okay. She wasn't the one who sent them in knowing this would happen. As he turns to leave and get some rest, Ina hurries after him, and asks one more time if he really can't tell her what he knows, especially when something like this could happen again. He apologizes again, says he still can't, and hopes she'll keep the promise she made. After Jangbao points away, the Nornir system announces he has cleared the main quest, the first turning point, and that the reward changes based on the path he chose. It says he took Route B, different from what he chose in the past. Because of that, he receives Dun's golden apple. Later, Chairman Jangbao says Soki has disappointed him. Soki quickly apologizes, but the chairman says he'll overlook it once, though he can't stand useless subordinates. With a cold look, Jangbao asks if the instructor understands. Shaking, Soki promises he won't fail again, and Jangbao warns him he'd better not. Then he orders Soki to make sure Jangbao is brought to heal at the next event, before his patience runs out. The next morning, Jangbao Point takes a quick shower, and when he looks at his clothes, he thinks about Ina's mana rebound. Before regression, Kim Yoo-jung died, and An Ho-yeo never even reached half his potential. That's why he believes he has to step in for the sake of the future. Ina is different though. He thinks she'll be fine even without his help. So he decides to be careful around her, since he doesn't know how changing things might affect the future. He sits on the couch and turns on the TV to see if anything useful is on. While watching the news, he thinks he needs to uncover the link between Gu Jing and the Aesir as soon as possible. What happened in the dungeon was only the start. Worse situations are definitely coming, and he needs to get stronger so he can handle whatever comes next. Then a news segment catches his eye, as one host asks about other types of dungeons beyond the normal ones. The expert says theme dungeons work very differently from normal ones. In a regular dungeon, you beat the boss and leave. In a theme dungeon, the biggest problem is that you can't get out until it's cleared. Hearing that, Jangbao points with Levernlapis dungeons from his past life and gets an idea. The expert goes on to say that raiders have to take on a role inside the dungeon and clear its set conditions. It's basically roleplay, and the main reason people chase these dungeons is for the rare rewards. There's also a hidden piece, often called God's arrangement. That's why raiders still risk these brutal dungeons. Jangbao points with inoculations. Jangbao points with and called Solange Reforkol for Tim the Paolo. At the same time, Ina has tea with Yoo-jung. She apologizes for making her worry. Yoo-jung brushes it off, saying she's just glad both of them are safe. Then she admits Jangbao Point can be kind of a jerk, so she was worried he might have treated Ina badly. Ina says that's just how Jangbao Point is. Then she goes quiet for a moment. That makes Yoo-jung snap, asking if he really was mean to her. Ina quickly says no. It's just that Jangbao Point seems to trust Yoo-jung a lot. Ina says she'd be happy if he could trust her too, and lean on her a little more. She adds that maybe he would if she were stronger, then trails off again. Now Yoo-jung starts worrying about her. So Ina finally rises and Yoo-jung cuts in first, saying they should stop thinking about Jangbao Bay and go get something good to eat. There's a place she's been wanting to try. Ina starts to stutter, but Yoo-jung grabs her hand and says they're going to cheer her up. Ina is caught off guard at first, but then she smiles. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun checks Idun's golden apple, a legendary consumable. It cuts aging by 50%, boosts natural healing by 50%, permanently raises magic aptitude, and can't be sold or handed to someone else. He quickly realizes effects like anti-aging and stronger healing are incredibly rare, easily worth over $1 million. The problem is he can't give this one away either, so he starts thinking about all the other loot he can get. He remembers that an A-rank theme dungeon will open soon at a theme park in Seoul. That's where he can get Thialfi's Thundersteps, the speed-boosting shoes once worn by Thor's servant. Since they greatly raise dexterity, martial arts raiders have always wanted them. With high expectations, Zhao Yun bites into the apple. Light flares around him, but the apple just tastes like a normal apple. A moment later, the Norner system says Idun's golden apple is taking effect. His stamina permanently rises by 20, his mana by 20, and both his slower aging and natural healing increase by 50%. On top of that, his magic aptitude gets a major permanent boost. Zhao Yun is pleased this thing wasn't just hype. His body already feels lighter, so he picks up his phone and makes a call. Not long after, he heads to the theme park in Seoul. Seeing it again after regressing, he thinks the place looks pretty cheap. When he walks up to the counter, the worker asks what ticket he wants. Instead, Zhao Yun sets down a Lotus Guild card and says he's a raider from the Lotus Guild. Then he warns her that a theme dungeon is about to appear in the park. Around the same time, instructor Zhao Yun visits Zhao Yun's hostel and learns he isn't there. The staff member says Zhao Yun mentioned he had something to do today and asks if anything is wrong, so Zhao Yun says no, nothing's wrong. Still, she wonders how a new student could recover so fast after an incident like that. He's not just talented, he bounces back from trauma incredibly quickly. That makes her realize he has real nerve. Before leaving, she asks the worker to tell Zhao Yun to come see her once he's back. After stepping outside, she plugs in a communicator and secretly contacts team manager Song Jisok Sun Bainam. Jisok answers and asks how the investigation went. Zhao Yun tells him she found out Zhao Yun was involved. Jisok asks if Zhao Yun handled the dungeon trial and guesses the boy must be in a rough spot. He tells her to watch both of them and report anything strange. Zhao Yun agrees, then adds that student Min Zhao Yun, the one she mentioned before, seems to know something about what's really happening. At the park, officials announce that all guests need to leave. Zhao Yun is surprised by how fast they moved and realizes just how much power the Lotus Guild has. He remembers calling teacher Song In to warn her the dungeon was about to appear. When he told her he was sure, she let him use the guild's name, but only if he put his safety first. When things got dangerous, that condition makes him smile. She explains it isn't that she doubts him, it's just that no teacher wants a student stepping into danger when anything can happen in a dungeon. In the present, the Nornir system announces that the themed dungeon Neverland in Ruins has appeared. It says a special item will be given if 3 missions are cleared in a row. A special quest called Big 3 is added. He has to clear 3 A-rank missions, and the reward is the Valfi's Thundersteps. He gets 24 hours, but the failure penalty isn't listed. Xiao Beiyun realizes it's unfolding exactly like his past life. In a flashback, he remembers another raider showing up, and proudly saying the Viking area was obviously one of the mission spots. She bragged that she could already pick out other likely places too. The rides, the haunted house, even the parade. Her name was Seo Ah-hyun, a 16-year-old themed dungeon raider. She loudly praised her skill, cognition accelerant, saying it was amazing. As far as she was concerned, she could solve anything if she used her brain. Xiao Beiyun remembers her as a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. She loved showing off, but envious people killed her in the end, and Thialfi's Thundersteps went to someone else. This time, Xiao Beiyun decides he'll take the Thundersteps for himself. Soon the Nornir system asks if he wants to begin the first Big 3 mission, the Viking mission. He says yes, and is immediately sent into the Viking dungeon. The system then tells him this story's ending is being changed. Xiao Beiyun vanishes, and not long after, Xiao Beiyun appears near the spot where he disappeared. A moment later, Xiao Beiyun fully syncs with the dungeon character, and the system tells him he's now playing Thialfi, a warrior who survived the Viking invasion. Then the first Big 3 mission appears, Thialfi's Grudge. Thor, jealous of Thialfi's speed, took his younger sister Rosqua hostage to force him into service. Xiao Beiyun must become Thialfi and rescue Rosqua. The mission is B rank. The reward is the active skill commander's shout, and failure happens if either Rosqua or Thialfi dies. For Xiao Beiyun, failure means death. Thialfi, servant of Thor and the fastest in the 9 realms, was originally human, and he came to hate the Aesir. He lost his family to Vikings who worshipped them. Xiao Beiyun is shocked, because that's not the story people normally know. He starts wondering if this is another clash between the Aesir and the Nornir. Suddenly someone calls him Thialfi, and tells him to wake up. He sits up with a sharp pain in his head, unsure where he is. Then he realizes he's on the ship he stole to search for Rosqva, and the one who woke him is Frederick, the man who came up with the plan to steal it. Frederick asks if he's okay. Xiao Beiyun is about to answer, when another ship slams into theirs, rocking the whole vessel. Before they can figure it out, pirates storm aboard, and the situation turns bad fast. Xiao Beiyun still doesn't know what's going on, but rescuing Rosqua will have to wait. He quickly tells Frederick to leave this to him, then jumps onto the other ship, even as Frederick tries to stop him. The moment Xiao Beiyun lands there, the men freeze in surprise. Then one of them mocks him for leaping straight into enemy ground instead of hiding, and the others pile on with threats to kill him. Xiao Beiyun says nothing. Then he spots a girl tied up in the middle of the ship, and recognizes her as Seo Ahyun. It's the same girl who bragged about her skills, so he wonders why she's here. Right then, the Nornir system informs him that the bound girl is Thialfi's younger sister Roskva. Seo Ahyun always thought of herself as a genius and a future top raider. But somehow, she ended up trapped inside this dungeon. Just 3 minutes before the park's emergency announcement, she had gone off to the bathroom. Now, stuck here, she calculates the odds. A 0.6% chance a dungeon would appear where she was, and a 0.0003% chance she'd get trapped in a theme dungeon. After cursing her luck, she forces herself to stop dwelling on it and think about how to get out of here, even as tears well up because she doesn't want to die in this place. She hopes a raid team has already shown up and thinks she might run into one when she spots Min Jae-yoon in the middle of the park, so she starts following him. He doesn't look like part of any raid team, which only makes her more curious, so she keeps tailing him. Back in the present, Min Jae-yoon can't believe he ran into her again, of all people, even after everyone was told to escape. Before he can dwell on it, the pirates aim their arrows at him, but he throws up a mana shield and blocks the volley. While they keep firing, he wonders why weird people are always around him. Then he loads up a punch with mana and drops them all in one hit. He decides to look on the bright side. Even if Seo is annoying, she'll still be useful in this raid. Then a larger pirate charges in and swings his sword at Min Jae-yoon, but he slips aside and avoids the slash. Since he can't send Seo away, he decides he'll use her instead. After dodging, he drives a punch into the big man's face and sends him tumbling back. First he has to clean this up, then he'll decide what to do with Seo. More pirates rush him, and Min Jae-yoon tells them he doesn't have time, so they should all come at once. Not long after, every last one of them is down. He walks over to Seo and tells her to quit pretending she's asleep. Min Jae-yoon asks if she's supposed to be Roskva, and she clicks her tongue, admitting he caught her. With a sly smile she asks if that means he's Thialfi. He says yes, and crouches in front of her. Then he punches the post she's tied to, cracking it, and making her flinch. With a dangerous look, Min Jae-yoon says he knows exactly what she's plotting, so she better not try anything cute. The warning lands. Seo nods fast, and even hiccups. A moment later, the system tells Min Jae-yoon he's cleared the first of the big 3 missions, and he's being moved back to the field. Soon, he and Seo are back in the park, sitting across from each other at a table. To Seo, Min Jae-yoon looks like a magic-type raider who fights like a martial artist. He seems about her age, and has a terrible personality. While she's trying to figure him out, Min Jae-yoon breaks the silence and asks what skills she has. Seo stammers before saying her skill just helps with swordsmanship. She figures she should fool him. Kids their age rarely have skills, and with his awful attitude, she'd rather use him first. But Min Jae-yoon cuts in, saying that's not her real skill, and he hates liars. She quickly insists she's telling the truth, and claims she has a D-rank skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Revision. After a brief pause, Min Jae-yoon tells her the real name is Cognition Accelerant, and says it makes time feel slower while speeding up the user's thinking. It's good for leadership, but also great for reading situations and opponents. Then he asks if any of that is wrong. Xiaobei is stunned, and asks how he figured it out. Min Jae-yoon stands and says he can't take her with him if she's still planning to lie and use him. He's not dumb enough for that. He turns to leave, but she begs him to stop, crying as she apologizes. If he leaves her there, she's sure she'll die. He asks why he should trust her, and she says she'll do whatever it takes. That makes him smile, and he suggests a contract. At first she's confused, but once they start writing it out, she understands. The contract says she can't do anything that harms Min Jae-yoon. She must follow all his orders. He'll keep her safe until they clear the Neverland-themed dungeon, and she can never speak of the contract. Reading it, she grabs her hair in frustration. The deal is enforced through Min Jae-yoon's subordination ability, part of his indoctrination skill, and he knows this is the safest way to handle someone as troublesome as her. In the end, she signs it, and a binding chain appears around her neck and arm. The system announces that Seo has been subordinated, and because it was done by contract, it won't disappear even after the dungeon is cleared. Min Jae-yoon tries to make it sound better, saying it's not like he controls her mind, but she snaps that it still feels awful knowing someone can get into her head. He tells her she can always refuse, since he never forced her, and if she wants, he can leave her there. Before he finishes, she hurriedly says she'll do her best. Meanwhile, in Hiliv Temple, someone tells Hel that the little adversary is working hard, especially now that the Aesir gods are watching more closely. He says leaving now would only anger the Aesir, so he asks Hel to watch things for him while he buys time until the adversary is ready. Back at the park, Suwedi trails behind Min Jae-yoon and asks where they're heading next. He says they're going to the haunted house first, and she lets out a scream because she's scared of rides. Min Jae-yoon asks if she's really that scared, but she immediately acts offended and asks what kind of middle schooler would be afraid of something like that. He says someone like her might be, and when she denies it again, he just shrugs and agrees. As they get close, Min Jae-yoon tells her to get ready to go in, but she begs for a moment to calm her breathing. Then the system announces the start of the second mission in the haunted house, and they're transported inside. Their goal is to escape without breaking the 3 rules, and some of their skills are sealed. Min Jae-yoon asks what role she got, and judging by the camera in her hands, Xiaobei says she must be the cameraman. Then she asks about his role. He says he's playing some kind of horror streamer, and that it's been a while since they've had a... Before he can finish, a huge man appears beside them and greets them. Seibu looks ready to lose it, but the man calmly introduces himself as Alfred, the mansion's butler. He says he serves Countess Flandier, and was sent to welcome them. Right then, the Nornir system gives Min Jae-yoon the second mission. In the Flandier mission, they've been invited to Countess Flandier's mansion, a creepy place hiding a terrible secret. They must use the camera to uncover the truth and escape. It's A rank, rewards the active skill illusion, and failure means death if they run out of time or miss the mansion's secrets. Alfred invites them inside, saying the Countess ordered him to treat them as well as possible. Min Jae-yoon stays on guard, while Seo is sweating bullets. Alfred says he'll lead them to the dining room first, since they must be tired. Inside, Min Jae-yoon notices a vase with a tag calling it a gift for the most beautiful and foolish little girl. Seo spots a painting showing a young girl with a dog, and Alfred says it's a portrait of the owner with her dog Sean. Min Jae-yoon guesses the girl was around 12 or 13, then comments that the Countess must care a lot about her childhood if she kept a portrait like that. Alfred agrees, saying she treasures those dreamlike happy memories, but the way he says it is deeply unsettling, making Min Jae-yoon uneasy and pushing Seo close to tears. Before long, the strange butler tells them to keep following him. As they do, Min Jae-yoon stays alert. The system explained the first mission's setup, but not this one, so he'll have to uncover the mansion's secrets on his own. He glances at Seo, then asks if she's holding up, pointing out that she clearly lied about not being scared. She argues she's just nervous because she's not used to the place yet. Soon Alfred brings them to the dining table and shows off the feast. Countess Flandier prepared. With that same eerie stare, he tells them to enjoy it and slowly slips out the door, like he's waiting to see if they poison themselves. After Alfred leaves, the two sit in silence for a moment. Then Seo says eating any of that is obviously a bad idea, so Min Jae-yoon suggests they look around while the butler is gone. As he moves, Seo tells him to wait, they should gather some information first. When he stops, she concentrates and activates Cognition Accelerant. The skill sharpens her awareness, and after a moment she says she's figured out a few things about the mansion. Min Jae-yoon is surprised she learned so much so fast and asks what she found. Seo says she thinks the mansion's owner is a child around 12. When he asks why, she points to the nearby chair and the lobby. The owner's seat is set higher than the others, which suggests she's much smaller than everyone else sitting there. On top of that, the shelves in the lobby were all low, and only the lower handles showed signs of use. Min Jae-yoon admits that makes sense, so he says they should check another area. As Seo follows him, she says she really wants to keep the camera afterward, because it looks super expensive. Then Min Jae-yoon suddenly stops. Seo walks up and asks what happened. Jae-yoon, clearly tense, tells her this isn't the time to joke, they're trapped inside. Outside the theme dungeon, raiders and reporters show up about 2 hours after it appeared. One reporter says a park worker confirmed 2 people are inside, a Lotus Guild raider and a middle schooler, Seo Ah-hyun. She worries about whether both kids can get out safely. Nearby, a raider called Sunbae Nim swears in frustration when he realizes missing the early entry could ruin their next promotion. Kaif-hoon, the same raider who came after Jae-yoon and Hoyeon handled the goblins, says nobody could have predicted a theme dungeon would open in the park. Sunbae Nim says if the civilian council judges them badly, Kaif-hoon could lose the rank he got after the goblin case, and his own promotion will be cancelled too. Kaif-hoon dryly thanks him for the encouragement. Sunbae Nim says they're definitely taking the blame for this, and tells Kyun-hoon to find out who got stuck inside. Kyun-hoon is shocked when he sees one of them as Jae-yoon. He remembers hearing Jae-yoon entered Mill's academy, and starts wondering if Lotus already picked him up. Seeing his face, Sunbae Nim nervously asks if there are only 2 people in there instead of 3. Kong-hoon says he has a feeling this theme dungeon will be cleared. Back in the haunted house, Xiaobei freezes after hearing they're locked in. Shaking, she asks what they'll do if they stay trapped here forever. Jae-hoon tells her to calm down. If this is a dungeon, there has to be a way out. With no better option, she forces herself to accept that. Then she starts searching again for some kind of exit. Left alone for a moment, Jae-hoon thinks the mansion's owner clearly doesn't welcome them. He also knows a weak door like this shouldn't stop him with his current stats. Xiaobei even escaped this place alone before his regression, so the stamina needed to clear it can't be high. That means something else is at play. While he thinks, Xiao calls him over. He asks what's wrong and she says the camera is acting strange. At first he thinks she's overreacting, but when he comes closer, he sees the camera shows Alfred's corpse sprawled across the dining table, so the Alfred who led them here wasn't the real one. Right away, the system says they've uncovered 70% of Alfred's secret, the mansion's first mystery. Jae-hoon realizes the camera can show things hidden from normal sight. That makes it a key item for solving the mansion's mystery. If the Alfred they met was fake, then the camera must be showing either the present or the past. Since this dungeon is about uncovering the mansion's secrets, Xiaobei says it can't be the future, so it has to be the past. In other words, the camera is revealing the mansion's hidden past. If that's true, then the feast was never meant to be eaten. Jaehyun remembers sensing faint mana from the start, so the whole spread must be an illusion. Illusions sometimes show up as dungeon traps. He places a finger on the table and tries to use absolute calculation, but the system says the skill fails to activate. It's simply forbidden in this place. Once that fails, he notices Xiaobei checking under the table and asks what she's doing. She says there might be some kind of mechanism down there to open a door. The only thing that changes in the camera view is Alfred's body replacing the food, so she thinks the escape clue has to be here. That gives Jaehyun an idea. He quickly turns on mana detection and focuses on the table. A stream of mana is coming from one pudding plate. That confirms it. Blocking magic is usually tied to an object or a formula. Break the object or erase the formula, and the magic collapses. He tells Xiaobei the key should be inside the pudding, but she hesitates to go near it, because the camera still shows Alfred's mangled corpse there. Jaehyun mocks her by asking if she's scared, and she snaps that she isn't. To prove it, she jams her hand into the pudding. After digging around, she pulls out a key. The system announces they've solved the mansion's second secret, the Seal of Illusion Magic, and they'll get a bonus reward after clearing the dungeon. Elsewhere, the fake Alfred watches the guest through a pearl in another room. He worries that they didn't enjoy the meal, and mutters that guests must be treated properly. He vows that butler Alfred will never fail the Countess. Then he heads out, laughing like a madman. In the hallway, Jaehyun and Xiaobei move toward a bright room, but when Xiao checks it through the camera, she sees darkness, blood, and children's toys. Using the camera, they spot a door. Jaehyun guesses leads to the guest bedroom. When he says they should check inside, Xiaobei recoils at the blood she sees. Jimyu reminds her they need to find a way out, or they'll be stuck in this mansion forever. That finally gets her moving. He tells her to stay quiet, keep looking, and call him if she finds anything. Once inside, Jimyu starts searching for clues. Then he turns and spots a girl in white, covered in blood. Looking closer, he sees parts of her face are torn away, and her mouth has been stitched shut. She raises a finger toward him, and the fake Alfred appears behind Jimyu Wan, without him noticing. A little later, Jimyu wakes up. He startles at the figure over him, then realizes it's Seo. She asks if he's okay, but he tells her to stop shouting because his head is pounding. He expected trouble, but he still can't tell how they managed to knock him out, and he wonders if this is part of the dungeon's normal flow. Xiaobei says she used cognition accelerant to figure out where they are. Based on the damp air, moss, and torture marks all around, she thinks they're in some underground prison. Jimyu Worm walks to the iron bars and says there has to be a key for this place too. He activates silence so no one can hear them, and slams the gate with a mana punch. To Xiaobei's shock, the bars break apart like paper, and even the wall behind them cracks. When Xiao blurts out in shock, Jimyu tells her to stay quiet, or Alfred, whoever he really is, might find them. She shoots back that smashing a wall wasn't exactly subtle. He tells her to be quiet, and starts thinking about their next move. Then they hear a dog bark. Jimyu is stunned when a small puppy jumps into his arms. He wonders what a puppy is doing down here, and then notices it has a key in its mouth. Panicked, Xiaobei tells him to put the puppy down right now. Jimyu asks why. It looks normal, its mana feels normal, and with that key, maybe it got trapped here too. Xiao argues that no dungeon would hand them the key that easily, so the puppy could be bait. But the puppy growls at her. That shuts her up fast. Then the system gives Jimyu a new quest called Flandier's Diary. The quest tells them to reach Countess Flandier's room on the 4th floor and read her diary. Its B rank, rewards them by removing the theme dungeon's skill locks, and fails if they die or miss the 2-hour limit. Jimyu decides the reward is worth it, and Flandier's room must be tied to the mansion's secrets. The three of them sneak through the mansion until they reach the 3rd floor. There, Jimyu stops and admits he has no idea where to go next. The dog jumps from his arms, and Xiaobei sighs that losing the camera really hurt them. Then she cuts herself off when she notices Jimyu has gone completely still. She asks what's wrong, getting nervous. When he doesn't answer, she turns and sees the same blood-covered girl in white. This time, it's clear her eyes have been gouged out and her lips sewn shut. Jimyu tries speaking to her, but Xiaobei grabs his shirt and says they don't have time to chat with ghosts. He brushes her hand off and asks the ghost girl why she's still here. Then he asks if she has regrets tied to this mansion. She shakes her head. When he asks if she's trying to help them, she nods. So Jaehyun asks where Flandier's room is on the 4th floor. She points behind them. He thanks her and says if he gets the chance he'll help her pass on, then asks her to wait. They turn to leave. The dog comes back and Jaehyun signals Xiaobei to move. Still, she doesn't look fully convinced. Back at the theme park, Sunbae Nim sits down with manager Sung Jae. He asks him to confirm that the Lotus Guild will take responsibility for everything connected to this theme dungeon. Sung Jae says yes. He says he can shift all the blame from the National Raider Association and the civilians onto the Lotus Guild, but only if they agree to one condition. Guildmaster Yu Xiong-in asks them to keep Min Jae-hyun's name out of the public. Sunbae Nim pauses, then admits it's hard to see why the Lotus Guild would do this much for a student from Mills Academy. Sunjae says he can't explain the reason. Even so, Sunbae Nim accepts since there's no downside for them. Still, he asks what happens if Jae-hyun fails the dungeon raid. Sunjae calmly says the Lotus Guild would never go this far for someone who'd fail here. Back in the dungeon, Jae-hyun drops the last living armor in one hit. That shocks Xiaobei, since living armors are supposed to be C-rank monsters. Jaehoon says this is the fastest path, and monsters like these are no problem. Then they open the next door. A system message tells Jaehoon they've entered Flandier's room. The place gives off a creepy feeling right away. Xiaobei starts toward the desk first, but Jaehoon stops her, saying the desk is too obvious. He wants to search the less likely spots instead. After a bit of searching, Jaehoon finds what they need. The system says it's Countess Flandier's diary, where she wrote every day. The first entry is dated May 7th, 1474. Flandier says her skin keeps getting paler. The doctors can't help and she fears she'll die without ever seeing the outside world. Another entry from May 10th says she's excited for her parents to bring back a doll she wanted from the city. On May 12th, she writes that a letter arrived saying her parents were killed by thieves. The page is stained with tears as she wonders if they'd still be alive if she hadn't asked for that doll. By May 15th, the funeral is over. As the last of the Flandier bloodline, she inherits the mansion, but all she feels is that she'll be alone forever. An entry from July 4th says a girl was caught after picking a flower from the garden. She looked about Flandier's age and reminded her of her doll, so Flandier decided to let her stay in the mansion. On July 20th, she writes that the girl had no name, so she named her Sally. They've been playing together every day, and Flandier is happy to finally have a friend. In a September 8th entry, Flandier says Alfred left without a word. Sally claims he hurried off to the next town, but Flandier still feels uneasy. By September 10th, Alfred is back, but something about him feels off. Sally is hiding something too, so Flandier knows something happened. In an entry from November 9th, she writes that screams keep echoing through the mansion. The kitchen lady Selena and her maid Michelle won't stop shrieking like their throats are tearing apart. She wonders if it's a dream, but it feels too real. She's terrified. Blood stains the page, and later in the entry, she writes that Sally and Alfred are knocking on her bedroom door. She's sure they want to kill her, and she has no idea what to do. After that, the system tells Jae-Yuen the skill restriction has been lifted. He quickly understands that Flandier was murdered, most likely by the monster that took over the mansion. He then figures out that monster was a doppelganger. So he turns towards Jae-Yu and realizes the one beside him is actually that doppelganger in disguise. Several more Alfred lookalikes are standing behind it too. The system announces that Jae-Yuen has uncovered the first secret behind Alfred's identity. It also says the subquest, Flandier's Diary, is complete. Then a new message says he's uncovered all the mansion's secrets, and now he must escape safely. With the puppy at his side, Jae-Yuen faces the monsters. The creature lashes out first, shooting deadly parts of its body at him. Jae-Yuen grabs the puppy and leaps away. He tells the monster he's glad it finally dropped the fake act. He was getting sick of it. The creature laughs and says he's pretty sharp for a human. Jae-Yuen fires back that it wasn't hard to figure out, he's just smarter. Thanks to his ability to see through illusions, he could tell what it really was. Then he adds that maybe he isn't that smart. The monster might just be stupid. That gets under its skin, and it angrily asks how he dares talk to it like that. In a rage, it smashes the lamp and tears through the roof, forcing Jae-Yuen to run. The monster chases right behind him. While fleeing, Jae-Yuen activates Lightning Chain and fires it back. The attack tears big holes through the monster's body, but it still doesn't go down. Meanwhile, the puppy starts feeling sick from all the sudden movement. The doppelganger is a B-rank monster because it can copy a person's looks and skills, but in pure combat, it's closer to C-rank. After reforming, it says it's going to take Jae-Yuen's body. Then it orders him to hand it over and charges when he doesn't respond. Even with the monster right in front of him, Jae-Yuen doesn't budge. At the last second, he traps it in another lightning chain. He asks how it feels to be fooled after tricking others for so long. The lightning scorches it, and the monster screams. As it melts into a puddle, it admits envy drove it this far. It wanted to be human too. The heat burns through the floor, and the creature drops out of sight. Jae-Yuen looks at the dog and says its barking was pretty convincing, so the dungeon probably turned Jae-Yuen to a puppy. He heads for the next door, but spots Flandier's spirit again. This time she looks just like she did in the painting, smiling and waving at him. Jae-Yuen smiles back. As he opens the door, he tells her goodbye. The system says he cleared the second mission and completed every hidden scenario too. Because of that, he'll get bonus rewards. A moment later, Jae-Yuen and Seiyu are sent back to the real world, and he checks his rewards. One skill is Commander Shouting, which boosts allies' morale, mana, and stamina. The other is Illusion, which creates false images for enemies. He isn't too interested in Commander Shouting, since he rarely uses support skills, but he likes Illusion because it can turn a fight around. When he looks at Seihuo, she complains that he should have told her he knew she was the puppy, because she was terrified something bad would happen. Jae-Yuen reminds her she got out alive, but she's still mad. He tells her to stop whining and get up. They need to move to the next area. That catches her off guard, since she wanted a break. Surprised, he asks if she's really tired when she hasn't done much since the underground cell. She says it's mental exhaustion. Jae-Yuen says he gets it, but walking around should help. Then he uses subordination and orders her to walk, making her legs move on their own. As she's forced toward the next mission, Saiho screams that she'll never forgive him. After a while, she runs out of breath and asks if this place is some kind of parade. Jae-Yuen drinks a potion and says it is, but warns her to stay alert since they don't know what's coming. Then a voice over the speakers welcomes everyone to Neverland. Ahead of them, a crowd is gathered around a stage. The host introduces himself as Bruin and invites everyone to join his parade. He walks over to Jae-hyun and Seho, welcomes them, and congratulates them on clearing 2 missions. Jae-hyun skips the small talk and asks what the final mission is. Bruin says the last game is tag. He points to a nearby gate. They'll need to run from the monsters that come out of it and reach the goal. Jae-hyun says there's no way it's that simple, and Bruin praises him for catching that. Bruin explains that Tian creates monsters based on how many challengers there are and how strong they are. Zhao Beiyun immediately realizes that's bad news. If it counts his full strength, the monsters will be much tougher than before, and fighting while protecting Seo will make it even harder. Bruin then appraises their abilities, and cheerfully announces they measure at S rank. He's amazed, saying he hasn't seen ranks this high before, but Jae-hyun argues that makes no sense. Bruin only wishes them luck, then bursts into flames. Right after that, the Norner system gives Jae-hyun a new quest called Last Festival. He has to escape Surtior, a fire monster, and reach the final point or defeat it. The quest is rated S+ rank, and the reward is Theelfis Thundersteps. Failure means being killed by Surtior, and the system warns them there are 3 enemies to defeat. A hidden quest appears too. Kill Surtior and remove the threat. The reward is unknown, but it may be something called Unbelievable Performance. Jae-hyun freezes when he hears there are 3 enemies. Right away, he knows something is off. Then another fire giant steps out of the gate. Bruin showed them, Surtur is the being meant to burn the world. Older than even Ymir. The flaming sword he carries is said to be hot enough to reduce everything to ash in just a few hours. Jang-hyun grabs Seik and runs as Surtur lights the area on fire and starts raining brimstone everywhere. Now crying, Seik asks how they're supposed to escape something like that. He says he's working on it, then snaps at her to stop talking and run if she wants to live. Fire keeps falling, and the whole area starts going up in flames. Elsewhere, a cat-like being tells Hel this might be her fault, and wonders if they should step in. Hel just teases her, saying she was never planning to help anyway. Then Hel tells her to leave them alone. She wants to see how Jae-hyun survives. Back in the parade ground, Surtur keeps bombarding the place with fire. Jae-hyun keeps fleeing. He quickly sees that fighting Surtur head-on is suicide, so he decides to avoid him and find the goal instead. Then Sep calls out. She's found the destination. Jae-hyun heads straight for it, and tells her to hang on a little longer. Using haste to boost his speed, he sprints toward the finish. His idea is simple. Pull Surtur's attention away, and get Sep to the goal. At the same time, Surtur demands to know which fool summoned him. He goes wild, dropping even more fire, and the two barely avoid getting burned alive. Jae-hyun curses, and tells Sep to stay sharp and listen carefully. They're going to split up and keep running. He orders her to head straight for the merry-go-round. When Sep asks if he's going to distract that monster, he shoots back, asking if she'd rather be the bait, then tells her to run. As she races for the goal, Jae-hyun steps in front of Surtur and taunts him, calling him a bastard. Surtur glares down at him, then fires a blast of flame, but Jae-hyun dodges in time. He lands on top of a nearby tower and mocks Surtur for being too slow to catch him. Enraged, Surtur spews fire from his mouth and smashes the tower with one strike, but Jae-hyun escapes again. Meanwhile, Seppo is just about to reach the destination when Surtur drops fire on it and destroys it. She stops in confusion, not understanding what just happened. Jae-hyun is just as shocked. Then the system announces the goal has been destroyed, making the normal clear condition impossible. Only the hidden quest remains. Surtur calls him a foolish insect, and asks how he ever thought he could stand against him. Jae-hyun realizes there's only one way out now. Kill Surtur, so he stops running. When Surtur launches another fireball, Jae-hyun blocks it without even stepping aside. Surtur praises him, saying only a few have ever defended against his attack. Then the giant grabs his sword and swings, curious if Jae-hyun can stop that too. Even then, Jae-hyun refuses to dodge and gets ready to take it head-on. Watching nearby, Sep realizes they really could die like this. She activates Cognition Accelerant and searches for any way to help. While Jae-hyun keeps fending off the flames, Sep calls out to him and says she found a way to beat the giant. Jae-hyun pulls back to meet her. Surtur roars, asking how a human dares flee from him. Inside one of the remaining buildings, Sep explains her plan. There's a water tank at the edge of Neverland. If they lure Surtur there, the water might put out his flames and leave him open. Jae-hyun realizes that if the fire is gone, they may be able to destroy his head or heart. Sep adds that this Surtur must be a copy, not the real giant from myth. If so, hitting his weak points should kill him. She says she'll predict Surtur's path with her skill and guide Jae-hyun to the tank. A moment later, Jae-hyun runs for the water tank, following Sep's shouted directions, how many steps, which way to turn, and how to avoid Surtur's next attack. Then Jae-hyun suddenly stops. Surtur mocks him as a weak human and asks if he's done running. Jae-hyun turns and says he was never running. Then he adds that Surtur is nothing compared to the Aesir gods, and if he's stuck working as a gate guard, he has no right to call anyone weak. That clearly hits a nerve. When Surtur can only rage, Jae-hyun presses harder, asking if he's scared of a mere human too. With fury blazing in his eyes, Surtur snarls and calls him a bastard. He fires another blast, and a huge wave of water crashes into him instead. Jae-hyun had used illusion, so Surtur was attacking the tank, not him. The flood drenches the giant and snuffs out the flames around his body for a moment. Jae-hyun instantly leaps up with mana gathered into his sword and drives it into Surtur's heart, slamming him to the ground. Lying there, Surtur calls it a dirty trick. Jae-hun says it doesn't matter, he won. Surtur warns him not to get cocky. This was only a copy, and the real one won't fall so easily. Not long after, Surtur fades away. The system announces that Jae-hun cleared the last Big 3 mission and the hidden route, earning bonus rewards, unbelievable performance, and an item called Surtur's Undying Flames. Nearby, Sayo is relieved it's finally over. The cat watching from afar realizes Jae-hun never needed help after all. He finds Jae-hun interesting and likes how badly he wants to grow stronger. He'll replies that Jae-hun is only a vessel. The cat doesn't buy that, pointing out that she's the one always watching him. He also says it's still too soon to let the Aesir know about the boy, and for now they should help him grow strong enough to kill Odin, the Aesir's leader. Meanwhile, Jae-hun receives the S rank, the Elfi's Thundersteps, tied to a human who rose to the rank of a god of light. The item boosts strength and dexterity, and grants an S rank skill called Step of Light. Jae-hun is stunned by how good it is, but then he notices Xiaobei making a strange face. That makes him wonder if she's hiding something, so he uses subordination and forces her to reveal her reward, Rosqua's Seal, which raises strength and gives the skill courage. It resists fear and boosts dexterity too, while Xiaobei complains that he's using subordination on her again. Jae-hun doesn't care about her item much. What he really wants is her cognition accelerant skill, though he decides to wait since he can call on her anytime. Soon after, Bruin appears to congratulate them, but just as they're about to leave, he calls Jae-hun the Great Adversary, the same title Hill and the other gods use. Jae-hun is caught off guard. When he turns to ask why, Bruin is already gone. Outside, everyone waits for the dungeon to end until the barrier finally breaks. As the two survivors emerge, the crowd erupts in celebration, but Sunbae pushes forward. They need answers from the survivor. When he gets to the front, Jae-hun is gone, shocking everyone. Sunbae is left alone on stage, frozen, with all eyes on her. When Jae-hun arrives, he suggests Jae-hun may have hidden himself if he's an assassin. Sunbae argues that's impossible because Agent Kim Jae-hun said Jae-hun is a magic type, specifically a battle mage. Meanwhile, Shongun is impressed that Jae-hun vanished right after pulling off something so huge. Later, Jae-hun is relieved to find no articles online about what happened. He figures the Lotus Guild covered it up. The reason he escaped so easily was the Elfire Thundersteps, which made him absurdly fast. He also got Surtur's Undying Flames from the mission, a one-time item that can add a flame attribute to a weapon. Still, the fight with Surtur makes Jae-hun realize he's not strong enough yet. He doesn't want to keep winning with tricks, or by depending on someone beside him. He wants to become the kind of person others are afraid to challenge. He wants to bury his weak past and protect his friends and family, so he decides to get much stronger. Elsewhere, Chairman Zhao Bei takes on the job of reporting everything about Zhao Beijun to instructor Zhang Yesu, promising she won't let him down. After she leaves, Zhao Beitian thinks about the next event with excitement. There, he plans to wipe out every dirty obstacle in his way. Pictures of several students lie on the floor, each face marked with an X. The next morning, Zhao Beitian explains to the girls why he was unreachable the day before. Yu Jung thought he had been ignoring all her calls and texts on purpose, but Zhao Beitian says that wasn't it. Ina, on the other hand, asks if he got hurt anywhere, and he tells her he's fine. Yu Jung can't help thinking he has terrible luck to keep ending up in messes like this, and she wonders if God just hates him. Then Suyuk walks over to them. He says he spotted that annoying face of Zhao Beitian's here. Shaba Zhuang warns him that cheap tricks won't work this time. When Yo Jung asks who this weird guy is, Zhao Bei Shaba Zhuang says he has no idea. That makes Zhuage snap, and he yells that he's Li Shuyuk. Instructor Jifo immediately tells him to lower his voice, so he grudgingly backs down. Once she steps up front, Yesu introduces herself to the class. She says she'll be teaching the first part of magic calculations. Then she asks everyone to work hard, because she plans to teach them properly. Zhao Bei Zhuang notices she looks pretty young for an instructor. Then Yesu asks how much they know about magic. Suyuk answers that magic uses calculations to control mana and create supernatural effects. The instructor says that's right, and Suyuk shoots Zhao Beiyun a smug look. After that, Yesu passes out books with basic D-rank magic formulas and the core ideas behind higher-level magic, which is what they'll study. As soon as the books are handed out, some students complain that the pages are blank. Zhao Beiyun knows they aren't. So when Yesu asks if he can tell her what's inside, he says it's written in rune. That answer irritates Cywork again. It also surprises Yesu, since this magic text can only be read after solving its calculations. Most new students need a week just to see the words, but Zhao Beiyun read it at a glance. Right away she realizes he's far more gifted than the chairman said. To test him further, she asks about the rune on the cover. Zhao Beiyun himself doesn't understand why reading it is so easy. He can't tell if it's the Nornir system helping him, or the fate of the Aesir. Still, he answers that the cover says, Odin's life and the basics of rune. Back at her apartment, Xiao complains that Zhao Beiyun Jie, that bastard made her walk so much her legs still hurt. She's also mad that she had to face the reporters alone and explain what happened in the theme dungeon. Before leaving, Zhao Beiyun made it impossible for her to reveal anything about his skill by using subordination on her. Just thinking about it makes her furious. She keeps wondering when he'll finally release her from it. Then she realizes she can just go find him, and that gives her a nasty idea. Later, Zhao Beiyun reads the book Yesu gave him and ends up liking it more than he expected. He learns that a formula changes depending on how it's used. With that deeper grasp of the basics, he can use low-rank magic in more ways and reach higher levels faster. Then he notices Yu Zheng drop over from exhaustion. Even so, he praises her for managing to read the title on the cover. She groans that it's annoying, since she was the one who taught him magic. Jae-yoon just jokes that the student beat the teacher. At the same time, Ina happily says she can finally read the first page. He tells her she worked hard. That simple praise makes her blush, so she hides her face behind the book. Jae-yoon notices Ina has been acting different around him, and wonders if it's because of the line he drew after they left the dungeon. Outside the library, Odin's crow watches the students, then flies off to report back to Odin. Later, Jae-yoon-sung starts a naming contest for his potion shop. The winner gets a box of top-quality potions. Ye-yoon, Ina, Yu-jung, Jae-sung, and Jae-yoon sit together at the table, but they quickly realize naming it is harder than expected. Ina says maybe it's because there are barely any potion shops around. Yu-jung wonders what happens if the place gets no customers. Jae-sung says raiders care most about staying alive, so a potion shop can't really fail. He reminds them how well the potions worked before, and says this business could change everything. A few days earlier, Jae-yoon had been thinking that raiders will do anything to get stronger, but in the end, money matters even more than effort. Since he returned to the past, he knows he has tons of chances in business and investing because he knows what's coming. Right now, he wants Jae-yoon on his side, since in the future, Jae-yoon will control half the potion business in the world. Then Seo suddenly bursts into their meeting. She immediately complains that Jae-yoon broke his promise. He wonders how she even found him. Then remembers the system told him that the Yu-jung asks why he'd blackmail a kid like that. But Jae-yoon just tells Seo to sit down so he can borrow her brain. A few minutes later, Seo suggests the name Heavenly Demon Potion, and Jae-yoon uses subordination to shut her up, because he thinks the name is awful. The others throw out ideas too, but none of them impress him. He even thinks dungeon monsters could do better. Before long, Yoon-jung gets mad that he isn't asking for her ideas. He avoided it because he figured hers would be bad too, but he lets her try. She suggests workshop elixir. That makes Jae-yoon think of the word elixir, another name for the Philosopher's Stone, known for healing wounds and even reviving the dead. He instantly loves it. For the first time, Jae-yoon even thanks Yoon-jung for saving them. Later, during one of Instructor Yesu's classes, Jae-yoon answers that rune is both the language and the base of magic. He gets it completely right, which only makes Soo-yuk more annoyed. When class ends, Jae-yoon goes to Yesu with a question about something he read. The moment she sees the book in his hand, she tenses up. It is a 4-star magic text, something even most instructors can't read well. At that point, she starts wondering what kind of monster Jae-yoon is. Later, he heads to the library and realizes he's completely stuck on the book. Even Instructor Yesu couldn't help much. What he doesn't notice is that the librarian nearby is writing notes about him, especially that he's reading a 4-star magic text. After leaving the library, Jae-yoon goes to his teacher for help, understanding it. He explains that creation means making new magic, destruction means removing or denying magic, and amplification means strengthening it. The formulas and theories are so advanced that he can't grasp them alone. Until now, he relied on Odin's eye to read these texts, but this time he has to truly understand them. After hearing him out, Seung-gun says she can't give him a clear answer either. When he asks why, she explains that he has to understand 4-star magic concepts by himself if he wants to reach the level of an A-rank raider. Seeing that he's still lost, she decides to at least show him one way to start learning amplification. She creates a cloth in her hand and gives it to him, and Jae-yoon is glad it might help him get stronger. Later, Jae-yoon returns to the AR battle room and fights monsters with the sash his teacher gave him tied to his wrist. He's already worn out, but he still activates Magic Arrow and fires at the monsters. They cut the arrows down with ease. Seung-gun had told him to keep casting one spell over and over while wearing the item. It's called Gleipnir, a B-rank item. This imitation was modeled after the string that sealed Fenrir, and when worn, it cuts all stats by 50% for a while. Her advice was simple: focus on one skill and keep studying its formula again and again. When Zhao Beiyun asked what that had to do with amplification, she said he'd have to figure that out himself. Now in the present, his whole body feels heavy and sluggish from the stat drop, and it's even worse than he expected. A few days later, Yoon-jung notices the dark circles under Jae-yoon's eyes and asks if he's okay. He says he thinks so, but she points out she can smell the pain relief patch on him and knows he's been living in the AR test room for a week. Afal looks worried, and Yoon-jung says overworking himself like this is bad. Jae-yoon thanks her for caring, but reminds them the quiz is in 2 days. He says they still haven't decoded the book, and if they fail they might get stuck with extra classes. The second they hear that, both girls run off to study. Soon after, Jae-yoon goes back to the AR battle room again, and clears test level 41 perfectly. The Norner system tells him his understanding of the formula has risen a lot, greatly boosting Magic Arrow's efficiency. That raises Magic Arrow to level 2, and Jae-yoon finally understands what amplification in the 4-star text means. It's improving a skill by mastering it, and understanding its formula better. He figures he's now around the top of B rank or the entry point of A rank. Just like Seongun said, they first came together to use each other, but now it really feels like a true teacher and student bond. Meanwhile, Instructor Soki goes to see the chairman. The chairman clearly isn't happy to see him. Soki knows he has to fix his ruined reputation after the mock dungeon disaster. He reports that the guild experience event is fully prepared. The chairman asks if there are any problems with it. Soki says there are none. That makes the chairman give a dark little smirk, making it obvious he has something nasty planned. Elsewhere, Jae-yoon heads into the woods and asks the hidden watcher if they're coming out, or if he has to drag them out himself. A flash of light appears, and a strange figure like one of Odin's crows dives at him. Jae-yoon slips aside, then kicks it hard enough to send it tumbling into a tree. He tells the creature it must not have heard what happened to the last one that tried to kill him. Out of nowhere, Jae-yoon spots more creatures dropping in from above to ambush him. That tells him Chairman Jae-yoon is making moves already, otherwise they wouldn't dare attack him inside the academy. He summons magic arrows around himself and warns them they picked the wrong target. Then he unleashes them, blasting the bird-like monsters back. But then he sees something that makes his stomach drop. One of the creatures is Min Sungul, his father, who says it's been a long time. Jalhain is instantly filled with rage. He fires several lightning chains straight at him, but Songul dodges with ease. Then his father puts a hand on his sword and sends a slash flying at him. Jalhain can't get away in time and takes a cut to his side, mostly because he never even saw the sword get drawn. The attack carves a deep trench into the ground, and if he hadn't moved at the last second, it would have split him in two. After a brief silence, Songul says he looked forward to meeting again, but Jae-yoon has gotten a lot more hostile. Jae-yoon snaps back. He should stop calling him son, because he never saw him as a father. Songul acts surprised and calls it a rebellious phase, but Jae-yoon tells him to quit the nonsense and say why he's here. Songul studies him for a moment and realizes he really has the power of the prophecy. Still, he figures that power must have limits. Then he asks if the resistance against the Aesir has contacted him. Jang-hyun's shocked face is all the answer he needs. Songul immediately sends more sword slashes at him, but Jang-hyun throws up a barrier just in time. Even so, the slashes break through and scorch part of his clothes. Jang-hyun can't help wondering if this is what an A-rank raider is really like. His father admits he's gotten stronger, but Jang-hyun is still stuck on one question. How does he know about the Aesir and what else has he been hiding? He finally asks if he came to kill him, and Songul says no. But in his mind, the great adversary is growing way too fast, and soon he'll be a huge problem for both his plans and the Aesir. So he decides to cripple that growth with divine power, telling Jang Baohin he'll take his limbs. He strengthens his slash and sends a massive strike at him. Jang Baohin can only stand there as the attack rushes in. Then the cat that had spoken with Hell suddenly stops it. Jang Bao asks if the contract between the Aesir and the Resistance has been broken, or if this cat has chosen to oppose Odin. The cat calmly says it has no idea what he's talking about. Zhao Beiyun is thrown off by the fact that the cat just talked at all. A moment later, it transforms into a woman and tells Shangguo to leave. They still have business with this child. From her mana alone, Zhao Beiyun can tell she's even stronger than Shangguo. At this point, he has no clue what's happening. When Shangguo asks if she really wants to make this worse, she cuts herself and lets drops of blood fall to the ground. Those drops turn into giant monstrous hands that attack him. Shangguo blocks them, but the hands only grow bigger and hit harder. While fighting them off, he says Loki must have gotten so weak that he's relying on a mere human to end the war of the gods. She fires right back that he's just a mere human too, one trying to kill Odin, so he's not any different. In the end, Jae-yoon's father decides to retreat. Before leaving, he warns that if she interferes again, he'll make her pay for breaking the Aesir contract. She tells him to try if he wants, but reminds him she can cut off his head whenever she pleases, if he gets in her way too. After leaving a mark on his neck, she adds that the contract only exists between the Aesir and the Resistance Aesir. There is nothing in it that says Odin's crow can't be killed. Not long after that, Xiaobei disappears. Jae-yu, badly hurt, collapses to the ground. The woman walks over and says it's nice to meet him. She introduces herself as Hela, Hela's alter ego, and says she's both his observer and his guide for the 5 trials. Later, Jae-yoon returns to the academy to recover. Hela tells him he can ask whatever he wants, and she'll answer what she can. So he asks who Xiaobei really is. She reveals he isn't Xiaobei's real father. His true name is Hugin. Hugin is one of Odin's crows, a being that controls and feeds on the human mind. Using memory powers borrowed from another crow, Moonin, Hugin stayed near Zhao Beihyun while pretending to be his father so he could watch the prophesied great adversary. Zhao Beihyun is stunned to hear that Xiaoge was never his real dad, so Hela says showing him will be easier than explaining it. She points at him, unlocking his sealed memories. In a flashback, he returns to his childhood home. There, he sees the man he remembered as his father, calling him useless, and cursing the day he was born. That man hated the fact that he awakened, and once Jae-yoon gained mana, his life became full of beatings and cruel words. Through it all, his mother kept trying to shield him. Suddenly Jae-yoon struggles to breathe and realizes he's forgotten something he never should have forgotten. Then happier memories start coming back. Memories of his real father. He remembers how his real dad used to sneak him sweets when his mother wasn't looking, and how happy their family once was. Tears start running down his face. Looking at a picture of his real father, he breaks down crying, unable to understand how he ever forgot him. Once his memories return, he comes back to the present. Hela tells him the memory tampering is finally gone. With tears still in his eyes, he asks why Xiangbao did this to him. She says it was because he was born as the fated great adversary. Hearing that title again only frustrates Zhao Hyun. He demands to know what it really means and why it's ruined his life. After a short pause, Hela begins explaining what happened 10,000 years ago. That's when the first Ragnarok began. Ragnarok is the end of the gods, the final chapter of their story. During it, the Resistance Aesir alliance fought in the War of Extinction, but they were defeated by the Aesir gods and the Valkyrie-led army. After that, Odin let the surviving gods and giants live, but only if they signed a contract saying the Resistance had lost Ragnarok. From then on, they could never harm the Aesir and had to obey Odin. That contract brought suffering to countless beings across many worlds, until the three sisters of Norn gave a prophecy. They said that 10,000 years later, when the second extinction comes, the weakest being will destroy Odin and Asgard, and open a new world, and that great adversary is Jae-yun. Once Jae-yun confirms the Resistance plans to use him to kill Odin, he asks what Odin wants from all this. Hela says Odin wants every one of the 9 realms under his control, including Midgard, the human world. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin is annoyed that he even has to keep watch over an inferior being because of a prophecy. Heimdall, standing nearby, says Jae-yun is just a human and could never compare to them. Still, since the Resistance Aesir are moving with purpose, and they can't afford to look weak, Odin gives Heimdall temporary authority. Heimdall is pleased. It's been a while since he's had a reason to leave Asgard. Sometime later, Jae-yun heads to the gym to train, thinking back on what Hela told him about the 9 realms. Odin has already taken over several of them, including Vanaheimr, Jotunheimr, Svartalfheimr, and Muspelheimr. Now he wants the rest through the Second War. In the flashback, Jae-yun asks why Odin hasn't already killed him, and Hela explains it's because the power of prophecy protects him. Even the gods can't simply overpower it. But that protection won't last forever. Once the second Ragnarok gets close, it will disappear. At that point, the Aesir will kill him, and Hela says they already did once. Jae-yun suddenly realizes the death from his past life was part of Odin's plan from the start. They killed his family, twisted his memories, and turned his life into hell. Hela asks if he wants revenge, and wants to protect what matters most. She reminds him she's the guide for the 5 trials, and says she'll give him a trial to shape him into the one who can kill Odin. Then the Nornir system pops up with a main quest called God Murderer's Path. To stop Odin's ambition, he has to receive the power of the Resistance Aesir throne. He already cleared Hela's trial, but 4 more trials of unknown difficulty remain, before he can gain the throne's blessing. Meanwhile, Hoyon pushes through special training, until his whole body aches. The training helped him gain an S-rank skill, but it's still brutal on him. He remembers Jae-yun is already far ahead of him, and he's nowhere near strong enough to beat him at the Mills Festival. Even so, he decides to keep training. Then an announcement suddenly calls him to the chairman's office. There, Chairman Jae-yun talks with a congressman about removing all the lower-ranked students so their support can go only to the top-ranked ones. Jae-yun tells the man to handle the rest once those students are gone, but the congressman pushes back, saying the mock exams already got too messy, and Raider Management Headquarters will step in soon. Jae-yun feels the man can't keep up with him, and even considers getting rid of him too. He then says the preparations are finished, and in a few days, during the Guild Experience event, they're going to force open a gate. That catches the congressman's attention, and he says the country will send the support money to Mills, like they discussed before. Not long after, Ho-yoon is called in and gets nervous, still shaken by what happened in the demiplane. He suspects the chairman was the one who invaded his mind there and caused the mock dungeon incident too. As he knocks on the chairman's door, he reminds himself not to do anything reckless. He can't take this on by himself. Later in class, Jae-yun drifts back to what Hela told him. In that memory, she warns him, Odin likely already knows he contacted the resistant Aesir force, so Ragnarok may start sooner than expected. Instructor Yeshu ends class and tells everyone to wake up the ones sleeping, including Ina, because she has an announcement. She says the guild experience starts in 3 days, and it'll let them see how raider guilds operate and hunt monsters. She also mentions a guild specially arranged by Chairman Jae-yun. Jae-yun hates the idea of going to any guild picked by Jae-yun, and he remembers how, in his past life, he visited some new E-rank guild, sat on a nasty old couch for a minute, then left. But things are different now. His achievements give him more choices. He plans to go to Neptune, the top guild in Korea, before his regression. Then Instructor Yisu starts reading the guild priority list. Guilds can invite students they want in exchange for special points. Yisu announces that Jae-yun, Ina, Yoojung, and 3 others were picked by Lotus, while Lee Soo-yuk got chosen by Neptune. Yoojung is thrilled to hear she got into Lotus. Jae-yun finally understands why their teacher asked for the names of the strongest students. Yoojung gets so emotional about meeting Guildmaster Yoo Yeonin that she nearly chokes Ina with a hug, but she stops when the 3 of them get an emergency message from Ho-yeon, telling them to come to Jae-sung's workshop. Once they all gather there, Ho-yeon reveals Chairman Jae-yoon's plan. kill the lower-ranked students during the guild experience to force reawakenings. Jae-sung says the chairman's corruption comes up every year, but now he's gone so far he's treating lives like toys. Jae-yoon realizes this event is far more dangerous than he thought. Ho-yoon says they're the only ones who know, but Jae-yoon warns that rushing in could just get them all killed, even if saving people is the right thing. Silence hangs over the table. Then Yoo-jung asks why they're even hesitating when students' lives are at stake. Jae-yoon backs her up, and Ina does too. That actually makes Jae-yoon glad. To him, this urge to fight and protect people is what makes them true raiders. Right then, the system gives him another main quest. Second turning point. Its goal is to stop Jae-yoon's greedy scheme and save the students. With A+ difficulty. The rewards are a blank card and a sealed magic text, and the Nornir system says the resistant Aesir are watching what he chooses. So Jae-yoon tells the group they need a plan to bring Chairman Jae-yoon down for good. Later, Instructor Yusu is stunned when Jae-yoon says he's already mastered a 4-star magic text. She can't believe it, and then it hits her that he's dangerous, and something about him is deeply wrong. She knows the chairman wants to use him like a chess piece, but she no longer believes Jae-yoon can be controlled. Then Jae-yoon notes that she looks pretty shaken after teaching him so much, and asks if she's planning to report all this to that bastard Jae-yoon again. The moment she demands to know how he found out, he uses his brainwashing skill on her, and says he needs a favor. It works. That confirms what he suspected. He's stronger than her now. His way to win is to seize control from the inside, so he orders Yusu to tell him every dirty trick Jae-yoon has planned for the guild experience. 3 days later, the guild experience begins. Yoonjin can barely contain herself over getting to visit the Lotus Guild. Soon, manager Sung-jae welcomes the students and says he'll guide them for the day. He takes them through the guild until they reach Guildmaster Sung-gun, who is waiting for them. A little later, they sit down for tea and snacks. Yoo-jung is so overwhelmed she can hardly lift her head, and finally asks the guildmaster for an autograph because she's such a huge fan. Sung-gun signs it and says people like Yoo-jung inspire her too. When she tells Jae-yu and it seems like he's already made plenty of friends, Ho-yuen asks if he already knows the guildmaster. She then tells them Jae-yuen is her student, and Yoo-jung nearly loses her mind. Sung-gun says she's heard a lot about all of them from Jae-yuen and invited them because of him. She explains that Lotus and a few other guilds already know about Jae-yuen's corruption, but his power is so overwhelming they haven't been able to act. Most of his abilities are secret. Even Sung-gun admits she doesn't know much about them. At the same time, other students are being led through a different guild. One of them, Shang-chan, thinks the others were idiots for looking down on him and calling him untalented. Now he believes things have changed, because the chairman personally chose him, after finally seeing his potential to become a great raider someday. Then a girl stops Shang-gun and asks if he also thinks this place feels strange. When he asks why, she points out that a real raider guild should have all kinds of facilities, but this one feels like it's been abandoned for ages. He looks around too, notices the stacked boxes and cobwebs, and starts to worry. Just then, the guide says they've arrived. When he turns around, his face burns away and reveals Instructor Soki underneath. Soki hadn't expected his disguise skill to wear off so quickly, and decides he has no choice but to start early. He instantly activates a bright pink magic circle under the students, and bids them goodbye. They panic and try to run. Meanwhile, Jae-yuen's group uses the mana map Shang-gun gave them to track the strange energy, but when they reach a building that looks abandoned instead of like a real guild, they wonder if they came to the wrong place. Behind them, Jae-yuen speaks to manager Sung-jae through telepathy, and confirms he's following them. When Sung-jae asks how he learned telepathy so fast, Jae-yuen casually says he read a few magic texts. Sung-jae is impressed, since telepathy is nowhere near that easy. Back at the Yunhua Guild, Guildmaster Sung-gun senses a dark mana wave nearby. She remembers Jae-yuen telling her that the guild Jae-yuen planned to use was called Cain. Sung-gun recognizes it as a guild Jae-yuen created himself, and finds it strange since Cain is in Central Seoul, close to Lotus, causing a huge incident that openly doesn't seem like his style, so Jae-yuen had told her the information came from one of Jae-yuen's own people. In the present, she asks Hana if she investigated the guild Jae-yuen set up, and Hana says yes, the Cain Guild is actually a ghost guild. That means it's used for things like tax evasion and other shady deals with no proper activity records. After hearing that, Shang-gun thinks Jae-yuen was right, though she still can't tell what Jae-yuen is planning. Just in case, she tells Hana to get her gear ready. Meanwhile, the students enter the Cain Guild. Yoo-jung says this can't be the place because it looks deserted, but Jae-yuen tells her this is exactly where the rotten mana is coming from. The energy he senses feels wrong, and he thinks he may have to handle this with manager Sung-jae. As they move deeper in, they detect traces of advanced magic that was just used. While they search the area, the pink energy appears again, and Jae-yuen yells for everyone to get out now. Too late, they're trapped inside the magic circle and can't move. A voice calls them fools and sends them to Svartalfheimer, the realm of the Dark Elves. As the transfer begins, the Nornir system warns Jae-yuen that this dungeon is far above his level and he should escape immediately. Elsewhere, the Dark Elf leader orders his followers to rise. It's time to feed on new prey. The group is soon thrown into Svartalfheimer, and Jae-yuen remembers that in Norse myth, Dark Elves were said to have power close to the gods. Those powers weakened once this place became a dungeon. Hoyun is shocked that Chairman Jae-yoon can use teleportation magic on this level and wonders what he really is. Jae-yoon agrees. A normal human shouldn't be able to interfere with the transfer system of the 9 realms. That means someone else is involved, and everyone realizes how bad their situation is. They're still trying to process it all, when manager Sung-jae suddenly appears. He says Jae-yoon told him to come if anything went wrong, and Yoo-jung is instantly relieved, thinking they might survive after all. But Sung-jae quickly says his presence doesn't make things safe. Even A-rank raiders struggle to stay alive in the Dark Elves world, and if they drop their guard they'll all die. Jae-yoon agrees there isn't any perfect way to clear this dungeon, at least not in this timeline. Still, he's seen plenty of clear guides from the future, so he promises they'll get out alive. First, he says they need to find the survivors. Meanwhile, Chairman Jae-yoon meets Hoyeon's father, Mr. An Seok-wo, who complains that Jae-yoon is breaking his promise to make Hoyeon much stronger. Jae-yoon tells him not to worry, Hoyeon will come out on top next time. But Mr. An sees Jae-yoon for the snake he is, and asks how Hoyeon could lose to a student from the magic class during the freshman hunt. The chairman finally tells him about Jae-yoon, a genius born with 97 magic aptitude. That number stuns Mr. An, and he decides to leave. It turns out An Seok-woo was once a military officer, and his strong ties to the central government make him useful to Jane. Even so, that alone isn't enough for Jane to step into this new matter, because he won't join a game he knows he'll lose. Back in the Dark Elf world, Anna tries to light the area with her flash skill, since it's pitch black, but Jae-yoon stops her and uses a level 3 flash instead, shining much brighter. Yoo-jung is shocked, so Jae-yoon explains he upgraded flash from D rank. And I can't believe it, since skills normally only level up after someone reaches A rank. Hoyeon is stunned that Jae-yoon is already this advanced. As they head on, manager Sung-jae keeps thinking about Jae-yoon's skill growth and wonders how he's never seen anything like it, despite training so many young raiders. Quietly, he starts asking himself just how far Jae-yoon can go. After going deeper into the dungeon, Jae-yoon suggests a short break, and Sung-jae agrees. They've been walking a long time and Dark Elves can easily snuff out flash anyway. So Jae-yoon turns the light off and lets everyone adjust to the dark. The students drink mana potions. Jae-sung had prepared earlier to recover their energy. When Hoiseon says the survivors should be somewhere past the fork, Jae-yoon scans the dungeon with mana perception. He senses the center path leads to the boss room, but then catches something flying at them and snatches an arrow before it can pierce Ina's chest. Jae-yoon activates absolute calculation, and everyone braces for battle as Dark Elves close in from all sides. For a second, they just stare as Jae-yoon crushes the arrow in his hand. Yue-jung quickly throws up a mana field around the group, while Ina uses slow to hinder the elves. Then she summons her Radiant Divine Sword and attacks. At the same time, Hoyeon uses martial arts Polar Extreme to draw attention and open chances for the others. Once he gives the sign, manager Sung-jae lunges at a Dark Elf with his dagger and clashes with it directly. Chae Yue joins the fight too, activating Lightning Chain, now level 5, and lashes multiple elves at once. From the future clear guide for Svartalfheim, he knows Dark Elf weapons and armor are made of magic, so absolute calculation can break them all. He tells Yue-jung and Ina to use only fire magic, and they follow his lead even without knowing why. When one elf hurls a spear at him, Jaeyeon tells Hoyeon to use provocation to make the enemies easier to read while he burns the spear away with fire. Hoyeon draws the monster's focus with provoke, and Jaeyeon tells Sung-jae to finish the elves whose movements have slowed. Sung-jae does just that, though he starts wondering how much Jaeyeon knows about Dark Elves. Using level 5 stealth to erase his presence, Sung-jae rips through Dark Elf flesh. At the same time, Jaeyeon uses Fire Strike and blows one of them apart. Yue-jung follows with Flame of Eternity, forming a huge fireball that covers much of the area and forces the elves to shift. As the Dark Elves rush in, Ina fires back with a flame arrow and drops them. One elf can't believe these humans know their weakness, and then Hoyeon's sword bursts through his back and out his chest. The elf rages that a human dared to strike him, but the moment he turns toward Hoyeon, Jengdael's lightning chain finishes him. Soon the fight is over, and Jaeyoon says they need to keep moving. They're running out of time. He can still feel some survivors' mana, and he's afraid they'll die if they arrive too late. Back at the academy, Chairman Jaeyoon scolds instructor Seok-gi for ruining things again. Seok-gi apologizes and says he never expected outsiders to enter the guild building, but Jaeyoon doesn't accept that excuse. Seok-gi insists they can still cover it up since people often die when gates appear suddenly, but the chairman calls that nonsense. Seok-gi suddenly coughs up blood, and Jaeyoon reminds him the transfer spell can't move civilians with no mana, so mana users must have gone in. He coldly tells Seok-gi to pray this ends cleanly, because if any student comes back alive, he's finished. As the pressure grows, blood starts pouring from Seok-gi's nose and eyes. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Shongun rushes out toward the Cane Guild to inspect the sinister mana. She figures the spell is at least S rank, which means the kids and Shongun are in real danger. Still, her earring hasn't reacted yet, so she knows no one is dead. As she leaves, she tells Hana to call the association by morning if she hasn't returned. Riding her bike, Songun swears she won't forgive Jaeyoon if he harms any of her people. Elsewhere, Songchan is badly hurt, and his friends help carry him as they try to escape. Then they stumble, and the girl breaks down, saying they have to find a way out. She blames herself for everything and calls herself useless. Then someone puts a hand on her shoulder, and it's Yoon. He tells her she did well, and says they'll handle the rest. Not long after, she passes out, and they use potions on her and Songchan to wake them up. When Shangtan comes to, they tell him he's in Svartalfheim, the land of the Dark Elves. Jang-yeon asks what happened, and they say they fell down here after reaching the Cain Guild. Dark Elves ambushed them and dragged the others away, while Shangtan and the girl managed to stay hidden, but they eventually collapsed from mana overdose. From the way she talks, Jang-yeon can tell she sees herself as a coward and wishes she'd died fighting beside her classmates. But Jang-yeon thinks that's just arrogance. Facing an enemy you can't beat is movie stuff, not real life. He remembers how, in his past life, he also had to run from his teammates, so he tells Shangtan and the girl that the captured students aren't their fault. When Jang-yeon asks where the others were taken, the girl says they were brought to the king who rules the Dark Elves. He also asks who brought them here, and Shangtan says it was instructor Sok-gi. After thinking for a moment, Jang-yeon tells the group to wait while he goes on ahead. Yoo-jung immediately objects and asks what he's planning. Jang-yeon says he can feel dark mana from the same direction the others were taken, so that's probably where the boss is, and the others' energy is fading fast. Yoo-jung says he's insane and will get killed, and Ina agrees they should stay together. But for some reason, Hoyeon sides with Jang-yeon. Jang-yeon explains they can't beat Dark Elves in one-on-one fights, and someone has to stay behind to guard the injured. Yoo-jung wants to argue more, but she falls silent because she has no better plan. Shangchao reluctantly agrees too, telling Jang-yeon to come back at once if things get dangerous. Shangchao leaves the others in Shangchao's care, and Shangchao promises he'll protect them with everything he has. As Jang-yeon heads deeper in, Shangchan's friend worries whether he'll be okay, and Shangchao reassures her that Jang-yeon is strong. Nearby, Yoo-jung wipes away her tears and tells Ina that Jang-yeon will be fine when she sees Ina is shaken too. Suddenly Shang-jae senses something, and orders everyone to stay quiet. The enemy is coming. As he reaches for his daggers, a beam of energy flashes past his head and tears deep into him, dropping him to the ground. Then the Dark Elves step in, and one powerful elf says these humans have been buzzing around like flies. Meanwhile, Jang-yeon keeps advancing and knows he has to end this fast in case something happens behind him. He opens a massive door and finds the king, who's been waiting for him, and has a special welcome ready. Just as Jang-yeon is about to speak, his earring starts burning, and he realizes the manager's presence is fading. Before he can move, the door shuts behind him, and the king says he won't leave unless he survives a fight against his soldiers. Jang-yeon is torn. He has to save the others, but then he remembers Hoyeon's promise, and chooses to trust them while he handles this. The Dark Elf King mocks him and asks what he plans to do, so Jang-yeon raises a wall of fire around himself and tells him they're all going to die here. Outside, Songjiao is still on the ground with the sword that struck him lying beside him. Hoyeon rushes over and realizes the manager is in awful shape, maybe even poisoned. That means these monsters know exactly how to target an assassin-type raider's weakness. The elf leader calls his sword back to his hand and says he'll deal with the smaller pests, now that the most annoying one is down. Hoyeon realizes they waited for Jae-yoon to leave before attacking. A adds that the guildmaster must have sensed Sungjae going down. She remembers Sungon gave Jae-yoon an Ivaldi earring that would alert her if any of them were in danger, and she'd promised to come in an emergency. Inside the Dark Elf Palace, Jae-yoon burns with fury and actual fire as he tears through the Dark Elves. Wrapped in flames, he marches straight at them, then notices blood around their mouths, so he tells them they're going to cough up whatever they just ate. Jae-yoon remembers the determined look on Hoyeon's face, the look of someone crazy enough to accept the choice he's made. That look reminds Jae-yoon of his best friend from his past life, and the friends who died in the Moke dungeon. Because of that, he can't trust eyes like that. Outside, Yoo-jung spreads a mana field, while Ina summons radiant holy swords and sends them at the Dark Elves. Their leader mocks them for struggling so hard and says they'll just end up as part of the king's meal before ordering the attack. Ina notices how fast he is, but Hoyeon steps in and blocks the strike with his shield. Then he uses Polar Extreme and slashes back hard enough to push the elf away. That makes the leader admit humans aren't completely worthless. Hoyeon can already tell this squad is far stronger than the Dark Elves they fought before. So when the leader comes closer, he asks what he is. The elf introduces himself as Kel, captain of the Royal Guard, and a royal by blood. That shocks everyone. A royal Dark Elf should be above A rank. Hoyeon remembers the day he first met Jae-yoon, when Jae-yoon stood in front of him to protect him. That fearless attitude became the dream Hoyeon wants to reach, and he refuses to die here. No matter what, he has to catch up to Jae-yoon. Then Hoyeon suddenly throws away his shield, stunning everyone as he walks straight at Kel. To him, this is what he should have done from the start, because a raider carries more than one heart, so he opens his upper, middle, and lower chi centers. The burst of mana is so intense that Kel is hurt just from facing it. Kel shields himself and demands to know how Hoyeon can do this, but Hoyeon says nothing and activates unity of body and sword. Blood spills from his mouth right away. Ad begs him to stop, as the system warns the skill is too advanced for him, and his blood flow has reversed. If he doesn't cancel it now, he'll die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Seeing that, Kel orders his soldiers to take Hoyeon alive, even if they have to cut off his limbs. Still, Hoyan keeps the skill active and faces them head-on. He earned this S-rank skill through training, but his body still can't handle it. It's a technique for swordsmen at the very peak, where body and blade become one. When the soldiers charge, Hoyan knocks them aside with ease and goes straight for Kel. Their swords crash together, and Hoyan quickly realizes he's still below Kel. He only reached this new level in an unstable way, so all he can do is buy time and keep fighting. Kel laughs at his struggle, saying he can already see how bad Hoyan's condition is. Even so, Hoyan won't back down. He has a promise to keep. He tells Kel he'd never understand, then charges with a direct strike, but Kel slips aside and attacks from the flank. Hoyan's sharpened senses catch it just in time, letting him dodge the counter. Kel calls him a rat, but Hoyan jumps back in and nearly overwhelms him. Then his body finally starts breaking apart. The system warns him to stop at once. His muscle fibers are tearing loose, and his blood channels are twisting. As pain tears through him, Kel moves in to finish it, but Hoyan still blocks the blow. He coughs and gasps as his body reaches its limit. Even then, he keeps the skill going and prepares one last attack. He unleashes a massive mana blast that rips through the ground. It does hit a dark elf, but Hoyan realizes too late that Kel used another elf as a shield. The dying soldier calls for his captain, and Kel coldly says he was useful. As Hoyan drops to the ground, coughing up blood, he calls Kel a coward. Before he can say more, Kel rushes in and drives his sword through him. Yujung breaks down in tears as she screams Hoyan's name. Inside the palace, Jai Yujung keeps tearing through dark elves with chains of fire. He still hasn't freed the captured students, and remembering he asked Hoyan to hold out for just 10 minutes makes him worry. Right then, a dark elf rushes him with a spear. Jai Yujung waits until he's close and burns his face point blank. The dark elf king just laughs as he watches. He calls Jae-yoon an idiot and asks if he really thinks he can beat this many soldiers. Jae-yoon answers with one question: why not? The king calls him an arrogant, worthless human. Jae-yoon has heard that word his whole life, and he's done with it. Then the dark elves suddenly start gasping for air, while his flames blaze brighter and several collapse. The king yells at his soldiers, asking why they've frozen up, not realizing Jae-yoon has activated Chains of Inferno. As they try to move, Xiao-yoon cuts down multiple soldiers with flaming chains, and thanks the king for giving him a chance to test his new skill. Hundreds of dark elves are burned by the Inferno, and the enraged king curses him. He swears Xiao-yoon won't leave alive after this, but Xiao-yoon walks toward him and asks if he's serious. The king can't believe a human could be this strong, and realizes he can't beat him. Even then, he threatens that Xiao-yoon will regret this, and says the other 7 kings will destroy him, even if he dies here. Before he can keep talking, Xiao-yuan uses Step of Light and crosses the distance in an instant, then punches him in the face. The hit explodes with fire and blasts the king away. Xiao-yuan tells him the other kings are none of his concern. If they're mad, they can come themselves. Back outside, Kel's sword is still buried in Hoyan's chest. Indaona can only watch in despair, hating that she was too weak to help. She's about to lose someone again, with almost nothing left behind. Kel walks over, grabs her by the throat, and gets ready to devour her. Yujung cries out, while Ina trembles in his grip and tells herself she can't lose. Then a blinding wave of mana floods the area, and Guildmaster Sungurun appears, asking Kel if he hurt them. She tells him to think carefully before answering, because if he did, he dies. Her aura fills the whole space, and the dying Hoyan is relieved he managed to hold on until help came. Shungun asks again if Kel harmed the people on the ground, and the pressure from her aura makes him sweat. From that mana alone, Kel knows he can never beat her, so he decides to use the kids as hostages. He boldly claims the gnarly sight is his masterpiece, and Sunggun calmly asks, "Is that so?" She immediately uses sacrifice to heal all of them at once, burning her own life force to do it. Kel is stunned. She can cast healing this fast, and can't understand what's happening. Then Sunggun says she hates it when anyone lays a hand on her people, and fires a torrent of energy at him. The blast throws Kel back and eats away his flesh until he starts to vanish. Yujung stares in shock when she realizes Sunggun didn't even use a skill, just raw condensed mana. Sunggun hurries to Sunggun and heals him, stabilizing his condition. The real problem is Hoyan. She sees right away that he's in terrible shape, and when she tries to heal him, her system says the damage is severe and will take time to repair. He forced power past his limit, wrecking his meridians and nerves. If she had arrived a little later, he might never use mana again. She still heals him, though the skill drains her life force so badly she knows she'd be dead already if not for Jae-yuan. When Yujung asks about Hoyun, Sunggun says he'll live, but he may stay unconscious for a few days. The students are relieved, and Sunggun asks where Jae-yuan is. They hesitantly tell her he went to the boss room alone. Instead of panicking, she simply says he'll be fine. Yujung protests that he went in by himself, but Sunggun says Jae-yun isn't that easy to kill. Since dark elves rely on magic, she knows they're no match for him. Back in the palace, Jae-yun repeats that the other kings can come after him if they want, but only if this king gets out alive first. Bleeding from the face, the king curses that he's losing to a mere human, so he turns and tries to flee to warn his brothers. But as he runs, Xiao Beiyun speeds past him and appears right in front of him. Using lightning chains, Xiao Beiyun binds him and slams his face into the floor. Furious, the Dark Elf King vows he won't die alone. He'll drag Xiao Beiyun to Helheim with him. Then he activates Frozen Earth, a secret technique passed down only to Dark Elf Kings, expecting Xiao Beiyun to panic. Instead, Xiao Beiyun thanks him for the unexpected gift, and the king can't understand why he's smiling. Xiao Beiyun activates a blank card and thanks the king for using that move now. He never expected to pull it out in a place like this. A moment later, he copies Frozen Earth onto the card and uses absolute calculation to break the king's Frozen Earth on the spot. The king can only stare as his attack falls apart. Jaehyun yanks his head up and reminds him, "Know yourself and know your enemy." Then he burns the king's head with fire, and the Nornir system confirms Kanan, the Dark Elf King, has been defeated. With that, he earns the title of the one who killed the King of the Dark Elves. He also gets the ingredient King of Dark Elves Essence and the gear item King of Dark Elves Pauldron. For clearing the second quest, he receives another blank card and a sealed magic text, along with a skill embodiment of magical artifact. Right after that, he runs to the captured students. He's relieved to find one of them still alive, but his stomach drops when he sees the others are already dead. He quickly uses sacrifice to save the one still breathing. While he heals him, Sun Hun arrives and adds her power to his. She tells him being a healer is a cruel job. The best moment is when nobody needs healing, and the next best is pulling someone back from death's door. Elsewhere in the city, Sun Hun Bersia furious that his whole plan fell apart. He swears that even if they escape the dungeon, they'll still die painfully. Then Jae-yoon suddenly appears at his car window and smashes through the glass to grab him by the throat. With a crazed glare, Jae-yoon curses him for what he did. An hour earlier, the people trapped in the Dark Elf world return through the Kane Guild entrance. Sun Hun thanks Sun Hun for saving them, and she casually says they can join her guild later if they're really that grateful. Yu Jung is amazed and says she'd join right away, but Jae-yoon tells her to read the room. She kicks his calves for that and says he doesn't get to talk for the rest of the day, after scaring everyone. Jae-yoon winces, wondering how that hurt so much when her strength stat is low. Sun Hunter pulls up in a company van and tells the guildmaster she rushed over because she couldn't reach her for hours. Sun Hun apologizes and says she'll explain everything later. For now, she asks Hana to take the injured students and the kids back to the guild first. She stays behind because she and Jae-yoon still have something to handle. Han Hun tells manager Sun Hun Jai to come with them, and Jae-yoon notices Sun Hun Jai's arm is torn up, which catches him off guard. Before he can say anything, Sun Hun Jai speaks to him through telepathy. Don't tell his sister, because it'll be worse if Hana finds out. These siblings clearly have a messy love-hate thing going on, and when Sun Hun Jai hesitates, Hana nearly leaves him behind, forcing him to run into the van. Once they drive away, Jai Yuan and Sun Hun move on Sun Hun. He's gay who had been watching nearby. He's stunned that they made it out alive, and can't figure out why Sun Hun is here. Panicking, he activates a magic item Chairman Jai Yuan gave him for emergencies. He teleports behind Sun Hun, and tries to stab her, but she slips aside with ease. She mocks the item, saying it's pretty weak if it only moves him a few dozen meters. Then she asks why he tried to kill the students, and who sent him. Sun Hun Berseus refuses to answer, and sneers that mages are inferior anyway. Next, he turns on a device Sun Hun recognizes as mana suppression gear, and she says that's just sad. Jae-yoon listens quietly from the side, and decides Sun Hun Berseus is useless to him now. Even with the suppression device active, Sun Hun gathers a blast of mana, and asks if he really thought something like that could beat her. Jae-yoon then realizes he couldn't sense the magic seal at the Kane Guild earlier, because Sun Hun-di had used the same kind of device there too. Sun Hun tells the instructor she doesn't care if he talks. She already knows Jae-yoon is behind this. She adds that a mana suppression device is easy to break if you flood it with enough mana, and promises he's dying here. The mood shifts at once as streaks of lightning form above him and tear through his body. Jae-yoon recognizes the spell as Lightning Call, an A-rank skill whose power depends heavily on the caster, and the way she's using it is on a whole different level. Later, Ainta returns to her lodge, and remembers how Jae-yoon saved her by catching the spear meant to kill her. He had even reverse calculated the spell in almost no time, which makes her realize she still has a long way to go. Still, she decides she'll thank him properly later. At the same time, reporters swarm Mills Academy for answers about the incident, and demand to speak with Chairman Jae-hoon. Instructor Yosu informs him that the Academy's reputation has taken a hit, and people suspect he created the Ghost Guild to abandon the students. Jae-hoon burns with anger, trying to figure out how this happened. Without changing expression, Yosu says journalists are outside and calls are pouring in, then asks what to do. Annoyed, he orders a full lockdown and says no one is giving interviews right now. After she leaves, he realizes someone inside Mills must have leaked his plan, and since Sokagi is probably dead, he decides to answer with revenge. So the chairman calls someone and offers any price for a media cover-up. A few days later, Jae-hoon bumps into Hoyeon in the hallway on purpose, and says he's looking better. Hoyeon smiles and says that's only because of him and the guildmaster. After a brief pause, Jae-hoon asks why he pushed himself so far. He almost died. Hoyeon can't find the words, so Jae-hoon gently tells him it's enough to keep moving forward with that same heart. He says Hoyeon should do what he wants first, and think about the reasons later. But before leaving, he reminds him to take care of himself, because the others worry about him. For some reason, that idea gives Hoyuan new energy. Later, Jaehyun looks over his stats and checks his new A-rank title, the one who killed the king of the Dark Elves. It boosts his mana and attack power against dark-type monsters, but if he equips it, all Dark Elves will target him. He puts it on anyway, and decides to hand the Dark Elf King's essence to Jaehyun, since he loves new ingredients. He also got the active skill Realization of Magical Artifact, which lets him create armor in battle using mana. The skill shocks him, so he equips it right away. Jaehyun realizes its real value isn't the rank, but how useful it is. On the black market, even C-rank armor costs tens of millions of won. That means he can make gear worth that much every time he uses it. Then the knife Mislatine starts reacting, and the system tells him all of its effects are finally unlocked because he met every condition. As a result, he gains the passive skill Genius of Armor Making, which raises the rank of any equipment he creates by 1. Jaehyun is blown away, and finally understands why Mislatine's full power hadn't shown up before. He simply hadn't met all the requirements yet. With all these new rewards, he decides it's time to start training with them. The next morning, students all over Moshao Bay turn to prepare for exams. They're so brutal, people call them the grave of students. The tests cover theory and practice, including potion making and pocket plane dungeon raids broadcast across the whole country. Meanwhile, Hoyeon gets shaken awake by Yoojung, who threatens to beat him up. He hurriedly apologizes, saying he always falls asleep when he reads. Yoojung reminds him they only have a few days until midterms, and warns him not to fail. Nearby, Ina is also struggling to understand the material. Hoyoon realizes both of them are terrible at theory, and Yoojung had offered to tutor them. In the end, both of them give up and say they'll just retake the exams, but Yoojung shuts that down at once and starts explaining the next subjects. A few days later, after one test ends, some students talk about how it went, and notice Ina, Yoojung, and Jaehyun chatting together. They assume all three are geniuses, who probably finished the test with no effort. When Yoojung asks Ina how she did, Ina suddenly freezes up. Jaehyun and Yoojung tease Ina and Hoyeon, saying books are their natural enemies, which sends Ina chasing them around. Elsewhere, Soohyuk watches Jaehyun and tells Minsu he's definitely beating that arrogant jerk this time. Minsu just figures Soohyuk is going through an emo phase. Later, Yoojung makes a potion in Jaehyun's workshop, and it blows up in her face. Jaehyun laughs at her and says his own potion turned out way better. He even tries to get Jaehyun to back him up, but Jaehyun reluctantly says both of them are going to fail at this rate. According to him, neither of them has any talent for alchemy, and that crushes them both. Jaehyun realizes he needs more practice if he wants to avoid failing, so he asks Jae-sung if there's any way to save their grades. After thinking it over, Jae-sung suggests using a rare material from a monster called moonlight fireflies. They live only in very clean places, and fewer than 100 show up on the black market each year. If they can grind the exoskeleton into powder, it will boost the potion's effects. Soon after, Jaehyun and Yoojung go to meet Kwon Soyeol Soonbae, one of the seniors they beat during the freshman hunt. When Jaehyun says it's been a while, Soyeol looks surprised and asks why they came. He says he wants to ask her a favor. She immediately tells him to get lost. She's not helping him. Jaehyun asks if she's really refusing before even hearing the offer. Soyeol still says no, figuring he can only pay in points. Then he offers 30 million won in cash, leaving Yoojung stunned. The moment she hears that number, Soyeol's eyes light up. Not long after, they head to Muju in Jeollabukdo, near Mount Daegu, with Jae-sung joining them. An hour earlier, Soyeol had heard them out and said the job sounded possible. Still, she warned that even with her inspection skill, she needed some kind of trace to follow. When she asks if they have a solution, Jaehyun says he's bringing a very skilled alchemist. She asks who it is. Then Jae-sung shows up. Soyeol clearly doesn't think he looks like some great alchemist. Jaehyun asks if she knows him. She says they were on the same team during their first freshman hunt. Back then, she had no idea he liked alchemy, and just thought he was dead weight shoved into martial arts class. Later in the forest, Soyeol tells Jaehyun he feels different now. She says he actually looks like he's enjoying himself, which catches him off guard. Moonlight fireflies are monster species that blend in like normal insects. Using his knowledge, Jaehyun leads them to a spot where they should find them. Soyeol warns that the area is so dark it's hard to see. Even so, Yoojung notices Jaehyun doesn't seem bothered at all. Jaehyun explains that Jaehyun told him he likes bugs. That completely grosses Yoojung out. After searching for a while, Jaehyun finds traces of a moonlight firefly. That gives Soyeol what she needs, and she starts tracking them. Once she activates inspection, she picks up what she believes is a group of moonlight fireflies. They follow the trail, and soon realize they're somewhere unfamiliar. The place feels seriously creepy. Still, Soyeol insists her skill is leading them the right way. After pushing through the strange plants for a while, they find a glowing waterfall surrounded by dazzling fireflies. Jae-sung excitedly says these are moonlight fireflies, and their larger size proves they're monsters. Since they're flying too fast, Jae-sung uses gravity magic to slow them down, but the bugs resist the pull better than expected. Soyeol tells Jang Kortbyen to increase the force. He says he can't adjust that skill well enough yet. Jae-sung starts worrying they'll lose the fireflies. Jang Kort tells him they won't. He creates a mana room and traps the insects inside. Soyeol is stunned that he just made an entire mana room on the spot. She flat out calls him a monster. Even Jang Sung is impressed. He never would have thought of doing it that way. He rushes in right away. Yojung, meanwhile, clearly hates every second of this. Jang Kurt shoves her inside anyway. The rest follow Jang Sung in. By then he's already collecting the bugs. As they gather them, Soryul wonders if any other student at the academy could pull off a mana room like this. She realizes not even most third years could do it. Once they're done, they head back to Jang Sung's workshop. Then they try making the potion again. This time it actually works, and nothing blows up. That leaves Hoyan and Ina shocked, while Jang Sung proudly says he put a lot of work into it. He says the potion purity should be at least 70%. After finishing, Yoojung and Jaehyun start celebrating. But Jang Sung points out a problem. Jaehyun's potion is only 50% pure, and Yoojung's is 47%, so he wonders if that's enough for the test. A few days later, after the exam, Hoyan jokes that Jaehyun and Yoojung's ingredient pot looked more like a monster summoning pot. Even with the best ingredients, Yoojung only places 42nd. Jaehyun ends up 31st, Hoyan 29th, and Ina takes 1st. After mocking them a little more, Hoyan heads to his next class. Jaehyun tells himself it's not over yet. He and Yoojung still have other exams. The problem is that the practical test is brutal. It combines everything from the freshman hunt, Arkansas test, fake dungeon, and all their lessons so far. What makes it even worse is the team system. On the day of the practical exam, Yoojung complains because her cost is 14, which makes team planning a pain if she wants a strong group. Each student's cost is based on their current grades, and every team of 4 has to stay under a total of 50. For this exam, Hoyan is 17, Ina is 15, and Yoojung is 14. In his past life, Jang Sung cost was only 6. At the time, he thought that was great, because it let him join a strong team. But it ended horribly, so he thinks this system is garbage. High-ranked students just grab low-cost students because they're easy to fit into a team. Then a cadet Jang recognizes from his past life walks up to him. This is the same guy who used to mock him for being low-ranked. Now he's all smiles, asking if Jang Sung is the genius who got first in the student hunt and did great in the fake dungeon. In the past, that same guy told him to know his place during the exams. Now he cheerfully introduces himself as Chu Chin Shung. Jang Sung brushes him off. Kun Shung keeps pushing, saying they should team up since his skill is better than his cost suggests. He adds that his own cost of 20 makes finding teammates hard, so he can help Jang Sung too. But Jang Sung knows exactly what kind of trash he is. A coward who bullies the weak and sucks up to the strong. So he tells Han Shung it's too bad, but he should find someone else. Thrown off, Han Shung tries to sell himself again, saying his low cost and high skill make him valuable. Jaehyun says it doesn't matter. He can clear the test without him, and Han Shung is weak anyway. Then Jaehyun goes to meet some friends. He asks if they thought over his offer. Behind him, Han Shung watches with pure hatred. Gina and Singwoo both say they're in. Han Shung recognizes them as the two who abandoned Jaehyun in the mock dungeon. Jaehyun says he's relieved. They had him worried for a second. Han Shung gets even angrier that Jaehyun chose those two and storms off. He's sure Jaehyun will regret it. Later, Jaehyun meets his new teammates at a cafe. Gina asks if he's really sure about picking them, since they weren't much help in the mock dungeon. Han Chung-wo adds that during the Kane incident, they were left behind because they weren't strong enough. Itae-yoon tells them he has no plan to lose. He knows Gina and Seung-woo's costs are lower than they should be, because they ran from the mock dungeon. They're the real bargains here, not Han Chung. The two finally agree and ask who the fourth member is. Itae-yoon says she'll be there soon. A moment later, Yoo-jung walks in. The two instantly remember how Instructor Jaehyun had to stop her from attacking them after they left Jaehyun behind in the dungeon. As soon as she arrives, she asks why Jaehyun wants her teaming up with these guys. Elsewhere, Chairman Jaehyun reads reports saying Miles Academy is losing its spot as Korea's top school. Because of the recent incident, he's also in danger of getting pushed out. Furious, he smashes his computer, cursing the reporters for publishing it after all the money he paid them. He realizes the media has turned against him, and he's sure the Lotus Guild is behind it. So for now, he decides to lie low, even if it costs him. He needs to wait until the press calms down before going back to his original plan for the seer. Back at the cafe, Yoon-jung sits there glaring at the two warrior cadets. In the end, she agrees to let the past slide, but asks Jae-yoon if he's really sure about this. He says he wants them to understand that telling them to run was honestly the best choice at the time. Yoon-jung reluctantly accepts that. Then she asks the real question, why bring them onto the team when he could probably ace the test by himself? The truth is, Xiao Bei-yoon picked them because they all have a grudge against Jamjing. That means whatever happens next should stay secret between them. He finally reveals that he plans to use this event to bring Jamjing down. That leaves everyone staring at him in shock. On the day of the practical exam, the students gather, and Instructor Park Ha-jun steps up to oversee the second part. Jae-hyun sees Han-shun as just another one of Jae-yoon's lackeys, brought in to replace Solki. Han-shun says the exam will be broadcast nationwide so everyone can see the students' skills. Then he tells them to give it their all, and wishes them luck. A moment later, the students are transported into a place called the Pocket Plane. It's a lava-filled dungeon, and Jae-hyun's group is Team D. Their mission is to clear every stage and return with the boss core. On the first floor, they must wipe out all monsters and find the stairs to the second floor. The heat is intense. Zhao Beiyun explains that the dungeon is modeled after Muspelheimer. He suggests mapping the area first so they have enough information to handle anything that happens. There are also some items he wants to collect. Yunjung says one of those items is frostgrass. Without it, the heat will wear them down and put them in danger fast. Shegru praises Jae-yoon and Yujung for knowing their stuff. Jae-yoon says this is just basic dungeon survival. Staying alive comes first. Soon after, he activates mana detection and searches for frostgrass. Following the mana trail, they come across a whole field of frostgrass. Jae-yoon tells them to gather as much as they can and store it in their inventory. Since Seungwoo said he's decent at alchemy, Jae-yoon puts him in charge of the potions. Then a notice pops up saying viewers will join the room soon, warning them to watch what they say and do. The students now have to perform for people across the whole country and keep the audience interested. Zhao Beiyun hates that part, but he knows it could still help him. As they collect grass, he senses 4 C-rank monsters coming and tells everyone to switch to Formation B. The team moves into place as lava slimes head their way. Jungbo uses Provoke to pull their attention, and Zhao Beiyun tells the others to use items and keep their distance, since the slimes explode if a weak spot is touched. They ready their weapons but hold still as the monsters close in. Once they get near, Yunjung calls to Jae-yoon, but he says it's still too early. Only when the slimes are almost right on them does their team stream open, and viewers rush in asking if this is the group with the freshman hunt top scorer. That's when Zhao Beiyun gives the order. Yunjung fires water shoot through an arrow and punches a hole in one slime. As Gina joins in, Zhao Beiyun realizes this heat-filled floor is perfect for the frozen earth skill he got. He gives the camera a small smile and uses it. He doesn't want to go all out yet, saving his strongest moves for later. For now, he uses Ice Rain and sends a shower of ice across the area. Viewers can't believe what they're seeing, and some think it has to be a mistake since that was an A-rank skill. But Zhao Beiyun sees these clueless viewers as the best tool to bring down Zhao Bei. At the same time, manager Sunbainam watches the stream and wonders how Zhao Beiyun can cast an A-rank skill so easily. From what Agent Kim Zhao Beiyun told him, Zhao Beiyun hates Zhao Bei, and Lotus is backing him. Sunbainam figures this kid could make exposing Zhao Bei easy, so he keeps watching with interest. Zhao Beiyun's Ice Rain wipes out the lava slimes, and Yujung says she's not even shocked anymore, even if she has no idea where he learned that skill. When Jaina says the heat is getting bad, Zhao Beiyun tells everyone to drink their potions. Then they start searching for a cooler area. Shangwo spots a place with weaker heat energy, and Zhao Beiyun decides to make their shelter there. Elsewhere, Ina shoots holy arrows into nearby monsters, while Hoyun, fighting beside her, rips another one apart. After clearing them, Ina says the dungeon feels too easy, and Hoyun agrees they're weaker than expected. Their teammates can only stare, confused because one mistake should have meant failure, yet they handled lava slimes up close without a scratch. Back with Jae-yoon, he sets up a tent for the team, while Sungwoo works on potions, saying it'll take about an hour. Zhao Beiyun jokes that Yujung's little comments are her way of rushing Sungwoo, but she quickly denies it, and the two start bickering again. Gina laughs at how close they seem, though Yujung insists they're not. Not long after, Zhao Beiyun shares his secret plan with the others. Once he's done explaining, Yujung steps outside with him and asks if it can really work. He says yes, this is the perfect time to cause a scene. So he releases some power to destabilize the pocket plane, canceling the limit on voice transmission. The viewers start asking what Zhao Beiyun is doing and why he's off alone with Yujung, some even wondering if the others failed. He tells them his teammates are fine, which shocks everyone, because students weren't supposed to be heard. After tweaking the pocket plane formula, Zhao Beiyun greets the audience and says the real stream starts now. Meanwhile, Zhao Beiyun is nearly shaking with rage as he watches. He can't understand how Zhao Beiyun tampered with the pocket plane's formula, something built by dozens of mage raiders, him included, along with the academy instructors. Instructor Haiyun suggests punishing Xiao Bei, but Xiao Bei says he can't. There's no rule for this because no one thought it was possible. Still, academy students aren't allowed to reveal Mill's sensitive information to the public, and breaking that rule could get him expelled. Then the chairman hears Zhao Beiyun mention him on the livestream. Xiao Beiyun ties him to the guild experience incident and other shady dealings, then tells viewers not to worry about him getting expelled, which leaves the chairman completely baffled. Xiao Beiyun goes on, saying the chairman's favorite line is that the strong survive and hold power. After laughing at how rotten Zhang Yun is, the chairman orders Haiyun to expel Zhang Yun after the exam ends. He also tells him to hire at least 2 seasoned A ranks to eliminate Zhang Yun once public attention dies down. As Zhang Yun walks off, he swears he'll make Zhang Yun pay. Zhang Yun tells the viewers the chairman won't keep his word if he expels a student with grades like his. The audience eats it up, and many begin realizing something is seriously wrong at the school, especially with all the claims about Zhao Bei and that were never investigated. Earlier, back in the shelter, Xiao Beiyun told the team he would alter the pocket plane formula so viewers could hear them and take their side. Yujung worried the chairman might strike back, but he reminded her they had the viewers now, and no rule banned messing with the formula. In the present, Xiao Beiyun announces that the real dungeon raid stream is starting, something they prepared to make the broadcast more fun. The viewers get excited, but Yujung feels exposed when they start commenting on her skills and performance. Soon, Xiao Beiyun takes her to a spot by a lava fall and tells the audience they're about to find the pocket plane's hidden piece here. That alone sends the viewers into a frenzy. Yuzhong starts with her heist skill, while Zhao Beiyun uses wind boost and gravity as well. He intends to show everyone how a regressor clears a dungeon. Back at Mo Xiaobei's academy, instructor Kim Ji-yoon tells manager Songbei she'll connect him with Jae-yoon as soon as the exam ends. He tells her to contact Jae-yoon right away and win him over to their side, even saying Jae-yoon can set the terms himself. Jae-yoon accepts, thinking it would be a huge long-term gain if Raider management gets him first, though Jae-yoon is clearly after him too. Inside the pocket plane, Xiao Beiyun wraps an arm around Yuzhong and pulls her toward the lava. She hesitates and tells him to wait, but he keeps running straight for it, while she screams. The viewers keep chatting, still not understanding why they're jumping into lava. Then Jae-yoon lands on an invisible foothold near the stream, and Yuzhong is hugely relieved he was right. He tells her to hold on and cast the spell carefully, making sure her timing is exact. Jae-yoon can't help admiring the first person in his past life who found this hidden piece, especially since Chairman Jae-yoon hid it here with national sponsorship and never meant for a student to claim it. Following the hidden steps, they finally reach solid ground, and Yuzhong asks if the shining object ahead is the item he meant. It's a set of marbles, and Jae-yoon says they're a key item for clearing this dungeon. By now, Chairman Jae-yoon is sweating hard, unable to figure out how Jae-yoon found the hidden piece. Jae-yoon tells the viewers he located it through mapping, though even he didn't expect it to be hidden this well. He casts ice rain at the lava to harden a path toward the item. Then he and Yuzhong head down to grab it. Jae-yoon asks the viewers if they know what it is, but most of them don't. When they demand an answer, he tells them it's fire essence. This item is one of the most important tools for clearing the dungeon, and the system reveals it's a B-rank item that greatly boosts flame resistance for a short time when consumed, though it only works once. Schools usually make these tests feel like real dungeons and hide rewards to motivate students, but this one was hidden so well that normal students never could have reached it. The viewers go wild over the fire essence because it's very expensive in gear shops, making it clear Mills Academy spent over 10 million per team on the midterms. After claiming the first one, Jae-yoon moves to the next target on his list, wishing he could see Jae-yoon's face now, and even more when he reveals the rest of his gifts. By night, they return to the shelter, and Yuzhong complains that the potion tastes awful. Jae-yoon agrees, but says she needs to drink it if they want an easier time clearing the dungeon. After forcing herself to swallow it, Yuzhong suddenly collapses. Jae-yoon, startled, asks Sungwoo if he poisoned her, but Sungwoo denies it. Jae-yoon says stage 1 is almost over, and now they need to find a way down to the second floor. Back in the academy control room, Instructor Jae-yoon walks in to ask Instructor Hajun how things are going. He jokes that he's the one in charge here, then asks why she came. Does she not trust him to handle it? After a brief pause, she says maybe she doesn't, and that makes him frown. With Sabyukog, the second practical should have been under Jae-yoon's control, but Habyun pushed his way in and took that authority from her. He gives her a sarcastic apology for getting ahead of her, even though they started as equals, but she says she doesn't care about that. He presses her, saying anyone would be jealous of that position, but she stays silent. That only annoys him more. Still, Howin reminds himself the chairman favors him now, and Jae-yoon isn't above him anymore, like she was 2 years ago. Before leaving, Jae-yoon tells him to check the rope he's holding and make sure it isn't rotten. Then she walks out. Howin scoffs at her warning and thinks she's full of herself. He knows she meant his ties to the chairman, but he's sure the chairman will recover since these problems are minor. Meanwhile, TND reaches the second floor and gets a quest to hunt the elite monsters there and obtain the reward. Elsewhere, Heimdall slaughters several people and speaks with Hugin, who asks if he's going to meet the great adversary. Heimdall brushes it off, saying the great adversary is only human and easy to kill. What annoys him is that after that, he'll be stuck with Bifrost again as a gatekeeper. He tells Hugin not to meddle in his business, since he's just a creature of evil. But Hugin thinks both gods and humans are fools, and he recalls Munin, Odin's other crow. Lost in thought, he speaks to the absent Munin, and says nothing has changed, and nothing ever will. On the second floor, Gina says it's even hotter than the first. Yunchong adds that the quest sounds harder too. Jae-yoon knows the routes here, but something feels off. An hour earlier, they used a small cave to reach this floor, and Shangwo wondered why the path down was buried underground. Yunchong explains that in stage-type dungeons, reaching the next level is usually hard, which makes her wonder how Jae-yoon found it so fast. She starts suspecting he's been here before. Then she spots a bug and screams so loudly that everyone jumps, and she ends up clinging to Gina. Jae-hyun grabs the bug and tells the viewers he may need it later. Before moving on, he says the team has to prepare first, and hands them the fire essence to eat. Nobody wants to. Jae-hyun jokes that they shouldn't be so dramatic, especially while he's still being nice. Then, with a terrifying look, he tells them to eat it, and they give in. There are 3 floors in this dungeon, with the boss on the last one. Jae-hyun also plans to dump another problem on Jae-hyun, before they start hunting on floor 2. He tells the viewers he knows where some treasure might be, which instantly gets them excited. But his real target is different. One hidden treasure here is the salamander, which hoards shiny objects like a crow, and hides them in its nest. That sends the viewers into a frenzy. One of them looks it up and finds that salamanders can purify corrupted items. When they ask how Jae-yoon knows about the nests, he says he studied it. The second hidden piece is called Balmung's Replica, a sword from the German epic Song of the Nibelungs. It's known as a dragon-killing blade, and like Thalfi's Thundersteps, it's famous for huge power and destruction. The original was said to belong to a German raider named Balak. Then Gina asks what a salamander's weak point is, and Yoo-jung says it's the stomach, because the outer skin is tough. The usual way to kill one is with ice magic aimed there. They head deeper in, and Sungwoo says the heat is getting worse. Without the fire essence, he'd be having a hard time. Even though Jae-yoon already knows where things are, he pretends to search so he won't look suspicious. Soon he stops and says he senses mana near a cluster of swords. Yoon-shing isn't sure any of them are hidden pieces, since there are so many, and they look unregistered. But Jae-yoon knows that's exactly what makes it the perfect hiding place. Even if Jae-yoon rigged things so students couldn't find it, that trick won't stop him now. He activates his detection skill and searches for a moment. Then he finds the right one and pulls it from the rock. The Nornir system announces he's obtained the copy of the Tainted Balmung, a rank A weapon and the beloved sword of the dragon slayer Siegfried. Its sealed effect gives plus 70 strength and plus 30 agility, and it has an S-rank passive, Dragon Slayer, that boosts physical ability against dragon-type enemies, but none of that works while the sword is tainted. Some viewers ask how he picked that exact sword, while others just say Zhao Yun always has a method. They keep moving, and Yoo-jung tries to track the salamander, but Zhao Yun reminds her they need to wait because she said it's weakest right after eating. Since the king salamander only feeds once a night, Yoon-jing asks if waiting is really smart. Salamanders have a sharp sense of smell, so if they stay too long, it might find them first. Zhao Yunqing says they'll solve that and pulls out the bug from earlier, making Yoon-jing panic again. When she tries to run, he holds her in place because she's key to the plan. The bug is a bomb centipede, and when threatened, it sprays liquid. That liquid smells so awful it can cause panic and tears, and Zhao Yun plans to use that stink to lure the salamander. Soon, it appears after picking up the scent. Yoon-jung gets ready and reminds Jae-yoon he promised her something for this. To get her to help, he said he'd give her a magic staff that teacher Song-gyun liked. In truth, he was just planning to hand her some random staff, and he's sure she'll try to kill him if she learns that. The viewers watch, hyped to see if the plan works. Jae Yoon-shing explains that Yoo-jung specializes in wind magic, and she uses a small current to carry the bug's smell into the salamander's nest. The viewers are impressed because that takes really fine mana control, and some of them even start feeling bad for the salamander. The moment it smells the bug, tears stream from its eyes. Jae Yoon-shing tells the others to stick to the plan and move only when he signals. Then he uses level 2 Ice Spear and slams the suffering monster to the ground. He waits for the salamander to breathe fire, and the instant it does, he pulls out Balmung and throws it into the monster's mouth. Yoo-jung calls him insane, and the viewers have no idea what he's doing. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun is stunned by what Zhao Yun just did. Certain no first year should know this, especially since he left it out of the syllabus on purpose. On the second floor, the monster starts coughing the sword back up, and Zhao Yun gives the signal. The warriors rush in front of him and block the flying sword with their shields. Jae Yun picks it up, and now it shines differently. The viewers are still losing their minds in confusion, so he opens the equipment window and shows that the tainted Balmung has been purified. The viewers nearly explode when they see its stats. Jae Yun explains that a salamander's core has purification power that can cleanse items. They're amazed that a new student knows all this, and when he takes up the sword, they wonder why a mage is using a blade. They expect him to hand it to one of the warrior class students with him, but he doesn't. Then Sunbainum, watching through an anonymous stream, tells everyone Jae Yun is a battle mage. Jae Yun steps up to the monster and activates agile steps, flexible movements, and wind boost to sharpen his movement. In one burst, he jumps in and slices off one of its arms. After landing, he uses Ice Edge to form a sharp spike. Shungwoo signals that the salamander's stomach is exposed, now that one arm is gone, so Jae Yun lunges forward and drives the attack into its stomach. The viewers go silent. They can barely process what they just saw. Meanwhile, Saiho uploads something online and wonders why Jae Yun made her do such an annoying job. She posts an article revealing his real identity, using his achievements in the Neverland dungeon, where he had hidden who he was. The article is meant to shut down people claiming his current feats are fake or computer-made. Back on the second floor, after killing the salamander, Jae Yun says he found something called the Ring of Transcendence. It's a rank B item that temporarily boosts mana, strengthens spells, and gives the active skill Overdrive. But without the Rock of Transcendence, its rank drops and Overdrive becomes unstable. Overdrive is an A-rank skill. It boosts mana and makes skills hit 1.5 times harder for 5 minutes. But without the Rock of Transcendence, the user can't use mana for the next 5. There's only one ring, so Jae Yun offers to settle it with rock, paper, scissors. The others refuse and tell him to keep it since he carried the fight. Yoo-jung just says he owes them a meal later. Happy with the reward, Jae Yun takes the ring, and the group is sent to the next floor. As soon as they arrive, the system tells them the barrier will vanish in 1 minute, and the boss battle will start. A magic shield protects them for now, even while the boss keeps smashing against it. Those heavy blows put everyone on edge, and Jaina asks Jae Yun if he has a plan. He says no, and that he doesn't need one, because he'll handle this himself. Even the viewers start asking if it's really smart for him to ignore the party setup and fight alone. Usually this floor has a C or B rank monster, and about 70% of students fail here. Then the barrier drops, and the boss is released, a lava golem. Jae-yoon charges first with a mana punch, but Jangba shouts that it's too dangerous. While Gina and Sungwoo freak out, Yoo-jung stays calm, and reminds them Jae-yoon is strong enough that a monster like this shouldn't beat him. Jae-yoon trades punches with the golem and knocks its arm back. When it swings with the other hand, he blocks it with a barrier. After landing, he uses level 4 wind boost and follows with Ice Edge to pin the golem's legs. Then Jae-yoon turns on mana detection and slips past its attacks, dodging as he moves. He remembers lava golems are tough and hit hard, but they do have a weakness. He casts Bind, locking the monster down with chains, then drops a storm of ice with Ice Rain. The chains don't hold for long, but the ice cools every joint and slows its limbs. Seeing the chance, Jae-yoon uses Water Ball and sprays the frozen joints, making the golem's limbs crack apart at once. As it falls to pieces, the pocket plane announces the boss has been defeated. Some viewers ask if that was really supposed to be a boss fight, while the rest of the team can only stare in shock. Yoo-jung calls him a total maniac, and feels like he's already way ahead of her. A moment later, the system says they've obtained the golem's core, but Jae-yoon knows the test isn't really over yet. He still has to make sure the chairman falls today. When the system asks if they want to return to reality, Jae-yoon says no. He tells the viewers that fight ended too fast, and he still has something to show them, the hidden boss. Curious now, the viewers watch as he leads the team toward a spot with a strong mana presence. Then he looks back, and sees none of his teammates want to follow. So he tells them they won't die, no matter how much it hurts. Once they step inside, the system says they've found a hidden door, and a special quest has been created. Their mission is to defeat the hidden boss of the secret floor, and return alive. Normal students can't even sense this hidden door, and even luck wouldn't get them here. That's why Jae-yoon placed the hidden piece in advance. He glances at the viewers, who can't believe he found a secret floor, while most students are still stuck on the second one. Xiaobei already knows how to summon the hidden boss, but he pretends to search around for a bit. Then Yoo-jung points out an altar that looks familiar, and after a moment she realizes it matches the pattern on the golem core. Xiaobei places the core into the altar's slot, and bright light floods the area. He quickly tells everyone to get back, as the pocket plane's hidden boss, a red drake, starts forming over the altar. Their new mission is to survive, beat the enemy, and claim the drake's heart for a special reward. As the red drake takes shape, the viewers can't believe it. Even experienced raiders struggle against one. People watching start reacting badly to how unfair this pocket plane is, which is exactly the response Jae-yoon wanted. His absolute calculation doesn't work on a drake's physical attacks, but he still knows he can beat it alone. In the control room, Chairman Jae-yoon watches in shock. His plan to keep this year's midterms quiet and push the media away is falling apart. Now he realizes Jae-yoon has messed with the entire pocket plane. Instructor Hajun objects, saying no student could possibly do that. But when Jae-yoon insists it really was Jae-yoon, Hajun tries sucking up, hoping this helps him climb the ranks faster. In the end, the chairman admits he's almost relieved it's Jae-yoon. If Tianyun only wants an item, then clearing the dungeon might actually reduce the backlash against the academy. Xiaobei worries that Xiaobei made the Drake mad, assuming he just doesn't know better. He hopes Xiaobei kills it, but when he looks at the screen, he sees Yuanqing has been hurt and is coughing blood. The students panic because the pocket plane's protection system has failed, and now they need to get out, which makes Xiaobei panic too. The viewers are alarmed. Students aren't supposed to get injured in the pocket plane, yet it's happening. Then the students' HP bars disappear as the pocket plane grows unstable, and some viewers realize they might actually die. That pushes the chairman over the edge, and he curses Jae-yoon out. Meanwhile, Jae-yoon wonders how it feels for the chairman to be manipulated and framed, just like he used to do to others. Some viewers start attacking Jae-yoon for how he runs the academy, and they suspect he did this on purpose to hurt students. They complain this kind of thing keeps happening, and the school keeps pushing kids close to death. Jang Bao is honestly surprised by how good her acting is. When she jokes that she should have become an actress because her looks are being wasted at school, he begs her not to make him laugh since he's trying to keep a sad face. After leaving her there, he turns back to the Drake. He knows he can beat it easily, but that would be boring. The Drake swings a claw at him, and he hops back to dodge it. Then he activates Mana Weapon and summons the Purified Balmung. The viewers start thinking he might actually win with that sword, and they begin cheering for him. Xiaobei then uses Balmung Replica's special skill, Dragon Slayer, which makes attacks against dragon-type enemies 300% stronger. He fires off a double sword slash at the red drake, making it even angrier, so angry that it slams its tail where Sungwoo is standing. Sungwoo barely manages to block it, and Xiaobei remembers the two things he needs to do. He recalls what Hoithion found in a book, that a drake's weak spot is the mole on its heel, so Jae-yoon leaps behind it and strikes that heel. To end the battle, he activates Overdrive, boosting all his skills by 1.5 times. Right after that, he uses Frozen Earth, and freezes the whole area, including the red drake. The viewers stare in shock. They can't think of any A-rank skill that should do something like that. and as some begin to wonder if Jae-yoon is actually S-rank, he shatters the frozen drake and wins. After the kill, Xiaobei leans on his sword, hiding a grin, while hoping the chairman likes his gift. Back in the chairman's office, calls from board members start pouring in, all blaming him. He tries to explain he wasn't behind it, but for the first time, no one believes him. He asks instructor Hajun about the press, and Hajun says he contacted every reporter they know, but all of them turned the offer down because they no longer trust Meres. When Hajun says this, all feels planned. Xiaobei snaps and blasts him across the room with magic. He's sure Jae-yoon couldn't have pulled this off alone, so someone must be helping him. As he tries to figure out who, a staff member rushes in with news that the Lotus Guild has sent an official document about disciplinary action against Milva's Academy and the chairman's imprisonment. Apparently Shongun personally wrote it over what happened during the midterms, calling it a serious case that put students in possible danger of death, just like the guild training incident before. Shongun says the chairman keeps pushing students toward death and has bribed high-ranking politicians for his own gain, along with other crimes. For that, and 17 more violations tied to raiders, Guildmaster Shongun orders his immediate arrest. Furious, Jae-yoon argues that the Lotus Guild has no right to step in directly. Only the National Raider Association headquarters should be able to, until he keeps reading and finds that the 4 major guilds, 29 other guilds, and the National Raider Association all support it. He goes silent over the document, just as several raiders storm into the office to arrest him. Meanwhile, after the students leave the pocket plane, reporters rush over to interview Team D about what happened inside. Xiaobei-yoon is pleased that his teacher handled everything so carefully. One reporter asks if he already knew something about the chairman's arrest because of what he said during the pocket plane stream. Xiaobei-yoon says he can't reveal much because of the academy's non-disclosure agreement, but he does tell them this is the 3rd time students have been put in danger, and he doesn't want anyone else get hurt, so he cuts the interview short and says Yoonjung needs medical help. He takes Yoonjung to the paramedics and gets her onto a Lotus ambulance, so no one notices she wasn't actually injured. At the same time, Jae-in is escorted out of the academy by officers from the National Raider Association. People pelt him with raw eggs, shouting for the chairman to step down. Once they're inside the ambulance, Yoonjung bursts out laughing and tells Jae-yoon he's an awful actor. When he asks if he was really that bad, she starts copying his act. Seongyoon laughs too, then asks what he was thinking. If the plan failed, he would have been the one in trouble. But Jae-yoon says he learned from the guild trip that his own safety matters, just not more than saving other people. Yoonjung teases that he never says stuff like that, and asks if he ate something weird, so he tells her to shut up. After the laughter dies down, Seongyoon says there's a press conference in 3 days, and that's where they'll finish Jae-yoon. Meanwhile, at the National Raider Association headquarters, Sun Bainholm celebrates, because Jae-in is finally done for. He thinks back to a strange phone call, telling him to get ready so they could arrest Jae-in. The caller said the rest would be handled on their side, and even offered to set up the place he requested. 3 days later, at the Lotus Guild press conference, Sunbane spots Jae-in waiting outside. When she asks if he's nervous, he says he just hates crowds. Soon, Sunggun, Sunbanim, and Jae-yoon take the stage to face the reporters. The press sees this as a huge chance, especially with Lotus having priority negotiations with Min Jae-yoon, a story big enough to go worldwide. Sunggun opens the floor for questions. The first reporter asks if Jae-yoon really had students killed on purpose, and covered it up as accidents. Sunggun says yes, and confirms they already have proof of everything he did. Jae-yoon smiles, knowing they used brainwashing on instructor Yesu to get the files early, which means Jae-yoon is finished. Jae-yoon adds that he also broke other laws, including illegal funding tied to Mills Academy. Another reporter asks if they know who else was part of Jae-yoon's corruption, but she only says the investigation is still ongoing. After a few more questions, someone asks if Jae-yoon is really Sunggun's mentee, and she confirms it. He adds that he got this far thanks to her guidance. Then another reporter asks if he had been hiding his abilities all along, since there were barely any articles about him. Jae-yoon answers that he simply didn't want media attention. Another asks when he signed with the Lotus Guild, and soon the questions pile up about his training, family, and even dating life. He stays quiet. He knows he can't get dragged into all that, especially since the spotlight won't leave him now. Right on time, Sunggun steps in and asks the reporters not to press Jae-yoon too much because he's still shaken from the incident. A few days later, the students gather for the temporary chairman's inauguration. Yoonjung says she's glad everyone made it out. Okay, she would have been furious if anyone got hurt. Jae-yoon suddenly reminds them this still might not be over, and the group knows he won't go down easily. That means they need to get much stronger while they still can. Hoyeon agrees, saying the guild trip made him realize how weak he was, and Inea feels the same way. Jae-yoon is happy they want to grow stronger, but he has no plan to drag them deeper into this. Facing the Acer gods is his burden. Then instructor Kim Jae-yoon steps up to the podium, and Jae-yoon tells the others she's the new director. Everyone is shocked, and Yoonjung can't believe someone that young got the job. Xiaobei-yoon explains that Ji-yoon was also a Raider Association spy. Earlier, he and Songgyun had gone to the association headquarters, where Sun Benim told them he planned to appoint Ji-yoon as the new director. Back in the present, Kim Ji-yoon announces she'll serve as acting director and promises to do her best. Later, the group goes out to relax, and Ji-yoon wonders what kind of mess this is, as he watches Yoo-jung singing karaoke. He thought he'd finally get some rest, but clearly not. A few hours earlier, Yoo-jung had pounded on his door and told him to open it. When he did, she reminded him of their promise to go karaoke after exams. She'd already booked a room at the best place nearby, and they dragged him along. Now, back in the present, Xiao Bei-yoon decides he may as well sing too since he's already there. The others look horrified, and one nearby customer yells that someone is attacking his ears and should be banned from karaoke forever. When Xiao Bei-yoon finishes, Intold says it's nice to know he's human after all, and Ho-yoon jokes nobody can be good at everything. His score ends up being a painful 10 out of 100. Then Xiao Bei-yoon passes the mic to Inta. Their hands touch, the mic slips, and she starts blushing. Ji-yoon catches it just in time and gently places it back in her hand. Her face stays bright red for a moment, and when he asks if she's okay, she says she is. At last, Ina shyly asks them not to expect too much because she's embarrassed. Yoo-jung tells her she's probably still better than Jae-yoon. He argues his singing is totally average, but Yoo-jung says he has zero self-awareness. Once everyone settles down, Jae-yoon wonders how good Ina is and decides he'll clap for her even if she's not great. But the moment she starts to sing, he realizes she's insanely good. At the same time, Heimdall walks through the streets of Earth and senses Hayla nearby. She finally appears, saying she only came to say hello and ask how his little trip is going. Heimdall says the rebel Aesir are doing something interesting this time, but Hayla shoots back that it's nothing compared to what Odin and the other Aesir have done. He mocks Hayla for still clinging to that pointless hope that the great adversary from the prophecy will show up and save them. When she says they can't know that for sure, he replies that no human can ever bring down the Aesir gods. As Heimdall tries to move forward, Hel blocks his path. He tells her to step aside, but she says she can't let him pass if he's going to meet the great adversary from the prophecy. Irritated, Heimdall asks if she has a death wish, and Hel reminds him he can't use his powers properly on Earth, so she has the edge here. Heimdall warns her to be ready for her own death if she plans to kill him, but she says that's fine right now. Her role is just to buy a little time. Back at karaoke, Intuna sings beautifully, and when she finishes, she turns to ask how she did. Everyone is stunned. Yoo-jung asks how she's this good, while Ho-yoon complains that she'd been hiding it all along. Xiao Bei-yoon asks if she ever took choir lessons, but she says no. Yoo-jung is shocked she never trained, and Intu is surprised they really liked her voice. She thanks them and says this is only the second time she's ever sung in front of other people. A few days later, at Jae Yoon-shing's home in Seoul, he gives his mom a present. Inside are allowance checks. She's amazed at how much her son has grown and that he thought of her at an age when he should just be enjoying himself. As she looks through them, she's shocked by how much he earned on his own, and Jae-yoon tells her it's all for her. To him, this is something he's wanted to say for a long time. He always wanted to hug her and tell her he made it, but in his past life he was too busy and couldn't take care of her. Since his regression, everything has changed. Now his goal is simple: protect his family and friends, then kill Odin and end this misery. He vows to do it himself, and not let Odin steal the life he got back. Then he tells his mom she can live without worrying about money anymore. She hugs him and says things must have been hard for him. Jae-yoon starts tearing up, but then someone knocks while they're still embracing. It's Inno, greeting him at the door. A second later he realizes Yoo-jung came too. Jae-yoon asks what she wants this time, and she says her family is having a barbecue and came to invite him. He remembers her parents are getting back today, and Yoo-jung adds that her mom told her to bring him since he's always helping them. He jokes that he only has to help because she's such a hassle, but she tells him to come because her parents really want to see him. He finally agrees, and Yoo-jung heads off. Ine then notices the damp marks on his shirt, where he'd wiped his face before opening the door, and asks if he had been crying. Caught off guard, he claims his clothes only got wet while washing dishes, and the two awkwardly look away. That evening, Jae-yoon goes to Yoo-jung's house. One look is enough for him to tell her family is loaded. He runs into Ina and asks why she's staying there. Did Yoo-jung drag her over too? Surprised, Ina says she had nowhere else to go, so Jae-yoon quickly apologizes, remembering she doesn't really have a family right now. A moment later, Yoo-jung appears with her dad, Mr. Kim, right behind her. Her parents are happy to see Jae-yoon, and they trade greetings. He remembers how kind they were to him on the day he lost his mom in his past life. Before he can react, Mr. Kim hooks an arm around his head and jokes that he's gotten taller. Jae-yoon can't help wondering if roughhousing runs in their family. Once Mr. Kim lets him go, he laughs and asks if Yoo-jung still bullies him like when they were kids, and he'd run home crying. A moment later, Yoo-jung comes back and tells her dad to quit messing around and help with the food. As he heads off, he jokes that with her attitude, finding a boyfriend won't be easy. Then he turns to Jae-yoon and playfully asks if he wants to volunteer. That instantly makes the girls go silent. Jae-yoon freezes for a second, and Mr. Kim starts selling Yoo-jung's best points. Before he can keep going, Yoo-jung snaps, pinches him, and tells him to stop talking nonsense and go help. Mr. Kim quickly retreats to the chores, and Yoo-jung tells Jae-yoon to help too. Not long after, the meal is ready. Jae-yoon compliments Mr. Kim's cooking, and Yoo-jung says it would have been nice if Hoyeon and Jae-sung were here too. During dinner, Mr. Kim thanks Jae-yoon for helping Yoo-jung study for midterms, but Jae-yoon brushes it off, feeling guilty since he knows he was pretending. Then Mrs. Kim says she's glad he's doing well. She was surprised he joined the magic class, and wonders if he did it to stay close to Yoo-jung. That makes Ina pause mid-bite, but Jae-yoon quickly says that's not why. Mrs. Kim says he gets more handsome every day, and hopes Yoo-jung brings home someone like him. Yoo-jung tells her to stop and eat before the food gets cold. When Jae-yoon notices Ina isn't eating, he asks if she's okay, but she says it's nothing. At Hoyeon's house, his father tears into him for wasting time saving dying students just because he felt sorry for them. Mr. Kimball Furry, Mr. Kamed Pros Timid, Muddy Mr. Kamigai Tyrios, Baliats Kamigai Mr. Kamigai to Macution live. Anne calls his own son an idiot, saying if he'd been even a little later, he would have been arrested with Jae-yoon. He keeps cursing Hoyeon, cuts him off when he tries to answer, and says he needs to become South Korea's top raider and put everyone beneath him. Most of all, he says Jae-yoon has to be crushed no matter what. Hoyeon finally tells him to stop. He knows talking won't change anything, because his father has always taught him to step on others to climb higher. So Hoyeon says he won't live the life his father wants. This is his life. His father, irritated, grabs his arm and demands to know what he just said, but Hoyeon knocks his hand away. Then he turns and walks out, ignoring his father's order to come back. He decides he doesn't want to beat Jae-yoon through dirty tricks, and will get stronger the right way. Later, Yoo-jung's parents leave for a late-night movie, and Jae-yoon comments on how close they still are. Soon after, he says he should get going, but Yoo-jung asks if he's leaving already. Jae-yoon points out it's nearly midnight, yet she tells him to stay a little longer. After a short pause, he says her dad would probably be upset if he did. When she asks why, he explains her parents might not like him staying that late while they're out. Yoo-jung says it should be fine as long as he doesn't do anything weird, and even gets Ina to back her up. In the end, Jae-yoon stays. A little later, Ina admits she's been wondering about something and asks if the two of them are dating. They both deny it right away. Ina says she only thought that because they're so close and their families are close too. Yoo-jung makes it clear that she and Jae-yoon are just friends who care about each other. Not long after, Jae-yoon leaves. On his way home, Hella appears and says he needs to start his second trial as soon as possible. She explains they can't delay anymore because Odin has started moving. Sometime later, Odin meets with the Aesir gods and is frustrated that Heimdall still hasn't reported in. Thor tells him he's worrying too much about the one from the prophecy. A mere human insect can't challenge a god. Frigg agrees, saying no human should threaten the king of the gods, and that Odin is overthinking it. But Odin reminds them humans can keep learning and growing without end. Right now, they can't kill the great adversary because the prophecy shields him for 10 years. Even so, Odin refuses to ignore the chance that the enemy could become far stronger before then. Frigg thinks that protection is already fading fast, and they may not need to wait the full 10 years to kill him. Odin says every move must be exact, because fate never promised them victory. At the same time, Zhao Beihun hears from Hela that the power protecting him from the Aesir is weakening. He asks why, since in his past life they didn't attack him until he was 27. Hela says too much of the prophecy's power was spent sending him back. Even gods aren't supposed to defy time, so it's amazing that power lasted this long at all. Hela even suspects someone she doesn't know paid a huge price to make it happen. When Zhao Beiyun gets home, he's stunned to hear that his opponent is Heimdall, the white god who can see the near future and carries a great horn. Since Heimdall is already on Earth, Zhao Beiyun worries there isn't time for a trial, but Hela says she bought them some time. Meanwhile, Heimdall is being held down by Hela's power, and he fumes that she dare lock the great Heimdall in a place like this. Still chained, he shouts that a miserable prison won't hold him. Hela tells Jaehyun it took a lot of power, but it'll delay him for a while. When Zhao Beiyun asks where the second trial will happen, right then the news reports another failed attempt at the 11th Great Ruins raid. It says a man named Balak from the European Association joined the raid, raising hopes, but they still couldn't clear the first trial, called proof of qualification. It also sounds like they aren't confident about the next try. Hela explains the next trial is in Iceland, the heart of this mythology, where the secret of the Great Ruins lies. Those ruins were made for the great adversary, to raise someone who could defeat Odin again. When he asks what she means by again, even Hela finds it odd that she said it. She adds that Zhao Beiyun is the only one who can take the proof of qualification test, and passing it will open the way into the Great Ruins. Elsewhere, Balak watches the news about the failed raid, and smashes something in anger, as he wonders what kind of ruin won't even let them inside. He calls for Camilla and asks if the mages are really investigating this properly, and she reminds him to stop doubting people. Camilla tells him not to rush, she wants into the world's only great ruin too. Balak still can't figure out how they're supposed to pass the first trial, which keeps demanding proof before anyone can enter. A few days later, our boy heads to the airport for Iceland, and calls director Kim Ji-yeon, asking her to cover for him so his friends won't worry. He had to speed up his prep by using mana stones to strengthen all his artifacts, maxing them out and pushing himself past level 30. As Zhao Beiyun boards the plane, he knows Balak is guarding the Great Ruins, and won't let anyone else in, so he'll have to face the S-rank raider carrying the true Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung. Hela, riding inside Zhao Beiyun's coat as a cat, wants to see if Loki made the right choice by watching how he handles this. The ruins are strange burial sites that suddenly appeared all over the world. After raiders cleared some of them, people learned they were hiding artifacts. Because they offered higher-ranked items than normal dungeons, everyone started fighting over them. Governments eventually had to step in. During the flight, Hela tells Xiaobei that Mistlatane, the bracelet on his wrist, was hidden in those ruins, so it wasn't just luck that he found it. Xiaobei Yun realizes she means the glowing bubbles he saw back then that guided him, and remembers that strange light started everything. Heller then explains the ruins were made by the giants. About 10,000 years ago, Hrungnir, their guardian and Thor's rival, created them for the great adversary in the prophecy, and for the humans who would fight Odin's army. Yolian Shini says that explains why the ruins are full of puzzles and riddles. The giants were known for their wisdom and faced even the Aesir without fear, despite their terrible end. He also mentions a strong item he got before leaving, an A-rank upgrade item called Shadow Mineral, for his shadow gear. He uses it on the shadow armor he earned after beating Nightshade, raising it to rank A. Then Mistlatane triggers a passive skill, Genius of Armor Making, which upgrades it again into S-rank Armor of Abyss. Armor of Abyss is said to be forged from the Abyss of Ginnungako, and comes with level 3 stealth, plus a passive skill called Shadow Synchronization. That A-rank skill links the user with shadows to create an afterimage, gives a 20% chance to deflect attacks, and 1 guaranteed deflection, though it won't work on light-based attacks. A few hours later, they arrive in Iceland. They check into a hotel reserved only for the awakened, where one night costs 50,000 won. On the way to his room, Jaehyun passes Balak, the head of the European Raider Association, and Camilla. As he goes by, Balak stops him and asks what he is. Balak turns back toward him, while Camilla tries to stop him, but he ignores her and steps right in front of Jaehyun. Balak asks Jaehyun how old he is and where he came from. Jaehyun stays silent. Camilla finally steps between them and asks Balak what he thinks he's doing. She apologizes to Jaehyun, nudges him forward, and says to ignore Balak because his personality is awful. She even adds that it's why his wife left him. After sending Jaehyun off, Camilla warns Balak again not to damage the European Raider Association's image. She gets that he's on edge after their last failed raid, but tells him not to dump that anger on some kid. Balak says that's not it. The real issue is that the boy made no sound at all while walking, like someone trained to erase his presence. Back at Director Mills Academy's office, Xiao Beishan's friends are stunned to hear he went overseas. Yu Jung wonders where he ran off to. Now, especially after somehow causing chaos at an amusement park. Hrungnir jokes that trouble just follows Xiao Bei, but Ina cuts in, saying that's not the kind of person he is. At Iceland's Great Ruins, they arrive at the entrance. A few European Raider Association guards spot a suspicious figure coming toward them and order him to identify himself. Hidden by his armor, Jaehyun asks if they can just let him through because he can't be bothered with this. When they move to alert the others, he covers their mouths and uses brainwashing. He apologizes for looking like a criminal, but says these ruins were meant for him. Before leaving Seoul, Hela told him the Great Ruins had 2 entry conditions. First, the Nornir system, and second, strength and agility over 150, basically S-rank stats. She hesitates, hoping he already reached strength, but when he says he hasn't, Hela is shocked since she saw him beat Surtur's clone. As she starts thinking of a way to push him to S-rank, Jaehyun says he already has an option, and pulls out an A-rank item, the Cursed Key from Flandir's mission. Using detection, he identifies it as Loki's key, one that can open any door or chest. Back in the present, Zhao Hyun finds it strange he got this key at all, like someone who saw everything coming had prepared it for him. He inserts the key into the door, and it opens. Before going in, he gets his blank card ready too, sure it'll be useful soon. He could have copied Seo's Cognition Accelerant or Soil's Detection skill, but he kept feeling there might be a better skill waiting ahead. Besides, if he starts copying people around him, others might catch on. He moves deeper through the hall until a giant appears. The giant asks if he is the prophesied great adversary, and introduces himself as Smir Himnirson, guardian of the Great Ruins under his father Himnirson orders. When Hela jumps down, Smir recognizes her as a clone of Helid. She explains that she's here to guide the great adversary through the 5 trials, and says the prophecy's protection over him is fading. Because of that, he has to start the trial right away. Before she can finish, Smir flatly refuses. When Hela asks why, he says opening the door that way was cheating, and with his current stats, Zhao Hyun can't clear the second trial anyway. Smir tells him to grow stronger and come back later. Hela pushes back. There is no later, because once the prophecy's power fades, the Esser will move again. Still, Smir says rules are rules, and he's sure Jotunheim, the land he wanted to protect, is already nothing but ash. The giants have no home left to return to. So if everything is already lost, he asks, what difference does a little more waiting make? Hela realizes the giant has fallen into despair, but Zhao Hyun, already furious, snaps and asks what kind of nonsense this is. He asks Smir if this is some joke, and says he's not running a charity. He's not some tool they use when it helps them, then toss aside. The only reason he's playing along at all is because he sees value in using them too. Then he activates level 5 lightning chain and tells Smir to get out of his way. Outside the dungeon, the guards report to Balak that no one got past them. that answer doesn't sit right with him. He knows someone entered because he felt the strange surge that comes when ruins open. With the doors already open, he assumes he should be able to go in, but at the entrance he's rejected again for not meeting the requirements. Not long after, Camilla gets a late-night call from Balak. He tells her an intruder has entered the Great Ruin. Inside, Hela asks Zhao Hyun what he's doing, and Smear, now angry, calls him a fool and rises to face him. He asks how a mere human dares challenge him, and his roar blasts out crushing power. Zhao Hyun just asks if he has any other line, because he's sick of hearing that one. He knows if he gives up on this trial, he'll only retreat and die fighting Heimdall later. Either way, death is waiting. So this time, unlike before his regression, he refuses to back down with regrets. Smear says his mercy ends here and fires a massive arrow from above straight at Zhao Hyun's head. Zhao Hyun doesn't dodge. Using absolute calculation, he destroys the arrow, then boosts himself forward with wind and charges Smear. The giant realizes Zhao Hyun is aiming straight for his heart and wonders if he really plans to bring him down and keep going. Smear can't understand what's driving him, while Zhao Hyun feels that same crushing pressure he felt against Hyugan. It's the feeling he gets when facing someone he can't beat yet, but this time he won't fold. A moment later, he uses frozen earth and locks the ground in ice. Smear recognizes it as a dark elf secret skill and wonders how Jae-yoon got it. Then he shatters the ice with one punch and reminds him that he's still weak. Despair flashes across Jae-yoon's face. Then he smirks and asks if Smear really moved exactly how he expected, because he's that dumb and reckless. Jae-yoon follows with his level 5 fire skill and another level 5 move, Air Blast. He mixes ice and fire and launches them at the giant, blocking his sight. Then he turns on level 3 stealth to hide himself. Smear scoffs, thinking a cheap trick like this won't work on him. But when the haze clears, Jae-yoon is gone. A second later, he leaps in and slashes at Smear's neck. At Sang-yin's office, Curator Guildmaster Miss Baek Jae-yoon returns to repeat that she wants Jae-yoon. Sang-yin says there's no point having this same useless talk again, but Miss Baek offers the right price in exchange. Sang-yin answers that Jae-yoon isn't something to be sold, so the Guildmaster brings out an item called Nidhogg's Fang. Shangao didn't expect the Curator Guild to put up an S-class item, and realizes just how badly she wants him. Still smiling, Shangao asks if she'll try tempting Jae-yoon directly with it. If Lotus refuses, and her reaction makes it obvious that was the plan. Amused, Shangao says she should have just gone to Jae-yoon himself, but Miss Baek says they prefer to handle things like gentlemen. She stands and offers a hand, saying she'll wait for Shangao Dasher. Shangao leaves the handshake hanging again, and Miss Baek walks out. Back in the ruins, Jae-yoon's blade cuts across the giant's neck, but Smear isn't hurt. He asks if this is really Jae-yoon's plan, and reminds him that Odin and the other Aesir are far stronger. There isn't even any promise that all this effort will matter, so he asks if Jae-yoon still thinks he can keep moving forward. Jae-yoon answers that it's still better than doing nothing. He uses realization of magical artifact to make a mana blade, then upgrades it with genius of armor making. Smear tells the great adversary he understands nothing because what he's doing has no value. Jae-yoon fires back that only he gets to decide whether his actions have value. That triggers a memory. Smear recalls his father telling him that only he can choose his own worth. Jae-yoon doesn't slow down and keeps pressing forward with attack after attack, but then Smear releases a sudden burst of power that freezes him in place. Smear asks if he can truly take responsibility for those words, and the pressure grows so heavy that blood spills from Jae-yoon's mouth. Racked with pain, he wonders how he's supposed to beat this monster. Then the pressure suddenly vanishes. Smear reminds him that he claimed to decide the value of his own actions, but says words like that are only allowed to those with power. Even so, he'll give Jae-yoon one chance to prove he's worthy, and Hela watches from the side in silence. After thinking it over, Jae-yoon makes an offer. He'll withstand Smear's ultimate attack just once. Hela jumps out in shock and asks what he's saying. She reminds him Smear has divinity, and his human body can't handle it, but Smear accepts. He summons a spear to judge whether Jae-yoon deserves those words, and whether he can resist a great fate. Hela tries to stop him, but Smear ignores her and hurls the spear straight at Jae-yoon. Jae-yoon doesn't move. The spear's power shakes the whole ruin, and tears open a huge crater where it lands. When the smoke clears, Jae-yoon is still alive. He asks Smear if that settles it. He survived by using shadow synchronization, and the system says the skill will now activate with a permanent 20% chance. Smear stares for a moment, then slowly smiles. He lets Jae-yoon pass, while Hela can only stand there speechless, wondering what kind of human he is. Jae-yoon heads deeper inside. Smear tells him these ruins hold 3 wisdom trials. When Smear asks if he's scared, Jae-yoon admits that he is. Smear says that's a good thing. As he heads inside, Hela asks how he survived that attack, and Jae-yoon says he honestly doesn't know. Deeper in, 2 women greet them and introduce themselves as the Norn, keepers of the first wisdom trial. Hela warns that she can't help him past this point, and tells him to stay sharp. The women explain that one is an angel, and the other a demon. The angel always tells the truth, and the demon always lies. One gate leads to heaven, and the other leads to hell. Either path will take him to the next trial, but the hell gate means the undead will keep attacking him. After that, they tell Jae-yoon he gets only one question, so he needs to use it well. Jae-yoon quickly realizes this is that famous logic puzzle, though he's more interested in the fact that both paths still move him forward. When he gets ready to ask, the Norn says there's no need to rush, he has plenty of time. Jae-yoon says he doesn't need much time for this one. Pointing at one of them, he asks which realm her gate leads to. He knows this puzzle is angel and demon, and he already knows the usual trick to solve it. Ask where they live, and both will point to heaven. The angel truthfully, the demon with a lie. The woman he chose steps to the gate beside her, and says it's hers. Then she asks if that's the gate he'll take. Jae-yoon says no, he's taking the other one. Once he makes his choice, Hella stares in shock and follows him. She asks if he's crazy, and why he'd choose the gate to hell on purpose. But Jae-yoon just says hard work is easier when you're young. Then he reveals the real reason. They said the undead would come after him there. And Hella immediately realizes he has another motive. As the undead start appearing, Jae-yoon activates Sacrifice, and changes it into the attack skill Judgment of Light. He burns the undead down, and keeps gaining levels. To him, all that free experience is the real heaven. Hella can only watch with a tired look, calling him a terrible human, and wondering if he's actually the demon here. Back with the Norn sisters, they admit Jae-yoon made the dumbest and wisest choice, just like Mimir predicted. Later Jae-yoon finishes the path and a portal carries him to the next area. He's actually disappointed the last trial ended so soon, because it was such a good chance to farm levels. In the second room, there's a strange magic setup on the floor, and Jae-yoon guesses the test is about finding a way out. A voice suddenly confirms it, revealing itself as the gatekeeper of the second trial. Hella knows the voice and wonders why he's here, but the speaker asks her to let him introduce himself first. He says he's Mimir, the one who built the Nornir system and shaped Jae-yoon's fate. Long ago, Loki came to him for advice on raising the last hope, the one meant to oppose the prophecy, and on escaping Odin's eye. Mimir's answer was the Nornir system. Shocked to meet the one behind it, Jae-yoon asks why he didn't explain all this from the beginning. Mimir says the contract with the Aesir, and the system used by all awakened, made that impossible. He and Hella talk for a bit about how they can't promise the great adversary will survive if the war starts sooner than expected. In the end, Mimir says he stayed out of it to see if Jae-yoon was truly worthy. Before now, there were simply too many eyes watching him. Inside the great ruins though, they can finally speak freely. Jae-yoon then asks something that's been bothering him. If fate already chose him as the great enemy, then his own will shouldn't matter. So why, right before he died in his past life, did Mimir ask how he felt when he was at his lowest? Elsewhere, Yoo-jung and Ina wonder what Jae-yoon is doing overseas that keeps him from replying. While talking about him, Yoo-jung blurts out that she just wants to be with him, but stops herself halfway. Embarrassed, she quickly says she only meant she's the only one who can deal with him. Not long after, Jae-yu talks about going to Mila's academy soon, and says she's already checked the dorm room sizes. Hoisun then honestly asks what she'll do if she fails the entrance exam. That sends her into despair, and she calls him mean, leaving him stunned. Tinya finally says she hopes Jae-yoon comes back soon, and Yoo-jung agrees. Back in the Great Ruins, Mimir answers that they couldn't leave the world's fate to someone who couldn't even stand back up alone. That's why he gave Jae-yoon a chance to change his fate back then. Jae-yoon says he still has a lot more questions, but figures Mimir can't answer them all. Mimir then offers a hint toward the truth if he clears this trial. For the second test, he must place one object from the room on the altar. But there are two things to remember. This trial is about gaining wisdom, and he only gets one try. Jae-yoon nearly loses it at the thought of searching through everything, and Mimir points out that he knows what he's thinking through the Nornir system. Then Mimir gives him two hints. First, Jae-yoon already has the wisdom this altar offers. Second, he arrived at the ruins 2 days earlier than planned, because today is Monday. That only leaves Jae-yoon more confused. But Mimir says that's all the help he'll get, and tells him to prove his wisdom. Then he adds one last rule: fail this trial, and he dies here. Annoyed, Jae-yoon curses Mimir in his head, knowing full well he can hear it. That only makes Mimir laugh. He gives Jae-yoon 1 hour, and an hourglass appears. Jae-yoon thinks over the hint that he already has the wisdom, and the part about Wednesday. Since neither seems to fit, he calms himself and goes back to the start. First, he uses mana detection to inspect the objects in the room, but none of them stand out. He keeps turning over the same clues in his head, the wisdom he already has, and Wednesday, as the sand keeps falling. At last he decides only one answer makes sense. He creates a spear, and the Nornir system asks what he'll offer to the altar. Xiaobai-yun chooses himself. The system reminds him he has only one chance, and asks if he's sure. He answers with a cheerful yes. At once the magic circle under him lights up, and Mimir says he chose correctly. Xiaobai-yun figured out that the wisdom he already possesses meant his rune knowledge, gained from Odin's lost eye. Then came the clue about Wednesday, Woden's day, and Woden is another name for Odin. Odin was said to sacrifice himself to gain knowledge of life and death. So if this trial followed that story, the offering had to be himself. Mimir then asks if Xiaobai-yun understands what that choice really means. Xiaobai-yun says he knows Odin was hung upside down on Yggdrasil and pierced by a spear for 9 days. Then he says he's the kind of person who'll risk his life to get what he wants. With that, he takes off his armor and drives the spear into himself, even as Hela begs him to stop. As the blade goes through his stomach, he asks Mimir if this is what he wanted. Xiao Beiyun understands that offering yourself means truly facing death. To speed things up, he uses realization of magical artifact to make another spear and stabs himself again. Hula desperately tells him to stop, but Xiao Beiyun makes yet another spear, and just before he can use it, Mimir tells him that's enough and drops him back onto the magic circle. Mimir says Xiao Beiyun has changed a lot and no longer needs his guidance. Xiao Beiyun is shocked to find his wounds gone, and Mimir says the test is finished. He proved himself better than expected. Keeping his promise, Mimir gives him 3 words that will become a sentence and lead him to the truth. Xiao Beiyun complains that this is still too indirect, but Mimir says he has to speak this way to avoid the Aesir god's gaze. Mimir adds that even Hela doesn't know what he's about to reveal, which surprises her. The 3 words are Raider, I, and Shinier. Xiao Beiyun can't make sense of them and wonders what they're supposed to mean. Mimir gives one final hint: doubt the system. He believes that's how Jiayun will reach the truth. After Mimir disappears, Xiao Beiyun goes over his words again. At first, all 3 seem tied to him. Raider is his class. The eye could mean Odin's lost eye, and his present life is definitely better than his past. But that still doesn't explain why Mimir chose the word shinier, or why he told him to doubt the system. Trying to help, Hela says she'll think about it too, and suggests they move on to the next trial. As they keep going, Smear appears and says the final trial is waiting. He points to the huge mirror ahead, and says that's the next test. It's called the Mirror of Erd, named after the first of the 3 Norns. The mirror shows the past. Xiao Beiyun will watch a Jotun's memories, then return and give the answer he earned from them. Xiao Beiyun asks if there's a specific answer Smear wants, but Smear says no. Whatever he says isn't for him to judge. Once Xiao Beiyun is ready, Smear tells him to touch the mirror. Then Erd, one of the Norn sisters, reaches out from inside it and says she's been waiting for him. She introduces herself as Erd and threads her fingers through his. Holding his hand, she says she has waited a very long time to preserve this broken piece of the past, one an ancient being wanted him to see. Then she guides him to the first memory. She brings him to a place Hela calls Jotunheimer, the land of the giants. Because Erd spoke to him so personally, Hela asks if they've met before, but Jiaohyun says he doesn't know. Erd tells them to be quiet and watch, warning Jiaohyun that he can't change anything because this story is already over. What he's seeing is only a trace of the past, a memory Hrungnir once passed on to the great adversary. When Jiaohyun looks over, he sees Hrungnir asking a young Smear what makes a good lord. Smear answers that a lord must be strong enough to protect others. Hrungnir agrees, but adds that a true lord also cares for his people, and admits his own flaws. He says he hopes Smear will grow into that kind of Jotun. Smear answers that he's weak and scared of many things, especially Thor's hammer. He says someone like him could never be worthy of becoming a lord, but Hrungnir tells him not to decide his worth so quickly, because only he can choose his own value. Hearing that, Jiaohyun and Hela realize this is the line that made Smear trust him. A giant suddenly rushes in to report that Thor and the Valkyries have invaded the city. Hrungnir tells Smear not to fear, he'll do everything he can to protect them. After the first memory, Erd says this was only the start of the giants' suffering, and their misery didn't end there. So she shows him the second memory. Jiaohyun is sent to a time during a burning city, surrounded by blood and dead bodies. Hela says this is Ragnarok, right before the contract was made, and the one standing over the slaughter is Thor, god of thunder and lightning. Seeing him, Jiaohyun realizes Thor is far beyond him right now. Even at S rank, he still might not stand against a monster like that. So he asks how he can ever become as strong as Thor, and Hela says he needs to clear all 5 trials. In the memory, Thor says he has always hated giants, but he's impressed they still want to fight. Out of respect, he offers King Hrungnir a duel. If Hrungnir fights him alone, the others will be spared. Hrungnir steps forward and asks if Thor truly means it. Thor swears on his own name. Hrungnir accepts, and Thor says he'll return soon for the match. Erd explains that Thor's change of heart, Hrungnir's sacrifice, and the war between Jotunheimer and Asgard all ended with Asgard winning. After that, she shows him the final memory. Later, Smear begs his father not to fight Thor, saying it's a trap. Hrungnir says he knows, but he still has to go. Smear cries and asks why, reminding him he's all he has left. Hela tells Jiaohyun this place is Asgard, the home of Odin and the Aesir gods. Hrungnir reminds Smear that he always taught him not to be afraid, because he'll manage even without him. As Smear sobs, his father says the prophesied great adversary will come one day and free them, along with every other race from the Aesir. Before leaving, Hrungnir tells Smear to guard his grave, the Great Ruins. Jiaohyun realizes those ruins are a memorial for the fallen giants, and a sign of hope for the future. Then Hrungnir speaks right to Jiaohyun, saying he knows this memory will reach him someday, and asks him to take care of Smear. Not long after, Hrungnir goes out to meet Thor, who has been eagerly waiting for the fight. Hrungnir asks if Thor is satisfied now, but Thor says not yet. He calls his hammer, and says he'll only be satisfied once Hrungnir is dead. Thor unleashes lightning, and Hrungnir blocks it with his weapon. After stopping the attack, Hrungnir asks why Thor is killing innocent people for greed. Thor answers that it's all Odin's will, and he himself has no real reason. For him, this is just a chance to fight someone strong. Then Thor asks why Hrungnir accepted a duel he knows will kill him. Hrungnir says he has something to protect. Thor mocks him, asking what could still matter when most giants are already ash. Hrungnir says they still matter, because Asgard will fall one day. When Thor hears that Hrungnir believes the Norn's prophecy too, he calls it nonsense, and moves to kill him. Before the end, Hrungnir speaks to the great adversary again, saying the path he takes is his choice alone, so he must stay strong in his will. He also asks him to tell Smear he's sorry. Thor hurls his hammer at Hrungnir's weapon. The impact shatters it, and crushes Hrungnir's head. Jaeyoon is furious at how brutal it is, and he pulls out his blank card to strike back at Thor. Luckily, the Nornir system says he can use it here. Hrungnir falls, and Thor stands over the corpse. Then he notices runes glowing from the broken weapon, the same inscriptions Hrungnir had been carving earlier while talking with Smear. Thor realizes he'd been tricked, and a massive blast goes off. Threads of light wrap around him and pin him down. He understands Hrungnir prepared this counterattack to activate after death, but scoffs at the idea that something this small could kill him, so he releases a huge burst of power to burn the restraints away. At that moment, the Nornir system warns Xiaonyun that the skill he's copying is too high ranked for his current level and can't be fully used yet. Thor burns through the bindings, but one last bit of Hrungnir's magic remains and pierces his head. The hit knocks Thor back, and when he rises, blood is running from his head. Hrungnir launched something into him to suppress his power. Thor actually finds it amusing. Since his power is now sealed down, the system lets Xiaonyun register Thor's passive skill, Lightning God's Power. Hela asks Erd how a blank card can work inside a memory, and Erd says it wouldn't if this were only an illusion, but this isn't fake, it's a fragment of the past being carried into the future, which means Hrungnir's sacrifice truly mattered. Jae-Yunxing successfully registers Lightning God's Power, a legendary skill. It grants Thor's lightning, boosting all lightning-type skills, 300% more damage, and 50% better efficiency. But because the rank is too high for him right now, using it too long could permanently damage his body. When Haled asks if he's really going through with this, Jae-Shun says he'll just become strong enough to handle it, and adds that he's sure she'll help him. Soon after, Erd says it's time to part again, but admits she's still not used to saying goodbye to him. Confused, Jae-Shun asks why he can't remember meeting her before, but she says there's no reason to learn that now. Instead, she tells him to leave the past behind and move toward a new future, because there's no place for her in his fate. The veil over her face vanishes, and she wishes his journey will be blessed from start to finish. Tears fall from Erd's eyes before she disappears. For a moment, Jang-Yeon only stares at the mirror, before finally turning back to Smear. For the last test, Smear asks him one question. He wants to know if Chae-Yoon can stay on his path even after losing something precious. Chae-Yoon thinks of his mother, his teacher, and his friends, then says he can't. He admits he'd be shaken, hurt, and full of grief, just like Smear. But he'd stand back up, because he still has to keep moving. Smear likes that answer and says Jae-Yoon has passed the trial. Right away, the system says his level went up by 4, and he earned the title, the one who overcame the second trial. He also receives a gift from Hrungnir. Before leaving, Jae-Yoon tells Smear that his father said he was sorry. After Jae-Yoon goes, Smear quietly says he never hated his father for that choice. When Jae-Yoon reaches the dungeon gate, he's stunned to see the entire European Raider Association waiting for him. Hela can tell these men are highly skilled, so sneaking out won't be easy. Jae-Yoon hates being treated like a thief, but he gets why. They spent a huge amount for the rights to raid this place. Knowing he can't fight 2 S ranks at once with his current skills, he asks Hela to handle things while he buys time. Hela says she'll give him a signal, so he just needs to keep them busy until then. Jae-Yoon finally steps outside in his armor, and Balak comes forward to face him. Balak asks if he cleared the dungeon. Jae-Yoon coolly asks what happens if he did. That sets Balak off, and he points his spear at Jae-Yoon's neck. He's sure this intruder finished the raid because the ancient ruins no longer give off any mana. What he can't figure out is how Jae-Yoon pulled it off. Jae-Yoon notices Balak is carrying the real Balmung, the original S-rank Dragonslayer sword. Then he tells Balak this ruin was meant for him alone, and the others never would have cleared it, no matter how many times they tried. Balak bristles and asks if he's calling them unworthy. Jae-Yoon says maybe they are. After all, Balak couldn't even enter because he failed the worthiness test. Balak nearly snaps on the spot. He says he originally wanted to recruit Jae-Yoon, but now he's changed his mind. He won't kill him yet. There are still things he wants to ask. Jae-Yoon just tells him to go ahead and try. Then he forms a sword, something he could copy thanks to meeting Balak. It's another Balmung, an S-rank Dragonslayer sword. Balak can only stare in disbelief. Jae-Yoon shrugs and says there's no rule saying there can't be 2 Balmungs. Balak lunges right away, but Jae-Yoon slips back with Step of Light. The raider keeps pressing the attack, and Jae-Yoon avoids every swing. When Balak pauses, Jae-Yoon says he's slower than expected. That only makes Balak angrier. He admits even most S-rank raiders can't dodge his blade, and starts wondering who Jae-Yoon really is. Then Camilla appears and warns Balak to be careful. The sword in Jae-Yoon's hand has the same mana as Balmung. Jae-Yoon reminds Balak, he said he wouldn't kill him, just take his limbs. Then jokes that talk like that is giving him PTSD. Balak looks totally lost, so Jae-Yoon brings up an article about Balak's divorce and asks what happened. Camilla cuts in, saying he crossed the line, then somehow makes it worse by blurting out that Balak's wife left because he's boring and has a trash personality. Now even more furious, Balak says they can finish this in the interrogation room. Hirla then tells Jae-yoon she's ready and to wrap it up. He asks for one more second, which annoys her even more. Still, he wants to enjoy this rare chance to fight an S-rank raider. So he activates Overdrive and puts on the incomplete B-rank Ring of Transcendence, boosting his mana for a burst of stronger magic. As soon as it kicks in, the system warns that he won't be able to use mana for a while afterward. Camilla feels the sudden change in his mana, and immediately tells Balak to fall back. Balak throws up a barrier as Jae-yoon releases a mana shockwave, but the force still smashes straight through it. Even they can't believe it. Jae-yoon remembers how absurdly strong Thor looked in Hrungnir's memories, and figures Heimdall must be on that same level. If he wants to catch up fast, he knows he has to keep fighting people stronger than him. Balak swings again, but Jae-yoon dodges cleanly. Then the two clash head-on. Their balmungs collide and blast out a violent shockwave that sends Balak flying into the air. A stunned Camilla catches him with magic, wondering how this intruder just overwhelmed a leader of the European Union. Balak crashes down unconscious, blood pouring from his mouth. Seeing that, Camilla decides she can't let a monster like Jae-yoon roam free. As Jae-yoon turns to leave, she stops him and asks if he really thinks she'd let him escape. She activates Hellfire and Wind Chaser, unleashing a massive wave of dark energy. At the same time, the Nornshir system tells Jae-yoon his mana is now restricted as Overdrive's penalty. Once Hellfire realizes he can't fight back anymore, she decides he's had enough fun and pulls them out. Camilla senses his mana vanish before her attack can land, and thinks about chasing him, but Barluk, already back on his feet, tells her to stop. It's too dangerous. He says they should return to the main base, and Camilla is surprised since he hates contacting them. Noticing he's acting strange, she asks if something happened. Balak says the intruder could have killed him, but chose not to. After hearing that, Camilla agrees to contact the main base. Left alone, Balak thinks that even if he doesn't know Jae-yoon's name, they'll meet again, and next time he won't lose. Meanwhile, Hella scolds Jae-yoon for being reckless. He just laughs and says it's time to go home. The next day, after landing at the airport, Jae-yoon gets a call from Inta. She wants to know if he's picked a circle yet. Circles are a big part of every Raider Academy. Basically, club groups run mostly by older students who recruit first years. They usually take requests from public groups, which lets the academy earn fees while students make money and build connections. It's also a way to get field experience before joining a guild. Still, Jae-yoon thinks it only matters if the circle helps you get into a strong guild. Before his regression, he joined a weak one and was pretty much treated like a slave. This time he already planned to join the same circle as his friends, but for fun he tells Inna he hasn't decided and will look around first. Inna says they're all talking about joining one together, and asks if he wants in while the others listen nearby. Xiaobei Yunxing says he'd rather choose for himself. After a short silence, Yunxing grabs the phone and angrily asks if he's really going to ditch them and join a circle alone. He points out that he never promised to join theirs, but Yunxing insists a team stays a team. Jae-yoon teases that maybe she just wants his first place benefits, but she says she doesn't care about that. In the end, he agrees to join them on one condition, but says he'll tell them what it is after he gets back. After the call, Jae-yoon realizes circle signups mean something. From his past life is getting close. During that time, the school usually holds an outdoor camp in a lockdown part of Daegu. Milla's academy only sits in one section of the closed area, and monsters still fill the land outside it. That's why the academy runs this camp every year to cut down the monster numbers. Jae-yoon takes a portal back and returns to his apartment. While talking with Hella, she suggests checking the gift Hrungnir left him. Then she suddenly freezes. When Jae-yoon asks what's wrong, she reminds him she only bought time by tying Heimdall down, and now she can feel that he's broken free. Elsewhere, Heimdall tears through space and crawls into a restricted zone. He's irritated that a clone managed to humiliate him. After looking around, he realizes the place is sealed off, and guesses Hella was trying to keep him away from humans. That already has him annoyed, and then a monster spots him and drops in, ready to eat him. Heimdall doesn't even bother turning around. Seeing no resistance, the monster leans in to swallow him whole. The moment its jaws cover his head, Heimdall clenches his fist and blasts its head apart with a burst of energy. After that, he decides to have some fun by meeting Jae-yoon and testing him. Hilly groans when she realizes Heimdall is heading for the sealed area near ManhwaCapped Academy. From Jae-yoon's face, she can tell he knows why. He explains that's exactly where the students will be camping. Now Hilda understands what Heimdall is after, and she gets worried. Heimdall can read the near future, so Jae-yoon realizes his friends may get dragged into this. He expected that possibility, but it still bothers him, so he decides to get ready for a direct fight with Heimdall, and checks Hrungnir's gift to see what it can do for him. When Jae-yoon opens it, he finds an S+ consumable called Giant's Blood. It holds both power and wisdom, raising his strength and wisdom stats, but he can only use it after meeting the minimum requirements. That makes him think this is why entering the Great Ruins required S-rank status. To use it, both his strength and wisdom need to be over 150, meaning he has to reach S rank first. He also gets a passive skill, Hrungnir's Rage, an extraordinary rank ability that doubles all damage dealt to Aesir gods and Valkyries. Hella proudly says this is exactly why she kept telling him to hurry through the second trial. Jae-yoon is happy with the reward too, and pats her on the head, glad she pushed him. She instantly jumps away and asks what he thinks he's doing. After settling down, Hela changes back into her human form, and says she knows a way to help him. The next afternoon, Jae-yoon ends up with blood running from his eyes and nose after trying to use Thor's lightning. He complains to Hela that this is way harder than expected. She tells him that's normal. The skill is legendary rank, far beyond even S rank or extraordinary skills. She warns that if he forces the skill without leveling up first, his body will break. That makes Jae-yoon realize he has to master it fast. Later, while walking around, he searches for a way to level up. Then he remembers the old special quest, Raven Hunter, where he has to wipe out all of Odin's ravens. He's only killed one of the 5 so far, and he still needs the rest for a blank card and a rank up. Right now it seems like his only option, but time is running out. He also thinks about using sacrifice to heal any lasting damage from Thor's power, but that still wouldn't solve the real problem. Just then, a car horn blares nearby, and Jae-yoon pauses, ready to see whether it's an ally or an enemy. It turns out to be Guildmaster Jae-yoon. She says it's funny running into him here by chance. Jae-yoon recognizes her right away, and she asks if Lotus has been treating him well since she heard he recently signed with them. He instantly figures out why she came. With a joke, he asks if she really has time for such a convenient coincidence. Then he flat out asks if she did a background check on him. That catches Jae-yoon off guard, and with the mood turning tense, Hela slips away. Not far off, Sungjae hides himself with stealth. He quickly calls Seong to report that the Curator Guild contacted Jae-yoon. He adds that Jae-yoon may have noticed he was being followed, since he looked right toward his hiding spot. Soon after, Jae-yoon meets Jae-yoon alone, and asks what she wants. She answers plainly, she wants to recruit him. He reminds her that he's already with a guild. To make the offer harder to refuse, she brings up Nidhogg's Fang, and Jae-yoon's eyes widen. She's casually offering an S-rank item worth a fortune. At the same time, Hela goes to Hell's temple and asks to borrow some of her power. Hill reminds her that she's only a fragment of her, so that power would be unstable in Hela's hands. Hela agrees, she might not control it well, and it could even kill her. She knows that even if she survives taking the power, she may not live much longer anyway. Even so, Hela decides to go through with it, because she believes this is her purpose. As the guide for the 5th trial and the compass for the great enemy, she feels she exists for Jae-yoon Chang's sake, and for the prophecy. Hela argues there has to be another way, but Hela admits she wants to see the future. Jae-yoon will create through all this hardship, even if she won't be there to witness it herself. Once Hil sees that her mind is made up, she agrees to share her power, and tells Hela she hopes she'll find happiness no matter what she chooses. Elsewhere, Sungjae tells Seung-yoon that Guildmaster Ji-yoon is probably trying to recruit Ji-yoon herself. He doesn't think Ji-yoon can be bought with money, but Seung-yoon says Ji-yoon has something worth more than cash. She realizes Ji-yoon rated Jae-yoon's potential even higher than she did. That surprises Sungjae, so he asks if she's just going to let it happen. Xiangdan says it isn't up to her. Zhang Baiyun is already on his way to becoming the world's strongest raider. Still, she makes one thing clear, she never has, and never will, let someone else take what she wants. In the Curator Guild meeting room, Zhang Baiyun asks Zhang Baiyun what he thinks of her offer. She knows he's only sitting there because he wants something too, so she tells Yang Bao to bring Nidhogg's Fang over. That instantly grabs his attention. In Zhang Baiyun's past life, Nidhogg's Fang was a famous blade, ranked just below Balmong. Even then, he lightly asks why she's showing it to him. Ji-yoon eventually suggests they stop dancing around it and be honest. Ji-yoon's presence suddenly shifts and he tells her to say what she really wants. The change shocks her. He's only a student, but she refuses to show fear. Jae-yuan calmly says he can tell she's trying to hide it. That catches her off guard, and he smiles, saying he understands she's offering Nidhogg's Fang to bring him into Curator. Jae-yuan reminds him, no one else could offer something this valuable, and he agrees. Only a crazy guildmaster would bet this much on a 17-year-old. But he points out that Curator doesn't even take battle-type raiders. Jae-yuan admits it's time for that to change, and he would be there first. When Jae-yuan presses her, sensing there's more behind it, she admits that stealing him from Lotus and building ties with the Raider Association are the real reasons behind the offer. That's why she was willing to put Nidhogg's Fang on the table. She also says the contract would let him keep most of the profits. While she's talking, Jae-yuan asks if he can hold the weapon once, since he might end up using it. In truth, he's planning to use Realization of Magical Artifact to copy it. Since he's that valuable to her, she allows it. Jae-yuan takes the weapon in hand, then, smiling, hands it back and says it just isn't his style. He thanks her for the offer and stands to leave. Jae-yuan asks if he doesn't like the weapon, but he says that's not it. It simply doesn't suit him. Now she's irritated and snaps that taste shouldn't matter when it's an S-rank artifact. She reminds him this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, something money can't buy, but Jae-yuan cuts her off, saying there's nothing more to discuss. He politely excuses himself, leaving Jae-yuan frozen in place. After he leaves, she sinks into her chair and realizes Jae-yuan is just like his master, Seung-gun. Anger rises in her, and she swears they'll regret this. Not long after, Jae-yuan gets home and uses Realization of Magical Artifact to make a copy of Nidhogg's Fang. He didn't expect to get it this early. Meathog is the legendary poisonous dragon from old stories, said to live in the spring Hervergelmere deep in Niflheim. Even so, Jae-yuan reminds himself he has to be smarter and more careful now. He wonders how strong Heimdall really is, and guesses he may be on Thor's level. Thinking about fighting gods at all makes him feel insane, but he still wants to know how he stacks up against them. He also wonders if he can change the fate Erd showed him in the mirror. Later in Mills Academy's executive conference room, the top students gather for a meeting. A woman watching nearby is shocked by how strong their auras are, almost like veteran raiders. What surprises her even more is that they're all here to recruit one person, Min Jae-yuan. Zhang Yuan, leader of the Academy's top circle guardian, says he's theirs, so everyone else should give up. Another leader fires back that it should be their turn, since Guardian already took the best students last year. She also points to the rule that mages and martial artists stay in their own lanes, meaning Jae-yuan should come to them. The woman excitedly snaps photos and identifies the speaker as Han Jian, leader of Shomgoran, a circle named after Yuden Shomgoran. Then another guy tells Jian to quit the nonsense, saying the media already labeled Jae-yuan a battle mage, so a mage circle recruiting him makes no sense. Still taking pictures, the woman notes that the speaker is Gangju Hyub, leader of the second-ranked circle, Garam. Sha-yuan repeats that Jae-yuan fits Guardian perfectly, because he's warrior type 2, but Jae-yuan calls that garbage. To settle it, Jae-yuan suggests they let Jae-yuan decide, after hearing the best offers. Xiaobei scoffs and calls her stupid, saying she's forgotten why they're really here. She shoots back that he's all muscle and no brain, and the room erupts into arguing. Circles are heavily watched by the public, and guilds monitor them closely to scout promising students. Because of that, the circle leaders have tried to keep a balance between them, but the woman with the camera thinks Xiaobei could destroy that balance completely. As the argument continues, the fourth leader suggests that everyone make their offers to Xiaobei, and if he accepts one, the others get informed in advance. But whichever circle gets him can't take any of his friends, and it also has to give up at least 2 academy events. The woman hurriedly photographs the speaker, Choi Ji-yoon, leader of Third Eye, the least known circle there, even though she built it up herself. Choi Ji-yoon says Ji-yoon's deal sounds good, and the others agree. The woman with the camera is thrilled, and thinks this will make a great article. Meanwhile, Xiaobei-yoon gets a call from Intoa, who asks if he wants to go with her to the National Raider Festival. He asks why the sudden invitation, and she awkwardly says there's a lot to see. Plus Yu Jung told her every raider should go at least once. Xiaobei-yoon asks if the others are coming too, but after a pause, Ina says they're all busy. He agrees to go with her. At the same time, he figures the black market should be active around now, so this trip could be useful, especially after what happened before his regression. He hopes he might find a trump card there to help him fight Heimdall. When Xiaobei-yoon asks when, she says 2 days later, April 25th. She adds that they should meet at the park at 9 a.m. for the festival, happy she got the words out without stuttering. Xiaobei-yoon says it sounds fun. After the call ends, Ina looks at her phone and thinks it will be fun too. Not long after, Xiaobei-yoon heads back to the academy because he forgot something. There, he runs into Yu Jung in the men's area. He jokes and asks if she's planning to become a guy. She nearly snaps at him, but then admits she came to ask him something. What she wanted was to invite him to the National Raider Festival with her. Then the day of the festival arrives. That morning, Inabi gets to the park and wonders if she came too early. A little later, Xiaobei-yoon arrives and points out that she's early. He says he came ahead of time to look around first, but she still beat him there. Then he suggests they head inside. As Xiaobei-yoon walks ahead, Ina pauses for a moment, pressing her warm cheeks with both hands. Meanwhile, people nearby recognize Xiaobei, and they notice So Aln. Ina poor girl is with him too. She turns her face away from all the attention, clearly getting uneasy. Then Xiaobei-yoon suddenly takes her hand and tells her they should move faster, leaving her shocked by the sudden contact. Once they're away from the crowd, he asks how she managed to invite him here when she gets nervous around people. Ina apologizes and says she's still not used to it. Xiaobei-yoon just asks if she ate yet, then mentions a toast place he knows she likes. Surprised he even knows that, she quietly follows him. Back to the night Yoon Jung came to invite him. Xiaobei-yoon quickly remembered, Ina saying the others were busy. Yu Jung teases that he'd probably spend the whole weekend stuck at home anyway, but he pats her on the head and apologizes, saying he already has plans. He offers to go with her another time, and Yu Jung goes quiet. Back at the festival, Jae-yoon and Ina walk around, play a few games, and eat toast together. After a while, it starts raining, so Jae-yoon goes to grab an umbrella. He says this is why he never trusts the weather forecast, and Inini agrees. A little later, Jae-yoon suggests they take a picture, which catches Inini off guard. He says he heard you're supposed to take pictures at places like this. Not sure if she's okay with it. He turns away and says they can just leave if she doesn't want to. But Ina stops him and says she'll do it. When they enter, an employee greets them and calls them a cute couple. Xiaobei-Yu Jung thinks the guy seems familiar, but still says they want to take a picture. Ina blushes again, wondering if they really look like a couple to everyone else. The attendant tells them they can choose props, and Ina happily grabs a rabbit headband. Xiaobei-Yu Jung thinks it's pretty embarrassing. Worse, she picks one out for him too, so he ends up wearing it. Their first shot comes out stiff and awkward, but they slowly relax. When they come back out, Shayun says one of the photos is ruined. The attendant apologizes, saying the worker he told to fix the machine must have forgotten. He says they won't be charged for that photo, and jokes that the empty space can be saved for the future they'll fill together. That makes Ina wonder if Jaeyun will really be part of her future. Jaeyun just stares at the man, confused, and then in a strange voice the attendant says the future can only be protected if they protect the present. After they leave the shop, Jaeyun wonders what that was all about. The attendant felt suspicious, but Jaeyun couldn't sense any mana from him. Watching him from behind, In finally stammers out that she lied. She admits she never asked the others to come, because she selfishly wanted time alone with him. Jae-won stands there speechless for a moment, and memories flash through his mind. Hell, Nightshade, Hrungnir, Thor, Smear, and Erd. In the end, he simply tells Inna he's glad she enjoyed the day. She tries to answer, but can't get the words out. After gathering her courage, she says there's something she wants to tell him, but a sudden explosion cuts her off. Right away, an announcement tells everyone that a dungeon break has happened. Raiders are sent in to handle it, and the visitors are told to evacuate as flames spread through the area. Shocked, Jae-yoon realizes this mana isn't from a dungeon. It reeks of blood, and he starts wondering why. One raider yells that everyone has to run because it's dangerous, and starts leading them toward safety. Inna tells Jae-yoon they need to leave, but he says they're not going anywhere, and activates mana detection. He tells her they'd probably die either way, because the one directing everyone is the real problem. That guide suddenly laughs. Impressed Jae-yoon figured it out so fast. He asks if Jae-yoon is the great enemy, and Jae-yoon instantly tells Inna to run. Before she can answer, the man appears right in front of her and throws a lightning-fast punch. Even so, Jae-yoon closes the gap with super speed and catches his arm. He demands to know what the man is. The stranger mocks him, saying the Aesir's great enemy isn't all that impressive, but Jae-yoon asks again, then blasts him with mana, hard enough to force him back. The man introduces himself as one of Odin's 5 ravens, and says he was never given a name, but Odin surely will, once he offers up Jae-yoon. Jae-yoon gets irritated, realizing this bastard is like the one who pretended to be his father. When Inna calls out to him, Jae-yoon says she probably can't escape now, so she needs to stay behind him. The raven notices Inna matters to Jae-yoon, and promises to make him despair by tearing her apart. Jae-yoon activates realization of magical artifact, and says it's a shame the one getting torn apart will be him instead. He recreates the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung, and the two charge at each other. Just before impact, the raven sneers that a flashy sword won't help him, and their clash explodes with force. Jae-yoon pauses briefly and thanks her for the stone. He reminds himself to stay calm. The raven wants him angry and careless, so instead, he forces himself to think clearly. He starts searching for the raven's weakness and a way out of this mess, but the raven lunges before he can finish. Jae-yoon fires his lightning chains, but the raven's chain knocks them away. Then the raven pulls a dagger hidden in his sleeve and uses it to fend off the chains. He keeps pushing through and jumps at Jae-yoon with the dagger ready. Jae-yoon judges that their mana levels are about the same, but he also can't move too far from Inna or she could be in danger. So he steps onto one of his lightning chains and rides it through the air straight at the raven. Even then, the raven's blade manages to graze him, so Jae-yoon uses sacrifice to heal. He realizes the raven is so fast that even steps of light won't let him catch up easily. The raven admits he heard Jae-yoon had plenty of tricks, but says even Heimdall was right. Jae-yoon really could become a threat to the gods. Then he declares he'll kill him here. Jae-yoon knows that's a bluff because the Aesir can't kill him yet while the prophecy still protects him. That means he can use the prophecy to his advantage. Sword in hand, Jae-yoon rushes forward again, and the raven mocks the attack as too simple. He expects the longsword to slow Jae-yoon down, so he braces with his chains, but Jae-yoon doesn't strike with the sword and attacks with his free hand instead. The blow cracks the raven's mask and sends him stumbling back. Furious that a human dared hit him, he charges in to counter, but Jae-yoon catches the dagger with Balmung. After making some space, Jae-yoon uses realization of magical artifact again, and recreates Nidhogg's fang. He didn't want his first time using it to be now, but he has no choice. The raven is shocked. He was never told Jae-yoon used a dagger, especially one with that kind of aura. Jae-yoon wonders why the weapon shook him so badly, then notices the raven's guard has dropped. He activates lightning chains, binds the raven's hand, and stops him from using his own chains. Then, with steps of light, Jae-yoon rushes in and lands several dagger strikes. Nidhogg's fang soon activates, poisoning the enemy, which pleases Jae-yoon. The raven finally tears free of the chains, and rages that Jae-yoon can wield Nidhogg's power. He charges again, but Jae-yoon fires more lightning chains, and the raven blocks them with his own. Still, the raven starts slowing down. Jang-bi-yoon points out that the poison is making it harder for him to move, and says the fight has turned around. Even so, the raven swears he'll drag Jang-bi-yoon down with him, but Jang-bi-yoon reminds him he can't kill him anyway. The raven says he never claimed he would. Then he rushes past Jang-bi-yoon and heads straight for Inna. Right before he reaches her, Inna throws up a mana barrier. The raven tears through it without trouble. Her defense is gone, and she freezes as the dagger comes flying in. A blast erupts the moment it hits. Then the Nornir system tells Jang Byun he has defeated Odin's raven. He also gets one step closer to the special quest of destroying all of Odin's ravens, and levels up too. Panting hard, Jang Byun sees Ina come out of the smoke and run to him. He realizes he's burning too much mana and collapses into her arms. Holding him close, Ina blames herself for being useless again, just like back in the mock dungeon attack. A few hours earlier, Yoongjin returns to her hostel, thinking about how she finally worked up the nerve to ask him, only for Jang Byun to act like he was too busy. That really gets under her skin, and she thinks about just going to the festival with Ina instead. So she texts Ina and asks if she wants to go. Ina quickly apologizes and says she's already out. Yunxing is shocked since Ina almost never leaves and usually just sleeps in the hostel. She tells her not to worry and suggests they get dessert another time, and Ina agrees. A little later, Yunxing starts thinking it's weird that Jang Byun and Ina never go out, yet both are out today. Then it hits her, they might be together. She starts remembering all the times Ina got flustered around Jang Byun. At first she doubts it, but soon finds herself hoping it isn't true. Back in the present, Jang Byun lies against Ina, worn out. She remembers how she couldn't help him during the dungeon exam, even though he did everything he could to protect her. She also wonders who attacked them, since Jang Byun seemed to know him. On top of that, the man's mana feels a lot like what they sensed in the mock dungeon, so she starts wondering if they're connected. After hesitating, she gently touches his head, and Jang Byun wakes up. When he looks up, their faces end up just inches apart, and Ina instantly turns red. Jang Byun only smirks and thanks her for letting him rest on her shoulder. After a brief silence, he says he thinks he knows what she was about to tell him before they got interrupted. He admits he could be wrong, but asks her to listen because there's something he needs to say. Before he can finish, Ina presses a finger to his lips and begs him not to say anything yet. She isn't ready to hear his answer. Whatever it is, she needs more time, and says she can wait until he's done with what he has to do. Tears stream down her face as she asks to talk about it later. Jang Byun doesn't look pleased, but he reaches up and wipes her tears away. Later, Jang Byun trains against a pack of ogres. He dodges their blows and lashes out with lightning chains. Even while fighting, he keeps wondering why he couldn't answer Ina. He already knew how she felt, so why did he react like that? He also knows giving her false hope would only hurt her more, because his mind is elsewhere. One ogre gets an opening and tries to crush his head. Jae-yoon slips away, and the Nornir system announces his level has risen from quest progress. As he blows the ogre back with wind magic, the system says he can now sense the wall that has been holding him back. He has no idea what that means, and Yahello appears beside him, saying he'll understand soon. She steps closer and tells him he can do it. Jae-yoon jokes, asking why she's suddenly being so nice, which makes him wonder if she's about to leave for good. He says he won't fall for that, and she acts unfazed. But inside, Yahello hopes he won't value her existence in the future, because she knows what's coming. Later, Yoon comes to see him. He introduces himself as the leader of the Guardian Circle, and Jae-yoon recognizes the name. Guardian is the strongest martial arts circle in the academy. He's impressed Yoon leads it, but still thinks the guy is weak. Yoon starts offering him a spot in Guardian, but Jae-yoon cuts in saying he can't just poach Jae-yoon because he's joining her circle. Then Jae-yoon Hube shows up and says that's nonsense. The Garam circle is taking him. Jae-yoon finally tells them to stop since everyone is staring. Before he can say more, Jae-yoon steps in and introduces herself as the leader of Third Eye, one of the academy's top circles. Jae-yoon is surprised. In his past life, he knew the others by name, but not her. Jae-yoon says she isn't here to recruit him. She only wanted to introduce herself. Jae-yoon tells her she picked a terrible time for that. Strangely, she says meeting him alone would have been dangerous. A moment later, the top students start bickering again, and Jae-yoon tells them plainly he has no plan to join any of their circles. Hae-still is stunned and asks what he'll do. He points out that even as Yoon-shing's disciple, a raider without circle experience starts at a very low rank. Jae-yoon clears it up. He never said he wouldn't join a circle. Now irritated, Jae-yoon grabs his shirt and demands an explanation, but Jae-yoon releases a heavy aura and warns him they'd both be better off if he didn't cross that line. Startled, Jae-yoon grab lets go, and Jae-yoon declares he's making his own circle. Later, the circle leaders meet again, and Jae-yoon grab says Jae-yoon must be crazy. A first year starting a circle makes no sense. As Jae-yoon agrees it's hard to understand, but admits the academy has no rule against it. Still, in real life it's nearly impossible, because running a circle takes a lot, and without help from seniors or a teacher, it usually fails. The problem is, Jae-yoon might actually pull it off, since the key things are connections, influence inside the academy, and money. Looking at Jae-yoon's friends, strong, popular, and talented, the top students realize he never really needed them. Jae-yoon groans that this is going to get ugly, and Yoon says they need a new plan. If Jae-yoon can shake the whole academy just with his friends, then they should focus on surviving, and he offers his circle's support. Walking through the hall later, Yoon remembers how Jae-yoon scared Joo-hyub into letting go, and realizes they've got a huge problem on their hands. The biggest since Choi Ji-hoon, the current leader of Third Eye. Later on, Yoo-jung is stunned when Jae-yoon gathers everyone, and says he wants to start a circle. He explains, there's no reason to join an existing one and get pushed around by upperclassmen. Ho-yen points out they're only first years, and other circles could target them. Jae-sung admits fighting other students sounds scary, while So-yeol only asks if this will make money. Jae-shun assures them that if they get strong enough, no other circle will be able to mess with them. After a brief pause, Ina says she's fine either way, and Jae-sung says he'll trust Jae-shun's judgment. Still annoyed that he ignored her question, So-yeol asks again if they'll actually make money, because without points they're all doomed. Jae-shun says that between top student rewards and the points he got from being scouted by Lotus, he has at least a few 100,000 points. So-yeol is stunned and calls him insane, while Yoo-jung can't believe he's that rich and never bought them food. Because of that, Jae-shun announces they're eating out tonight. Jae-shun asks why she'd be included in that, and she reminds him she'll be attending this academy next year, and thanks to the skill he used on her, no other circle will take her. Jae-shun instantly uses subordination to stop her from talking about subordination, forcing her to say she only came because scamming these idiots looked easy. She's horrified by what comes out of her mouth, and everyone else at the table is just as shocked, which only makes Seo madder at Jae-shun. Jae-shun then reminds them all that they're talented, and if they build a circle that helps them grow, they can break past the wall blocking them. Now, Ho-yen immediately swears loyalty to him, and Ina does too. She wants to become strong enough to save Jae-shun next time they're in danger. Meanwhile, Yoon-jung quietly tells So-yeol she has a bad feeling, and asks what she thinks. So-yeol agrees. Whenever Jae-shun smiles like this, trouble follows, but when he turns toward them with a deadly look, they both shut up. Jae-shun tells everyone they'll have to work hard and get stronger, then asks if they'll join his circle, like they really have a choice. Later, the group heads to the Mills Academy training facility, the academy gym packed with top-grade gear and artifacts. Only top students and their close friends can get in. Yoo-jung, exhausted from training, curses Jae-shun out, while So-yeol lies next to her trying to catch her breath. Ho-yen says they should stop for the day because his muscles feel torn apart, but Jae-shun says that's exactly how they get stronger. Meanwhile, Jae-shun hands out healing potions. So-yeol calls him a traitor, and he reminds her he isn't a combat cadet. Jae-shun gives everyone 2 more sets, and thinks about what makes this gym different. The gravity here is stronger, so training helps students build power faster. Nearby, Ina keeps pushing through her lifts. Jae-shun watches her closely. He remembers the Raven incident, and worries it could happen again. So he decides the best thing he can do is make his friends stronger as fast as possible, so they won't hold him back and can run if things go bad. Later, he goes to the Lotus Guild to meet his teacher. She asks if he's thinking about joining another guild. Jae-shun asks what she's talking about, and she admits she knows the curator approached him with an offer. Nidhogg's Fang, caught, he asks if she'd let him leave if he wanted to. Seung-yoon says never, especially not for the curator guild. He asks why she brought it up then. She says it's because no one is taking him from Lotus, especially not a rival stealing her disciple. Then she pulls his face close and reminds him he has no reason to give up what he already gets here, not even for an S-rank artifact. She admits that may not fully match an S-rank item, but she grants every favor he asks for, so she doesn't think he's losing anything by staying. Jo-hyun agrees, and says he never planned to leave. There's nowhere better while she's here. Jo-hyun jokes that he's such a good liar. She almost believed him. Jo-hyun laughs and says that's too bad. Soon after, he remembers Heimdall will come for him during the outdoor camp, so he starts preparing for every outcome. When camp day arrives, the students are taken to the event site. On the bus, Jo-hyun tells his team to stay sharp. This is where their circle really begins. Ho-hyun is fired up, but So-hyun smacks Jo-bi and tells him to quit shaking. He says he can't help it. This finally feels real. Jo-hyun agrees, since they'll be facing actual monsters now. Still, he says other raiders already cleared out most of them, though that doesn't mean it's safe. Inoza asks why he named their circle 9, and whether he just likes that number. Jo-hyun says he actually hates 9, because in Norse mythology, it's a very important number. That's exactly why he chose it, because he hates it the most. That only leaves Ino and Yoo-jung even more confused. Before long, they arrive at the abandoned city where the camp will take place. Jo-hyun warns them they're not in a safe zone anymore, so everyone needs to stay alert. Deep inside the abandoned city, Daegu, Hyugen reports to Heimdall that one of the ravens has died, and Heimdall finds that interesting. Later, a program called World Raider Issue brings in guests to talk about what happened at Iceland's Great Ruins. The host introduces Balak and Camilla, the world's first S-rank mage. Balak looks annoyed as always, while Camilla seems happy to be there. She nudges him to behave, since they're representing the European Union, but he says the people staring at them clearly don't respect them. Camilla admits the crowd does look shady, but still tells him not to be so hostile. Balak knows why they're acting like this. Everyone thinks the European Union was behind the ruins robbery, since they had control of the site at the time. The host opens the discussion with the recent theft at Iceland's Great Ruins, and Balak immediately gets irritated. Camilla taps him again, telling him to calm down. The host asks how 2 S-rank raiders failed to protect the ruins, and why the European Union couldn't clear them first when they're supposed to be the strongest in the world. She says those are the questions everyone wants answered. Camilla simply admits they weren't good enough, then stops there. The host presses on, asking what went wrong when they had seemed so sure they would succeed once they got the rights to the ruins. This time, Balak answers. He asks if she's heard about the invader. With a smug look, she says that's the person rumored to have passed the qualification test. The union failed and then raided the ruins. But she adds that people want the truth. That sets Balak off. He asks if she's calling him a liar, and one look from him is enough to scare her. Camilla cuts in and tells him to stop fooling around. Even so, Balak walks up to the camera and tells the whole world to listen. He says the invader they called Black Robe was so powerful that even he and Camilla together still lost. Instead of tearing them apart over that failure, he tells everyone to focus on the invader, because he's sure that person will show up again. Back at the outdoor event, an instructor tells the students this camp will affect the rest of their lives at Mills. The trip will last a week, and each student has to work with their circle. Each circle only gets the survival kits handed out to them. Using what they've learned, they must hunt monsters, but they can't leave a 50-kilometer range from base or they'll be disqualified. The instructor says their first goal is simple: survive, and prove they have what it takes to be raiders. Their second goal is to kill as many monsters as possible within the time limit and bring back the tokens they drop. Higher rank monsters mean more points, but they warn the students not to get reckless and hurt themselves. If something goes wrong, they shouldn't panic. Instructors are always nearby. In an emergency, they must seek out an instructor right away instead of hiding. After the briefing, everyone receives rings as a sign of unity. Xiao Bei Yun tells his circle to move out according to plan. As they head out, Hu Yun watches from nearby and says it has begun. Not long after, they find a solid spot to use as a base, and Zhao Yun says high-rank flying monsters probably won't come there. So Yun complains there could be bugs, and says she hates places like this. Jae Sung tries telling her not to be so hard on bugs, but she snaps that bugs are the absolute worst. They start bickering again, and Jae Sung quickly hides behind Jae Yun. Jae Yun cuts them off and tells everyone to stay focused. They're inside a city that was sealed off after monsters invaded it. Still, Yun Xing hopes they earn a ton of points so they can buy lots of ice cream and finally go to that restaurant they wanted. She keeps talking about food until she notices Jae Yun isn't sharing her excitement, and that makes her go quiet. Jae Yun knows this event won't be that hard for some students, especially for top freshmen like them. But the real danger here isn't the monsters, it's Heimdall. Certain he'll show up. Jae Yun keeps his guard up. Inna notices he's distracted and asks if he's okay, but he says he's fine. Then Heimdall asks Inna and Jae Yun why things feel awkward between them, like they argued before coming here. He even asks if something happened over the weekend, but Inna just stares at him and gives nothing away. A moment later, Soptyo warns them that people are heading their way, and Jae Yun jokes it's probably someone coming because of her. Soptyo agrees and reminds him he promised to take responsibility for her, so he'd better keep that promise. Inaya and Yu Jung freeze at that line and immediately wonder what she means by him taking responsibility. The idea leaves them both confused. Jae Yun tells the others to get ready just before Circle Seed jumps them. He expected this, since Soyol used to belong to Seed, and he had asked her to leave them and join his team. At first, Soyol argued that they were still rookies, even if Jae-Yun was talented. She said Seed had more members and looked like the better place to earn points. But Jae-Yun told her she was missing the real issue, and asked if anyone in Seed was actually her friend. She said they were more like business partners. Then Jae-Yun pulled out a magic item called a record sphere and played a recording of her own circle, talking behind her back. They said she was bad in a fight and only existed to make their leader look better. Some of them even argued over who would flirt with her first. That recording made So-Yeol furious. Even then, she asked Xiao Bei-Hyun how much he planned to pay her, and he said that would depend on her results. Back in the present, Seedy's leader Ju Shang asks Xiao Bei-Hyun if he really thought he could live after stealing one of their members. Xiao Bei-Hyun fires back, asking if he forgot getting beaten up during the freshman hunt. Ju Shang says he was just careless and reminds him he can't beat all of them alone. Xiao Bei-Hyun forms a ball of light, lights up the area, and tells Ju Shang he isn't by himself. He makes it clear that even if Seed charges together, they still won't beat a single one of his members. Zhao Bei-Hyun knows So-Yeol is one of the most gifted scouts around, and bringing her in was always going to be risky, but he decided it was worth it. After hesitating for a moment, Ju Shang tells him that no matter how strong he is, he's still just a rookie. Then he orders his men to kill Zhao Bei-Hyun, and they rush in with swords. Zhao Bei-Hyun doesn't even budge. In the next instant, Hoyun activates impervious defense, boosting his toughness and stopping the attackers. Seedy's mages fire off flames and lightning right away. Yujing throws up an air shield and blocks the whole attack. Zhao Bei-Hyun is pleased. His training paid off. Yujing already learned a large area defense spell. The Seedy's members are stunned when their magic does nothing. One of them groans that he knew this would happen. He even asks why Ju Shang picked a fight with the Lotus Guildmaster's disciple just because this is a new circle. Then Ina asks Zhao Bei-Hyun if she should wipe them all out. He tells her not to hold back. Ina uses Sword of Alfheimer and sends the blades flying at them. Terrified, they try to run, but the swords stab them in the back. Ju Shang dodges the blades only to slip on a blue sticky liquid that pins him to the ground. Zhao Bei-Hyun praises the mix when he sees the Seedy members can't move at all. He explains he made it by combining slime with paralysis mushroom spores. Even then, Ju Shang spits out an insult and calls Zhao Bei-Hyun a stuttering fess word. Zhao Bei-Hyun coldly tells him to watch his mouth. Then he asks if Ju Shang knows how much pain he can suffer before dying. With that, Zhao Bei-Hyun stomps on his spine. In the end, he lets the others go and keeps only Jusheng. Jusheng begs his circle to wait for him, but they call him insane and leave him behind. After that, Zhao Beihyun tells So-yeol he's decided to make sure Jusheng fails this event. So-yeol calls Jusheng trash. Jusheng still tries to say he did all of this for her, but she shuts him down and reminds him he called her a parasite, who was only useful as a scout. Then she pulls out her knife and cuts him down until he's out. Not long after, an instructor arrives and is shocked that 9 Circle beat Seed. Jusheng and the onesie Na dropped are lying there unconscious, and the instructor can't understand how a big upper mid-circle lost to a bunch of rookies. Zhao Beihyun asks him to keep them alive. They don't deserve to die this soon. Before leaving, the instructor tells him to avoid fighting upperclassmen next time. Once he's gone, Zhao Beihyun turns to Suhyuk and asks why he helped. Earlier, Suhyuk had warned Zhao Beihyun that all of Seedies was coming after them. Zhao Beihyun brushed it off, saying Seedies were idiots anyway. That left Suhyuk walking away, not even sure why he was taking Zhao Beihyun's side. Zhao Beiyuan also told him he should probably leave the event since he was alone. So when Suhyuk stayed nearby and helped, Zhao Beiyuan admits he didn't expect it from someone he thought only liked fighting. Back in the present, Zhao Beiyuan asks his name again, and the girls are surprised to hear it's Suhyuk. He gets annoyed that these idiots still don't remember. Earlier, during a seed meeting, Suhyuk argued against jumping Min Zhaobei, especially since Suhyuk left by her own choice. He suggested making her a better offer instead, but Droshang said he wanted Zhao Beiyuan turned into an obedient junior. That made Suhyuk wonder when Miles got so political, and why they were trying to beat someone up just because they didn't like him. Thinking it was insane, he decided to quit Seed. In the present, Suhyuk leaves Zhao Beiyuan's group, but before going, he warns Zhao Beiyuan to be ready next time. He'll get his revenge. After he's gone, Zhao Beiyuan says they should get back to work. Suhyuk protests. They just finished a fight. But when Zhao Beiyuan starts talking about power and responsibility, she cuts in and asks what she'll get out of it. By the way, Mila's academy picked Tetegu even though it's sealed off because they want to take the city back. Zhao Beiyu was where the world's first gate opened, and it was also the first city to fall after Yggdrasil appeared. So this field trip is really training for rebuilding the area. For Zhao Beiyuan, the Dao Beiyu disaster is personal. His mother was there too. In-a pulls him out of his thoughts and says dinner is ready. She notices he looks troubled and asks if it's about the unique skill he mentioned. He says it's something like that. Zhao Beiyuan remembers Hela telling him he can't beat Heimdall as he is now. She said he still has a chance if he awakens his unique skill and goes past his limits. A unique skill, apparently, comes from the user's will. Hela told him to figure out what he truly wants and why he needs that power. He still has no idea what she meant. Insud admits she may not understand either, but she's sure he can do it. Since she's trying to help, Zhao Beiyuan tells her he'll do his best. Later, somewhere else in the field, Hoyan slices down a worm-like monster. Right after that, a bird monster attacks Soil, and she blocks it with her blade. Once she kills it, Yu Jung says this place feels nothing like Milas. Inatinka agrees, the mana in the air is way heavier here, even worse than level 10 of the mana room test. They're in what's called a field, an area overrun by monsters because of a gate. Suhyuk admits she doesn't know what a field is. When Zhao Beiyuan teases her for sleeping through class, she nearly kills him. Zhao Beiyuan explains that a field has lots of mana, but isn't fit for humans to live in. Raiders can handle it, but normal people can be harmed by even small exposure. He warns everyone to stay alert. Anything can happen here. Then a huge monster shows up, and Soil asks if he's really going to kill it. Zhao Beiyuan says yes, but tells her to focus on her job as scout. She makes him promise to help her run if things go bad because she doesn't want to die young. Zhao Beiyuan just smiles. Soil calls him a jerk for not answering clearly. Zhao Beiyuan says if she's that worried, she can stay back while they search on their own, even if it takes longer and gets them fewer points from weaker monsters. That makes Soil call him master, and say the final call is his. As they keep searching, Yunqing is amazed by how much of the sealed area has already been reclaimed, and she guesses one famous person is the reason. And I doesn't know who that is, so Soil teases her too for not paying attention, then says they should be friends. Hoiderin explains, Yunqing meant the first awakened. Yunqing, Juizeng adds that even his father said he couldn't beat Junqing. Deku was where the first gate opened, and monsters flooded out. People screamed everywhere, and humans were crushed like ants. Then one special human appeared, Ju 1, Korea's first awakened. While Jae Yunqing kills the monster Soil was scared of, he thinks about how Ju 1 became world famous, and then suddenly vanished, not long after, with no one like him appearing since. After the kill, Yunqing tells Jae Yun she knows Ju 1 is why he chose this path. Ju 1 disappeared so suddenly that most people assumed monsters killed him. He was also the first person to use the power of the Aesir system. Jae Yun wonders what kind of man Ju 1 was, and how he got that power before everyone else. Later Jae Sung, Soil and Hoyan set up a tent for the group. Mo Xiao comes back, and Jae Yun tells her Soil was right. There are harpies, worms, and goblins around here. He says she did well, and Soil snaps that she'd better have, since he would have left her here if she was wrong. Jae Yun asks how she knew that, and when she starts to insult him, he brings up her pay, so she instantly goes back to calling him master. While Hoyan and Jae Sung praise Soil's scouting, Jae-sung says one wrong thing, and Soil scares him silent again, warning them not to talk about her like that, when only Jae-hyun is paying her. Jae-hyun then asks where Yoonjing is. Hoyeon says she went to prepare something. When she returns, Jae-hyun asks where she's been, then freezes when he sees the creepy pot she's carrying. Everyone goes pale. Proud of herself, Yoonjing talks about all the suffering she went through to make it. Seeing the dark stuff in the pot, Jae-hyun asks if this is really food. Yoonjing proudly says she cooked the worm they caught with a special sauce. Xiaobei Yunmyeon can't believe she expects them to eat that, but she insists because she worked so hard on it. At that point, he thinks the best use for it might be feeding it to Heimdall. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun meets Joo-hyun and asks when he plans to move again. He says he's not sure, but maybe soon the great adversary is already in motion. Jae-hyun answers that the great adversary is still very young, but he keeps proving the prophecy is real, so she says they need Joo-hyun's help. He replies that Heimdall is already moving, so he doesn't see a reason to act yet, though he'll step in if needed. To Junsheng, things are finally starting to get interesting. Back at the field event, Xiaobei Yunsheng says this meal might actually kill them. Yunsheng argues that it's not that bad. She turns to Zhao Sung for backup, but he sides with Xiaobei. Hoyeon also says he's not hungry. Yunsheng whines that they're all being mean, then looks to Seoriel, and hopes she'll at least try it. Seoriel notices the others desperately signaling her not to. Even though she's clearly grossed out, Yunjing's puppy eyes make it hard to refuse, so Soil agrees to eat it since technically the ingredients are edible. Soil takes a spoonful, and says it can't be that bad. A second later, she's throwing up by the fence. The others joke that she sounds like a dying monster, and Jae-won tells her she should have listened. Se-yu-won snaps back that Yu-jung looked so crushed, there was no way she could refuse. Jae-won gives her something for the pain, and says she's softer than she acts. After calming down a bit, Se-yu-won asks if something happened between him and Inhya. That catches Jae-won off guard. She says it's obvious something's wrong, and asks him not to be too harsh on Inhya or the others. Jae-won agrees. Then he says he didn't expect that kind of comment from her, which only makes her more annoyed. He shifts the topic and reminds her they still promised to take someone down. Se-yu-won says she remembers but needs a little time for her stomach to settle. Jae-won jokes that maybe they should test Yu-jung's food on monsters, but Se-yu-won starts vomiting again, and he realizes recovery won't be quick. Then a loud screech rings out. Jae-won tells Se-yu-won to come with him. The ones they were waiting for have arrived. They rush back and Jae-won orders everyone into formation. Because B-rank harpies are coming. He tells Jae-won to ready the glowing paralysis traps, with Ho-yuan in front, Yu-jung on support, and In-hya handling offense. After they defend the camp, the group regathers, and Ho-yuan says he never expected dozens of harpies. Yu-jung agrees. Usually they move in groups of 4 at most, so this wasn't normal. A swarm like that usually means a boss with huge mana is controlling them. That points to one thing, a harpy queen nearby. Se-yu-won says she sensed it too, but didn't think the queen was this close. Jae-won tells the others to stay and guard the base, while he and Se-yuol go kill it, then come back. With Se-yuol's tracking skill, finding the queen should be easy. He also says he can handle the monsters himself, so they don't need to worry. Ho-yuan reminds him they were supposed to move together in case something unexpected happens, but Jae-won says that would just get them hurt. If they came along, he'd only have to protect them too. Seeing their faces fall, he explains it isn't about trust. They need to hold the base, and if needed they can back up the instructors. In-ha and Yu-jung finally agree, even if they don't like it. Jae-won then dumps a huge pile of potions on Jae-won for safety. Soon Jae-won and Se-yuel head out, and he tells the others to stay safe. Yu-jung, still upset, tells him to call if he needs help. He teases her, saying it's rare to see her care this much. Before he can say more, several harpies dive at the tent. Jae-won fires lightning chains without even turning, striking them out of the air. He tells everyone not to worry, he only picks fights he knows he can win. As he and Se-yuel search for the harpy queen, she tells him his team is solid. No wonder they're leading the class, even in a place as cutthroat as Mila's. She's talking about how they handled the harpy attack. In that earlier fight, more harpies suddenly rushed them, and Se-yuan grabbed her knife to join in, but Jae-won stopped her. Yu-won took the front, and told In-ha and Yu-jung to focus on their spells. When the harpies came straight at them, Ho-yuan blocked with his shield, and sliced them in half. From that alone, Se-yuan figures Ho-yuan has already reached A rank, and the others aren't far behind. Yu-jung then used Overflow, boosting the party's attack power by 1.3 times. When one harpy targeted her, she fired Wind Edge and caught that one along with 2 more. Janglight notices her casting speed has improved, and In-ha skewers nearly a dozen harpies at almost the same time. That leaves him very satisfied. Back in the present, Janglight brags that he's still the strongest. Soyeol tells him he's insufferable. When she calls him a genius, Janglight admits he never thought that word would be used for him. In his past life, his teammates treated him like a shield and threw him to the front. He praises Soyeol too for finding her path and surviving Yu-jung's food. As they get closer, Janglight warns her not to die on this mission. She groans that she's way too young to die. Even so, they keep going deeper. Then the Nornir system announces that he's found the boss monster of Region 1 in Lockdown City Field. They soon spot the Harpy Queen. Janglight is thrilled, while Seoril's terrified. It's an A+ rank boss, but he knows beating it should earn him a valuable artifact. As he walks toward it, Sayor wonders if he's lost his mind. Janglate activates realization of magical artifact and recreates Nidhogg's Fang. Sayor recognizes it as the item that sold for a crazy price at the auction. The Harpy Queen instantly attacks with a storm of feathers, and Sayor barely dodges away. Janglate charges in right after. Even weaker than him, the monster is still dangerous. He weaves through its attacks until he gets close, since it can fly and is stronger than it was before his regression. Then he unleashes several lightning chains. That power level feels wrong. An A+ monster wasn't this strong in his past life, which means someone interfered. He leaps up and slashes at it with his blade, hoping the real one behind this Himdall will stop hiding. Elsewhere, Hyugen watches and says his prediction was right. Something big is coming, though he's not sure. Heimdall can handle his part properly. Not long after, Janglate brings down the Harpy Queen, clearing the first region boss and earning the reward hidden in its nest. He's glad to finally get the item called Tempest Wings. When he looks back at Soyol, who's struggling to keep up, she says Haibei was right. Janglate really is insane. At the nest, he finds the S-rank item Tempest Wings, which gives him mid-air leap, plus more agility and strength. Mid-air leap is an A+ skill that makes a wall of wind in mid-air, letting the user jump again, and even do it twice in a row. Then they spot a pair of gloves on the ground. Checking them, they learn it's an item called Drigan Gloves. At the same time, the system says it's updating data on the first person ever awakened in the Norner system. Later, after dealing with a few more harpies, Hoyan says they're getting close to the top record, which means they're amazing, and Hyugen smugly says that's only natural with her there. Nearby, Janglate keeps thinking about the info he got on Jowon, the very first awakened in the world, and wonders why the Norner system is updating his file now. He starts to suspect Jowon is tied to the system somehow, and knows he has to learn why those gloves were there. A little later, Xiaobei suddenly panics because she forgot her imbued necklace, but while she's near tears, Janglate hands it right back to her. She asks how he even knew she left it, and says that's creepy. He tells her forgetting things is normal for her. He adds that her mom asked him to look after her. Then Jae-yoon tells Hyugen to grow up and stop leaving things behind. She shoots back that he needs to stop acting like her parent. Naturally, they start arguing again. Hyugen asks if the two of them are dating. Jae-yoon denies it at once, and Hyugen asks Hyugen if he wants to die. Then In-ha puts a hand on Hyugen with a scary look and tells him to drop it since they already said no. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, the Aesir gods gather for a feast. Thor enjoys himself because the war prep is going well, and Heimdall said he'll get rid of the great adversary. Thor believes the Aesir will rule the Nine Realms and make Odin proud. Then Tyr speaks up. He calls Thor a fake bastard for throwing a banquet while Odin is gone, and asks if Ragnarok means nothing to him. Thor scoffs at that, then throws Ragnarok back in Tyr's face, by reminding him Fenrir ate his right arm. Tyr fires back, bringing up the chunk of coal a giant left in Thor's forehead, and says he'd have killed himself from shame. Angry now, Thor challenges him to a fight. Freya cuts in and tells them to stop unless they want probation. Soon after, Frigg says Valhalla's forces have dropped a lot, and soul collection isn't going well. Frigg blames Odin, saying Ragnarok pushed things too far. Frigg gets upset, and tells her not to speak that way about Asgard's ruler, but Frigg says she won't worship Odin. Power or not, he's trash to her. When Frigg demands how she can say that, Freya turns cold and reminds her of what Odin did to her. Then Freya announces that preparations for the second end are complete. The Einherjar, the dead souls meant to fight for Asgard, are already in place. Back in the field event, Jae-yoon realizes Heimdall will appear soon because he already interfered with the Harpy Queen. That means Jae-yoon needs to awaken his inherent skill as fast as possible. He remembers his teacher joking that he's greedy, already strong, yet still wanting an inherent skill. In that memory, she says she may not be much help, since her own awakening happened out of nowhere. That day, a gate opened right in the middle of the road, and people started dying one after another. In the chaos, one little girl ran for her life, and Xianjing could only watch. She rushed in to save the girl, but even as an awakened one, she was too weak to protect her. Then, right after the child died, she awakened a new skill called Sacrifice, but a dead person couldn't be brought back. She tells Jae-yoon she has no idea how to awaken an inherent skill that fast, and warns him not to force it. She doesn't want him losing something precious just to gain one. Back in the present, Jae-yoon wonders if Aina might know a way, so he asks how she got her inherent skill without losing what matters most. After hearing that, Aina admits she got hers through her family's death. More than that, she let them die, and even now she thinks it was for the best. When she was 5, both her parents died, leaving her alone. Afterward, she and her grandmother moved in with her aunt. Even without parents, she didn't feel alone there, not while her grandmother was still with her, even if her aunt treated her badly. Her grandmother was the only family she had left. But that peace didn't last because she overheard her grandmother say she didn't have much time left, and ask Ayana's aunt to look after her after she was gone. Aina realized the one person she could rely on would leave her too. From then on, everything felt dark. She was already quiet, but after that she shut everyone out completely. Things stayed that way until middle school, when her aunt said Aina's teacher had called about raiders making good money. Her aunt mocked her, saying even someone like Aina might finally be useful. Then she reminded Aina how much it had cost to raise her, and said becoming a raider was the only way she'd be worth anything. Aina hated her aunt. She had already taken her parents' insurance money, and now she wanted to profit off Aina too. She treated her parents and grandmother like burdens. What made it worse was that Aina couldn't even speak up for herself. So she applied to the raider program, after her teacher said she had the talent for it. When she turned in the form, her teacher asked if she was sure. Aina was a perfect fit, but mages didn't get the same respect as other raiders. Her teacher didn't want her risking her life, but Aina insisted, because she knew some things felt worse than dying. At home, her grandmother also asked if she was really sure. Aina knew her grandmother would leave one day too, but she could never hate her for it. Instead, she decided this was fate, and no struggle would change it. She suddenly cried and told her grandma she was okay, but her grandmother said she didn't have to do this if she didn't want to. She just didn't want her granddaughter getting hurt. Once she chose the raider path, everything changed. She learned mana control and how to kill monsters, and her cold nature actually helped. Then, just as she got used to that life, the one thing she feared happened. Her grandmother died. She later learned it could have been prevented with treatment, but her grandmother had refused it. Aina wondered if she had given up on life, if she had abandoned her too. She didn't know the truth. She only knew she missed her. That grief crushed her. She wondered if her grandmother left because she was foolish, and even wished she'd taken her along. Not long after, her aunt called to say the sponsor contract was done, and the guild just needed Aina to come sign. That was the last straw for her. For the first time, she screamed at her aunt. When her aunt snapped back that Aina should be thankful she hadn't sold her, Aina ran away from home. She waited until dawn before returning to grab her things, but when she got back, the house was on fire. Monsters were pouring out of an open gate. From under the rubble, her aunt called for help. But Aina could only think, why save the woman who took everything from her? As Aina started to tear up, Xiaobei Yun gently tells her she doesn't have to keep going if it's too painful. At the same time, Yunjung hears something and thinks Xiaobei is back, but instead, Heimdall appears before her. The mana pouring off him felt more like a monster's than a person's. Heimdall then steps closer to the group and asks if they're friends of the great adversary. Everyone just stares at him, and when Yujung asks what he means, he unleashes another burst of mana, so strong it knocks them off balance. As they hit the ground, he orders them to answer. Xiu Yol tries to send Jia Yuan a telepathic warning, telling him to come back now because a monster-like enemy is here, but Heimdall catches on, grabs her by the throat and lifts her up. He says they're all going to die here, and gathers power in his free hand. Then he tells them to blame the great adversary. Right then, Zhao Beiyun arrives and says he won't let that happen. He activates absolute calculation and shuts Heimdall's attack down. Elsewhere, one instructor was complaining about having to watch the students after clearing the event area, when both instructors noticed a huge purple wave of mana. Before they could figure out what it was, a giant monster appeared behind them and swallowed the complaining instructor whole. The other froze in terror. He barely had time to grab his walkie-talkie before the monster skewered him with its scorpion tail. Even so, he managed to warn the others before the creature drained the life out of him. Soon, huge monsters flooded the entire area, and the situation turned awful fast. When Zhao Beiyun showed up, Heimdall dropped Xiao Bei. Then he faced Xiao Bei and released that storm of mana again, demanding to know how he had Odin's eye. Now it made sense to him. No normal human should grow this fast. Zhao Beiyun just tells him to come take it if he wants it that badly. Xiao Beiyun warns that even Zhao Beiyun can't beat someone this strong alone, but he tells them to run because this is his fight. Yu Zheng refuses. They're a team. Still, Zhao Beiyun firmly orders them to go. Sword in hand, Heimdall mocks him, asking if he really thinks he can protect his friends while facing him. One slash cracks the ground in front of them, but Zhao Beiyun uses Windstorm to blast his friends away from the danger zone. Yunsheng shouts, asking what he's doing, and he answers that if he doesn't, they'll all die. Even then, she resists leaving, but Anai stops her and says Zhao Beiyun is right. They can't beat someone like this. Yu Zheng argues that's exactly why they should stay and help, but Ina says she believes Zhao Beiyun can handle it. Her plan is to head to the entrance and alert the instructors. Yu Zheng still looks unsure, but before leaving, she tells Zhao Beiyun to stay alive. Once the others finally retreat, Zhao Beiyun activates Frozen Earth and starts freezing the whole area. Heimdall is interested, but points out the skill needs dozens of seconds to finish, and asks if Zhao Beiyun really thinks he can hold him back that long. Zhao Beiyun says there's no reason he can't, especially since he'd already planned for the day he had to fight Heimdall. Heimdall lunges at him and tells him to try whatever tricks he wants. Realizing the attack could still hit his friends if he fails, Zhao Beiyun activates realization of the magical artifact and summons Balmung to block it. At the same time, he uses lightning chains to lock himself to the ground as he braces for Heimdall's crushing blow. The strike slams into Balmung and shoves Zhao Beiyun backward, but the chains help him hold his footing. Heimdall notices Zhao Beiyun actually stopped the attack from pushing through, and that only makes him angrier that a human could do it. Before Heimdall can react, Zhao Beiyun jumps at him and activates his mid-air leap with Balmung in hand. On the other side of the field, the instructors call for a rescue team because students and teachers are already getting hurt. They're facing a monster migration on a scale they've never seen before. The lead instructor, Ms. Lee, tries to come up with a plan, but the circle leaders step forward and offer their help. She wants them to avoid fighting since they're still students, but they insist. In the end, Ms. Lee agrees and gives the students support roles, while the instructors move to the front to battle the monsters. But when she tries to use her power, she finds she can't gather her mana. Then she learns the ACR system is down, and her connection has been cut. The other instructors report the same problem, and Lee can't understand it. The system has never failed before. When she turns and asks if anyone can still use skills, the top circle leaders say they can. That's when Ms. Lee realizes only the students can still use mana. So Lee changes the plan and sends the students to fight the monsters, while the instructors back them up, however they can. She sends them to District 3, and the top students rush out. On the way, Hyun tells Ju-Hyub to cover the right, but Ju-Hyub snaps that he doesn't take orders from him. Then Hyun tells Ju-Hyub to stay back and heal. As they head for the district, they look back and spot a giant skeletal monster, and the pressure coming off it chills them. They can barely believe that's what they're supposed to fight. The ACR system identifies it as the boss of District 3, the Bone Dragon. Hyun instantly knows this won't be easy. While Jae-hyun's friends keep moving, a preset message comes through their team ring. Jae-hyun tells them not to worry about him, but says he needs a favor. The city entrance is under attack by a field boss, so he asks them to help there first, and promises he'll join them soon. After hearing that, Yoo-jung feels sure Jae-yoon will be fine, and they head off to help the others. At the same time, Jae-yoon uses mid-air leap and charges Heimdall. Heimdall finally sees why Jae-yoon is called the Great Adversary, but says he'll lose anyway. He raises his sword and sends out a wave of force to test him. Jae-yoon twists away in mid-air with mid-air leap and still closes in to strike, only for Heimdall to block it. Heimdall blasts him back, but Chae-yoon warns he'll regret it and dives right back in. He even jokes that he did pretty well on his latest exams, then activates intermediate greatsword arts and follows with spinning strike. As their blades slam together, Heimdall admits his skills are impressive for a human, then instantly goes for a killing thrust. Chae-yoon blocks it, and suddenly dismisses his sword, catching Heimdall off guard. Thrown off balance, Heimdall pitches forward for a moment, and Jae-yoon swaps in Nidhogg's Fang with his artifact skill. Right after that, he triggers Dagger Rampage. In seconds, he slashes Heimdall dozens of times and slips past him. Nidhogg's Fang's passive kicks in, stacking poison over and over on Heimdall. Even so, Heimdall sneers that Jae-yoon is using cheap tricks, but Jae-yoon tells him to look at his own body first. Heimdall is covered in cuts, and he knows this much poison normally wouldn't matter. Those wounds should have healed already, but they haven't. Still, he ignores it, and decides he just needs to kill the boy fast. Heimdall had been given power to interfere with the ACR system for a short time. But even with Odin's authority, there are limits to how much he can suppress the instructors and students. He thought shutting down the instructors would be enough, but now he has to admit Jae-yoon is too strong to handle, while only a third of his power is back. Jae-yoon, meanwhile, remembers a recent spar with Hoyeon, where he picked up skills like Dagger Rampage and Spinning Strike. He's sure that with those techniques and Nidhogg's Fang, even Heimdall can't last much longer. At last, Heimdall admits Jae-yoon is entertaining. He still doesn't understand why Asgard fears one boy so much, but says Jae-yoon is worthy of making him use his horn. He pulls it out, and Jae-yoon immediately gets uneasy. He doesn't know what it is, but it feels bad. Before Heimdall can use it, Jae-yoon rushes him with dagger in hand to stop him. Heimdall only tells him to feel honored to hear the Jowler horn, then blows it before Jae-yoon can reach him. A shockwave blasts Jae-yoon back, and the sound alone locks up his body. The Nornir system announces that his physical stats have been cut by 50%. On top of that, nearby monsters react to the horn and gather around Heimdall. Jae-yoon is stunned. Heimdall says he can't control monsters like Tyr, but magic is his specialty. As lightning forms in his hand, Jae-yoon tries to cancel it with absolute calculation, but the system says his level is too low and he can't resist the artifact's power. The monsters swarm in, and Heimdall hits Jae-yoon with the lightning spell, making him cry out. This is Heimdall's signature move, Flow Reversal Spell. It won't kill, but the pain is brutal. As Jae-yoon writhes, Heimdall says he'll spend the rest of his life rotting in Asgard's underground prison. He fires another attack, but something suddenly blocks it. A shield made by Hela. Heimdall is shocked to see her, and Jae-yoon asks what's happening. When Hela sees her body starting to break apart, she realizes she doesn't have much time left. Heimdall says he had wondered where she was hiding, and now he can see Hela's divinity hanging over her. Hela gathers wind power, but Jae-yoon tries to stop her, knowing she'll die if she keeps using that divinity, just like Heimdall warned. She launches the attack anyway, and Heimdall dodges and charges her. He says that power is too much for her, and asks why she'd throw her life away. Does she really think the great adversary can save the 9 worlds? Hela answers that it isn't just faith. She knows Jae-yoon will kill Odin and end Ragnarok. Enraged by her words, Heimdall leaps in to finish her. Hela decides to end this herself, and summons a massive viper to swallow Heimdall. Even then, Jae-yoon begs her to stop. Elsewhere, Heim cuts down monster after monster, all while enduring blasts from the Bone Dragon. When it fires again, he has to stop attacking just to block it. Around him, the other students battle the smaller monsters, with Jae-Yuan fighting on the front, while Jae-Yuan heals the wounded. Some students start saying the bone dragon is going to kill them all. Jae-Yuan admits they can't hold much longer, but Hyun tells them to keep going since they still can't contact the outside. Before long, Jae-Yuan runs out of mana and starts cursing again. Hyun wishes they had just a few more fighters, and right then, Jae-Yuan's friends arrive to help. Hyun objects at once, saying it's too dangerous for first years, and way too much for an A+ threat, but a wolf-like monster jumps him from behind mid-sentence. Hyun answers with 100 Azure Splendor Sword, and slices the creature to pieces. The others jump in right away and say they're here to keep their promise to Jae-Yuan by helping everyone else. Hyun is shocked to see them charging straight at the bone dragon and the horde. He rushes in with them and calls for Yoo-jung's support. She activates Overflow, then Mana Field to boost the team, while Ina draws on Sword of Alfheimer and Hyun uses 100 Azure Splendor Sword. Together they start tearing through the monsters, and the other upperclassmen soon push in too. Hyun had thought Jae-Yoon was the only one with crazy talent, but now it's obvious his friends are monsters too. When a Taurus monster tries to smash Hyun into the ground, he catches its axe with his shield, while Ina cuts at its limbs, opening the way for Hyun to strike its head. With this backup, taking down the monsters finally feels possible. Nearby, some students thank Jae-Shong for saving them with his potions, while So-Yo leads others toward the exit. Soon, only the A+ boss monster is left. Hyun and Joo-Hyub rush its leg to pin it down, and Hyun tells the others to reach the core and destroy it. Ho-Yeon quickly asks Yoo-jung to weaken the dragon with debuffs, so she leaps up and casts one on it. Meanwhile, Joo-Hyub grumbles that the rookies are stealing the spotlight, but Hyun says that's just how it is. Circle 9 hits harder than they do. Annoyed, Joo-Hyub uses Wheelwind and shatters the bones in one of the dragon's legs. That confirms Hyun's suspicion that Joo-Hyub odd attacks without caring who's nearby, so Hyun activates Deadly Pierce and cuts through more of the leg bones. Once the opening is made, he signals the others. Ina answers with Sword of Alfheimer, and Ho-Yeon follows with 100 Azure Splendor Sword to strike the dragon's core.